Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 10 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 10. 4. Janet came softly and timidly into the drawing-room. "They're gone?" she questioned. "I thought I heard the front door." "Yes, thank goodness," Hilda exclaimed candidly, disdaining the convention, which Edwin still had in respect, that a weakness in family ties should never be referred to beyond the confines of the family, save in urbane terms of dignity and regret, excusing so far as possible the sinner. But in this instance the immense ineptitude of the Benbows had so affected Edwin that, while objecting to his wife's outbreak, he could not help giving a guffaw which supported it. And all the time he kept thinking to himself, "Imagine that damned pietistic rascal dragging the miserable shrimp up here to apologize to George." He was ashamed, not merely of his relatives, but somehow of all humanity. He could scarcely look even a chair in the face. The Benbows had left behind them desolation, and this desolation affected everything and could be tasted on the tongue. Janet, of course, instantly noticed it, and felt that she ought not to witness the shaming of her friends. Moreover, her existence now was chiefly an apology for itself. She said, "I really think I ought to go back and see about a meal for Johnny, in case he turns up." "Nonsense," said Hilda sharply. "With 3 servants in the house, I suppose Johnny won't starve. Now just sit down. Sit down!" Her tone softened. "My dear, you're worse than a child. Tell Edwin." She put a cushion behind Janet in the easy chair, and the gesture made Janet's eyes humid once more. Edwin had the exciting, disquieting, vitalizing sensation of being shut up in an atmosphere of women. Not 2 women, but 2,000 seemed to hem him in with their incalculable impulses, standards, inspirations. "Janet wants to consult you," Hilda added, and even Hilda appeared to regard him as a strong saviour. He thought, "After all, then, I'm not the born idiot she'd like to make out. Now we're getting at her real opinion of me." "It's only about Father's estate," said Janet. "Why, hasn't he made a will?" "Oh, yes, he made a will over 30 years ago. He left everything to Mother and made her sole executor, or whatever you call it. Just like him, wasn't it? Do you know that he and Mother never had a quarrel, nor anything near a quarrel?" "Well," Edwin, nodding appreciatively, answered with an informed masculine air, "the law provides for all that. Tom will know. Did your mother make a will?" "No, dear thing, she would never have dreamt of it." "Then letters of administration will have to be taken out," said Edwin. Janet began afresh. "Father was talking of making a new will 2 or 3 months ago. He mentioned it to Tom. He said he should like you to be one of the executors. He said he would sooner have you for an executor than anybody." An intense satisfaction permeated Edwin that he should have been desired as an executor by such an important man as Osmond Orgreave. He felt as though he were receiving compensation for uncounted detractions. "Really," said he, "I expect Tom will take out letters of administration, or Tom and Johnny together. They'll make better executors than I should." "It doesn't seem to make much difference who looks after it and who doesn't," Hilda sharply interrupted, "when there's nothing to look after." "Nothing to look after?" Edwin repeated. "Nothing to look after," said Hilda in a firm and clear tone, "according to what Janet says." "But surely there must be something." Janet answered mildly, "I'm afraid there isn't much." It was Hilda who told the tale. The freehold of Lane End House belonged to the estate, but there were first and second mortgages on it, and had been for years. Debts had always beleaguered the Orgreave family. A year ago money had apparently been fairly plentiful, but a great deal had been spent on refurnishing. Jimmy had had money in connection with his sinister marriage. Charlie had had money in connection with his practice, and Tom had enticed Mr. Orgreave into the Palace Porcelain Company. Mr. Orgreave had given a guarantee to the bank for an overdraft in exchange for debentures and shares in that company. The debentures were worthless, and therefore the shares also, and the bank had already given notice under the guarantee. There was an insurance policy, one poor little insurance policy for £1,000, whose capital, well invested, might produce an income of 12 or 15 shillings a week. But even that policy was lodged as security for an overdraft on one of Osmond's several private banking accounts. There were many debts, small to middling. The value of the Orgreave architectural connection was excessively dubious. So much of it had depended upon Osmond Orgreave himself. The estate might prove barely solvent. On the other hand, it might prove insolvent. So Johnny, who had had it from Tom, had told Janet that day, and Janet had told Hilda. "Your father was let in for the Palace Porcelain Company," Edwin breathed, with incredulous emphasis on the initial P's. What on earth was Tom thinking of? "That's what Johnny wants to know," said Janet. "Johnny was very angry. They've had some words about it." Except for the matter of the Palace Porcelain Company, Edwin was not surprised at the revelations, though he tried to be. The more closely he examined his attitude for years past to the Orgreave household structure, the more clearly he had to admit that a suspicion of secret financial rottenness had never long been absent from his mind, not even at the period of renewed profuseness a year or two ago, when furniture dealers, painters, and paper-hangers had been enriched. His resentment against the deceased charming Osmond, and also against the affectionate and blandly confident mother, was keen and cold. They had existed, morally, on Janet for many years, monopolized her, absorbed her, aged her, worn her out, done everything but finish her, and they had made no provision for her survival. In addition to being useless, she was defenceless, helpless, penniless, and old, and she shivered now that the warmth of her parents' affection was withdrawn by death. "You see," said Janet, "father was so transparently honest and generous." Edwin said nothing to this sincere outburst. "Have you got any money at all, Janet?" asked Hilda. "There's a little household money, and by a miracle I never spent the £10 note poor Dad gave me on my last birthday." "Well," said Edwin, sardonically imagining that £10 note as a sole defence for Janet against the world, "of course Johnny will have to allow you something out of the business, for one thing." "I'm sure he will if he can," Janet agreed, "but he says it's going to be rather tight. He wants us to clear out of the house at once." "Take my advice and don't do it," said Edwin. "Until the house is let or sold, it may as well be occupied by you as stand empty. Better, in fact, because you'll look after it." "That's right enough, anyway," said Hilda, as if to imply that by a marvellous exception a man had for once in a while said something sensible. "You needn't use all the house," Edwin proceeded. "You won't want all the servants." "I wish you'd say a word to Johnny," breathed Janet. "I'll say a word to Johnny, all right," Edwin answered loudly. "But it seems to me it's Tom that wants talking to. I can't imagine what he was doing to let your father in for that Palace porcelain business. It beats me." Janet quietly protested. "I feel sure he thought it was all right." "Oh, of course," said Hilda bitterly. "Of course, they always do think it's all right. And here's my husband just going into one of those big, dangerous affairs, and he thinks it's all right, and nothing I can say will stop him from going into it. And he'll keep on thinking it's all right until it's all wrong, and we're ruined, and perhaps be left a widow with George." Her lowered eyes blazed at the carpet. Janet, troubled, glanced from one to the other, and then, with all the tremendous unconscious persuasive force of her victimhood and her mourning, murmured gently to Edwin, "Oh, don't run any risks, don't run any risks." Edwin was staggered by the swift turn of the conversation. 2,000 women hemmed him in more closely than ever. He could do nothing against them except exercise an obstinacy which might be esteemed as merely brutal. They were not accessible to argument, Hilda especially. Argument would be received as an outrage. It would be impossible to convince Hilda that she had taken a mean and disgraceful advantage of him, and that he had every right to resent her behaviour. She was righteousness and injuredness personified. She partook in that moment of the victimhood of Janet, and she baffled him. He bit his lower lip. "Oh, that's not the business before the meeting," he said, as lightly as he could. "Do you think if I stepped down now I should catch Johnny at the office?" And all the time, while his heart hardened against Hilda, he kept thinking, suppose I did come to smash? Janet had put a fear in his mind, Janet, who in her wistfulness and her desolating ruin seemed to be like only a little pile of dust, all that remained of the magnificent social structure of a united and numerous Orgreave family. 5. Edwin met Tertius Inkpen in the centre of the town outside the offices of Orgreave and Sons, amid the commotion caused by the return of uplifted spectators from a football match, in which the team curiously known to the sporting world as Bursley Moorthorne had scored a broken leg and 2-0. "Hello," Inkpen greeted him. "I was thinking of looking in at your place tonight." "Do," said Edwin. "Come up with me now." "Can't. Why do these ghastly louts try to walk over you as if they didn't see you?" Then in another tone, very quietly, and nodding in the direction of the Orgreaves' offices, "Been in there? What a week, eh? How are things?" "Bad," Edwin answered. "In a word, bad." Inkpen lifted his eyebrows. They turned away out of the crowd up towards the tranquillity of the Turnhill Road. They were manifestly glad to see each other. Edwin had had a satisfactory interview with Johnny Orgreave, satisfactory in the sense that Johnny had admitted the wisdom of all that Edwin said, and promised to act on it. "I've just been talking to young Johnny for his own good," said Edwin. And in a moment, with eagerness, with that strange, deep satisfaction felt by the carrier of disastrous tidings, he told Inkpen all that he knew of the plight of Janet Orgreave. "If you ask me," said he, "I think it's infamous." "Infamous!" Inkpen repeated the word savagely. "There's no word for it. What shall you do?" "Well, I suppose she'll have to live with Johnny." "And where will Mrs. Chris come in, then?" Inkpen asked in a murmur. "Mrs. Chrishampson?" exclaimed Edwin, startled. "Oh, is that affair still on the carpet? Cheerful outlook." Inkpen pulled his beard. "Anyhow," said he, "Johnny's the most reliable of the crew. Charlie's the most agreeable, but Johnny's the most reliable. I wouldn't like to count much on Tom. And as for Jimmy, well, of course, I always look on Johnny as a kid, can't help it." "There's no law against that, so long as you don't go and blub it out to Mrs. Chris," Inkpen laughed. "I don't know her." "You ought to know her. She's an education, my boy." "I've been having a fair amount of education lately," said Edwin. "Only this afternoon I was practically told that I ought to give up the idea of my new works because it has risks, and the Palace Porcelain Co. was risky, and Janet hasn't a cent. See the point?" He was obliged to talk about the affair because it was heavily on his mind. A week earlier he had persuaded himself that the success of a marriage depended chiefly on the tone employed to each other by the contracting parties. But in the disturbing scene of the afternoon his tone had come near perfection, and yet marriage presented itself as even more stupendously difficult than ever. Inkpen's answering words salved and strengthened him. The sensation of being comprehended was delicious. Intimacy progressed. "I say," said Edwin as they parted, "you'd better not know anything about all this when you come tonight." "Right you are, my boy." Their friendship seemed once more to be suddenly and surprisingly intensified. When Edwin returned, Janet had vanished again. Like an animal which fears the hunt and whose shyness nothing can cure, she had fled to cover at the first chance. According to Hilda, she had run home because it had occurred to her that she must go through her mother's wardrobe and chest of drawers without a moment's delay. Edwin's account to his wife of the interview with Johnny Orgreave was given on a note justifiably triumphant. In brief, he had talked sense to Johnny, and Johnny had been convicted and convinced. Hilda listened with respectful propriety. Edwin said nothing as to his encounter with Tertius Inkpen, partly from prudence and partly from timidity. When Inkpen arrived at the house, much earlier than he might have been expected to arrive, Edwin was upstairs, and on descending he found his wife and his friend chatting in low and intimate voices close together in the drawing-room. The gas had been lighted. "Here's Mr. Inkpen," said Hilda, announcing a surprise. "How do, Inkpen?" "How do, Ed?" Inkpen did not rise, nor did they shake hands, but in the Five Towns, friends who have reached a certain degree of intimacy proudly omit the ceremony of handshaking when they meet. It was therefore impossible for Hilda to divine that Edwin and Tertius had previously met that day, and apparently Inkpen had not divulged the fact. Edwin felt like a plotter. The conversation, of course, never went far away from the subject of the Orgreaves, and Janet in particular. Ingpen's indignation at the negligence which had left Janet in the lurch was more than warm enough to satisfy Hilda, whose grievance against the wicked carelessness of heads of families in general seemed to be approaching expression again. At length she said, "It's enough to make every woman think seriously of where she'd be if anything happened." Ingpen smiled teasingly. "Now you're getting personal." "And what if I am, with my headstrong husband going in for all sorts of schemes?" Hilda's voice was extraordinarily clear and defiant. Edwin nervously rose. "I'll just get some cigarettes," he mumbled. Hilda and Ingpen scarcely gave him any attention. Already they were exciting themselves. Although he knew that the supply of cigarettes was in the dining-room, he toured half the house before going there, and then lit the gas, and with strange deliberation drew the blinds. Next he rang for the bell for matches, and having obtained them, lit a cigarette. When he re-entered the drawing-room, Ingpen was saying with terrific conviction, "You're quite wrong, as I've told you before. It's your instinct that's wrong, not your head. Women will do anything to satisfy their instincts, simply anything. They'll ruin your life in order to satisfy their instincts. Yes, even when they know jolly well their instincts are wrong." Edwin thought, "Well, if these two mean to have a row, it's no affair of mine." But Hilda, seemingly overfaced, used a very moderate tone to retort, "You're very outspoken." Tertius Ingpen answered firmly, "I'm only saying aloud what every man thinks. Mind, every man." "And how comes it that you know so much about women?" "I'll tell you some time," said Ingpen shortly, and then smiled again. Edwin, advancing, murmured, "Here, have a cigarette." A few moments later, Ingpen was sketching out a Beethoven symphony unaided on the piano, and holding his head back to keep the cigarette smoke out of his eyes. 6. When the hour struck for which Hilda had promised a sandwich supper, Edwin and Tertius Ingpen were alone in the drawing-room, and Ingpen was again at the piano, apparently absorbed in harmonic inventions of his own. No further word had been said upon the subject of the discussion between Ingpen and Hilda. On the whole, despite the reserve of Hilda's demeanour, Edwin considered that marriage at the moment was fairly successful, and the stream of existence running in his favour. At 5 minutes after the hour, restless, he got up and said, "I'd better be seeing what's happened to that supper." Ingpen nodded, as in a dream. Edwin glanced into the dining-room, where the complete supper was waiting in illuminated silence and solitude. Then he went to the boudoir. There the 2 candlesticks from the mantelpiece had been put side by side on the desk, and the candles lit the figures of Hilda and her son. Hilda, kneeling, held a stamped and addressed letter in her hand. The boy was bent over the desk at his drawing, which his mother regarded. Edwin in his heart affectionately derided them for employing candles when the gas would have been so much more effective. He thought that the use of candles was just like one of Hilda's unforeseeable caprices. But in spite of his secret derision, he was strangely affected by the group as revealed by the wavering candle flames in the general darkness of the room. He seldom saw Hilda and George together. Neither of them was very expansive, and certainly he had never seen Hilda kneeling by her son's side since a night at the Orgreaves before her marriage, when George lay in bed unconscious, and his spirit hesitated between earth and heaven. He knew that Hilda's love for George had in it something of the savage, but, lacking demonstrations of it, he had been apt to forget its importance in the phenomena of their united existence. Kneeling by her son, Hilda had the look of a girl, and the ingenuousness of her posture touched Edwin. The idea shot through his brain like a star that life was a marvellous thing. As the door had been ajar, they scarcely heard him come in. George turned first, and then Ada was standing at the door. "Yes'm?" "Oh, Ada, just run across with this letter to the pillar, will you?" "Yes'm." "You've missed the post, you know," said Edwin. Hilda got up slowly. "It doesn't matter, only I want it to be in the post." As she gave the letter to Ada, she speculated idly as to the address of the letter, and why she wanted it to be in the post. Anyhow, it was characteristic of her to want the thing to be in the post. She would delay writing a letter for days, and then, having written it, be on pins until it was safely taken out of the house. And even when the messenger returned, she would ask, "Did you put that letter in the post?" Ada had gone. "What's she drawing, this kid?" asked Edwin genially. Nobody answered. Standing between his wife and the boy, he looked at the paper. The first thing he noticed was some lettering, achieved in an imitation of architect's lettering. Plan for proposed new printing works to be erected by Edwin Clayhanger, Esquire, upon land at Shawport. George Edwin Clayhanger, architect. And on the other parts of the paper, ground floor plan and elevation. The plan at a distance resembled the work of a real architect. Only when closely examined did it reveal itself as a piece of boyish mimicry. The elevation was not finished. It was upon this that, with intervals caused by the necessity of escaping from bores, George had been labouring all day. And here was exposed the secret and the result of his chumminess with Johnny Orgreave. Yet the boy had never said a word to Edwin in explanation of that chumminess, nor had Johnny himself. "He's been telling me he's going to be an architect," said Hilda. "Is this plan a copy of Johnny's, or is it his own scheme?" asked Edwin. "Oh, his own," Hilda answered, with a rapidity and an earnestness which disclosed all her concealed pride in the boy. Edwin was thrilled. He pored over the plan, making remarks and putting queries in a dull, matter-of-fact tone. But he was so thrilled that he scarcely knew what he was saying, or understood the replies to his questions. It seemed to him wondrous, miraculous, overwhelming, that his own disappointed ambition to be an architect should have reflowered in his wife's child, who was not his child. He was reconciled to being a printer, and indeed rather liked being a printer. But now all his career presented itself to him as a martyrization. And he passionately swore that such a martyrization should not happen to George. George's ambition should be nourished and forwarded as no boyish ambition had ever been nourished and forwarded before. For a moment he had a genuine conviction that George must be a genius. Hilda, behind the back of proud, silent George, pulled Edwin's face to hers and kissed it. And as she kissed, she gazed at Edwin, and her eyes seemed to be saying, "Have your works, I've yielded. Perhaps it is George's plan that has made me yield, but anyhow I am strong enough to yield, and my strength remains." And Edwin thought, "This woman is unique. What other women could have done that in just that way?" And in their embrace, intensifying and complicating its significance, were mingled the sensations of their passion, his triumph, her surrender, the mysterious boy's promise, and their grief for Janet's tragedy. "Old Ingpen's waiting for his supper, you know," said Edwin tenderly. "George, you must show that to Mr. Ingpen." End of Part 2 of Book 1, Chapter 10. Book 2, The Past, Chapter 11 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 11, Lithography. 1. Edwin, sitting behind a glazed door with the word Private elaborately patterned on the glass, heard through the open window of his own office the voices of the Benbow children and their mother in the street outside. "Oh, Mother, what a big sign!" "Yes, isn't Uncle Edwin a proud man to have such a big sign?" "Shh! It wasn't up yesterday." Litho. My word, Ruby, you are getting on. "They're such large letters, aren't they, Mother? Lithographic. Lithographic printing. Edwin Clayhanger." "Shh! Bert, how often do you want me to tell you about your shoelace?" "I wonder if George has come." "Mother, can't I ring the bell?" All the children were there with their screeching voices. Edwin wondered that Rupert should have been brought. Where was the sense of showing a 3-year-old infant like Rupert over a printing works? But Clara was always like that. The difficulty of leaving little Rupert alone at home did not present itself to the august uncle. Edwin rose, locked a safe that was let into the wall of the room, and dropped the key into his pocket. The fact of the safe being let into the wall gave him as much simple pleasure as any detail of the new works. It was an idea of Johnny Orgreave's. He put a grey hat carelessly at the back of his head, and, hands in pockets, walked into the next and larger room, which was the clerk's office. Both these rooms had walls distempered in a green tint, and were fitted and desked in pitch pine. Their newness was stark, and yet in the clerk's office the irrational habituating processes of time were already at work. On the painted iron mantelpiece lay a dusty white tile, brought as a sample long before the room was finished, and now without the slightest excuse for survival. Nevertheless, the perfunctory cleaner lifted the tile on most mornings, dusted underneath it, and replaced it, and Edwin and his staff saw it scores of times daily and never challenged it, and gradually it was acquiring a prescriptive right to exist just where it did. And the day was distant when some inconvenient reforming person would exclaim, "What's this old tile doing there?" What Edwin did notice was that the walls and desks showed marks and even wounds. It seemed to him somehow wrong that the brand new could not remain forever brand new. He thought he would give a mild reproof or warning to the elder clerk, once the shop clerk in the ancient establishment at the corner of Duck Bank and Wedgwood Street. And then he thought, "What's the use?" and only murmured, "I'm not going off to the works." And he passed out, with his still somewhat gawky gait, to the small entrance hall of the works. On the outer face of the door, which he closed, was painted the word "Office." He had meant to have the words "Counting House" painted on that door, because they were romantic and fine-sounding. But when the moment came to give the order, he had quaked before such romance. He was afraid, as usual, of being sentimental and of showing off, and with assumed satire publicly said, "Some chaps would stick counting house as large as life all across the door." He now regretted his poltroonery, and he regretted sundry other failures encouraged connected with the scheme of the works. The works existed, but it looked rather like other new buildings, and not very much like the edifice he had dreamed. It ought to have been grander, more complete, more dashingly expensive, more of an exemplar to the slattern district. He had been, he felt, unduly influenced by the local spirit for half measures, and his life seemed to be a life of half measures, a continual falling short. Once he used to read studiously on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday evenings. He seldom read now, and never with regularity. Scarcely a year ago he had formed a beautiful, vague project of being musical. At Hilda's instigation he had bought a book of musical criticism by Hubert Parry, and Hilda had swallowed it in 3 days. But he had begun it and not finished it. And the musical evenings, after feeble efforts to invigorate them, had fainted and then died, on the miserable excuse that circumstances were not entirely favourable to them. And his marriage, so marvellous in its romance during the first days. Then either his common sense or his self-respect curtly silenced these weak depreciations. He had wanted the woman, and he had won her. He had taken her. There she was, living in his house, bearing his name, spending his money. The world could not get over that fact, and the carper in Edwin's secret soul could not get over it either. He had said that he would have a new works, and with all its faults and little cowardices, there the new works was. And moreover, it had just been assessed for municipal rates at a monstrous figure. He had bought his house, and mortgaged it. He had been stoical to bad debts. He had sold securities, of rather less than they cost him. He had braved his redoubtable wife, and he had got his works. His will, and naught else, was the magic wand that had conjured it into existence. The black and gold sign that surmounted its blue roofs could be seen from the top of Acre Lane and half-way along Shawport Lane, proclaiming the progress of lithography and steam printing, and the name of Edwin Clayhanger. Let the borough put that in its pipe and smoke it. He was well aware that the borough felt pride in his works, and he had orders more than sufficient to keep the enterprise handsomely going. Even in the 5 Towns initiative seemed to receive its reward. Life might be as profoundly unsatisfactory as you pleased, but there was zest in it. The bell had rung. He opened the main door, and there stood Clara and her brood, and Edwin was the magnificent, wonderful uncle. The children entered with maternal precautions and recommendations. Every child was clean and spruce. Bert, clumsy; Clara, minx-like; Amy, heavy and benignant; Lucy, the pretty little thing; and Rupert, simply adorable, each representing a separate and considerable effort of watchful care. The mother came last, worn, still pretty, with a slight dragging movement of the limbs. In her glittering keen eyes were both envy and a naive admiration of her brother. What a life, thought Edwin, meaning what a narrow, stuffy, struggling, conventional, unlovely existence was the Benbows. He and they lived in different worlds of intelligence. Nevertheless, he savoured the surpassing charm of Rupert, the goodness of Amy, the floral elegance of Lucy, and he could appreciate the unending labours of that mother of theirs, malicious though she was. He was bluff and jolly with all of them. The new works being fairly close to the Benbow home, the family had often come en masse to witness its gradual mounting, regarding the excursions as a sort of picnic. And now that the imposing place was inaugurated and the signs up, Uncle Edwin had been asked to show them over it in a grand, formal visit, and he had amiably consented. "Has George come, Uncle Edwin?" asked Bert. George had not come. A reconciliation had occurred between the cousins, though by no means at the time, nor in the manner desired by Albert. They were indeed understood by the Benbows to be on the most touching terms of intimacy, which was very satisfactory to the righteousness of Albert and Clara, and George was to have been of the afternoon party, but he had not arrived. Edwin, knowing the unnobleness of George, suspected trouble. "Machines! Machines!" piped tiny, white-frocked Rupert, to whom wondrous tales had been told. "You'll see machines, all right," said Edwin promisingly. It was not his intention to proceed straight to the machine-room. He would never have admitted it, but his deliberate intention was to display the works dramatically, with the machine-room as a culmination. The truth was, the man was full of secret tricks, contradicting avuncular superior indifference. He was a mere boy. He was almost a schoolgirl. He led them through a longish passage, and up steps and down steps, steps which were not yet hollowed, but which would be hollowed, into the stone polishing shop, which was romantically obscure, with a specially dark corner where a little contraption was revolving all by itself in the process of smoothing a stone. Young Clara stared at the two workmen, while the rest stared at the contraption, and Edwin, feeling ridiculously like a lecturer, mumbled words of exposition. And then next, after climbing some steps, they were in a lofty apartment with a glass roof, sunshine-drenched and tropical. Here lived two more men, including Karl the German, bent in perspiration over desks and laboriously drawing. Round about were coloured designs, and stones covered with pencilling, and boards, and all sorts of sheets of paper and cardboard. "Oh," murmured Bert, much impressed by the meticulous cross-hatching of Karl's pencil on the stone. And Edwin said, "This is the drawing office." "Oh, yes," murmured Clara vaguely. "It's very warm, isn't it?" None of them except Bert was interested. They gazed about dully, uncomprehendingly, absolutely incurious. "Machines!" Rupert urged again. "Come on, then," said Edwin, going out with assumed briskness and gaiety. At the door stood Tertius Ingpen, preoccupied and alert, with all the mien of a factory inspector in full activity. "Oh, don't mind me," said Ingpen. "I can look after myself. In fact, I prefer to." At the sight of an important stranger speaking familiarly to Uncle Edwin, all the children, save Rupert, grew stiff, dismal, and apprehensive, and Clara looked about as though she had suddenly discovered very interesting phenomena in the corners of the workshop. "My sister, Mrs. Benbow, Mr. Ingpen. Mr. Ingpen is Her Majesty's Inspector of Factories, so he must mind what we're about," said Edwin. Clara gave a bright, quick smile as she limply shook hands. The sinister enchantment which precedes social introduction was broken, and Clara, overcome by the extraordinary chivalry and deference of Ingpen's customary greeting to women, decided that he was a particularly polite man, but she reserved her general judgment on him, having several times heard Albert inveigh against the autocratic unreasonableness of this very inspector, who, according to Albert, forgot that even an employer had to live, and that which handicapped the employer could not possibly help the workman in the long run. Machines, Rupert insisted. They all laughed. The other children laughed suddenly and imitatively, and an instant later than the elders, and Tertius Ingpen, as he grasped the full purport of the remark, laughed more than anyone. He turned sideways and bent slightly in order to give vent to his laughter, which, at first noiseless and imprisoned, gradually grew loud in freedom. When he had recovered, he said thoughtfully, stroking his soft beard, "Now, it would be very interesting to know exactly what that child understands by machines, what his mental picture of them is. Very interesting. Has he ever seen any?" "No," said Clara. "Ah, that makes it all the more interesting," Ingpen added roguishly. "I suppose you think you do know, Mrs. Benbow?" Clara smiled the self-protective, non-committal smile of one who is not certain of having seen the point. "It's very hot in here, Edwin," she said, glancing at the door. The family filed out, shepherded by Edwin. "I'll be back in a sec," said he to Clara on the stairs, and returned to the drawing office. Ingpen was in apparently close conversation with Karl. "Yes," murmured Ingpen, thoughtfully tapping his teeth. "The whole process is practically a contest between grease and water on the stone." "Yes," said Karl gruffly, but with respect. And Edwin could almost see the tentacles of Ingpen's mind feeling and tightening round a new subject of knowledge, and greedily possessing it. What a contrast to the vacuous indifference of Clara, who was so narrowed by specialization that she could never apply her brain to anything except the welfare and the aggrandizement of her family. He dwelt sardonically upon the terrible results of family life on the individual, and dreamed of splendid freedoms. "Mr. Clayhanger," said Ingpen in his official manner, turning. The two withdrew to the door. Invisible at the foot of the stairs could be heard the family existing. "Haven't seen much of lithography, eh?" said Edwin, in a voice discreetly restrained. Ingpen, ignoring the question, murmured, "I say, you know this place is much too hot." "Well," said Edwin, "what do you expect in August?" "But what is the object of all that glass roof?" "I wanted to give them plenty of light. At the old shop they hadn't enough, and Karl, the Teuton there, was always grumbling." "Why didn't you have some ventilation in the roof?" "No, we did think of it, but Johnny Orgreave said if we did, we should never be able to keep it watertight." "It certainly isn't right as it is," said Ingpen, "and our experience is that these skylighted rooms that are too hot in summer are too cold in winter. How should you like to have your private office in here?" "Oh," protested Edwin, "it isn't so bad as all that." Ingpen said quietly, "I should suggest you think it over. I mean the ventilation." "But you don't mean to say that this shop here doesn't comply with your confounded rules?" Ingpen answered, "That may or may not be, but we're entitled to make recommendations in any case, and I should like you to think this over, if you don't mind. I haven't any thermometer with me, but I lay it's 90 degrees here, if not more." In Ingpen's urbane, reasonable tone, there was just a hint of the potential might of the whole organized kingdom. "All serene," said Edwin, rather ashamed of the temperature after all, and loyally responsive to Ingpen's evident sense of duty, which somehow surprised him. He had not chanced before to meet Ingpen at work. Earthenware manufacturers were inspected once a quarter, but other factories only once a year. The thought of the ameliorating influence that Ingpen must obviously be exerting all day and every day somewhat clashed with and overset his bitter scepticism concerning the real value of departmental administrative government, a scepticism based less upon experience than upon persuasive tirades of democratic apostles. They walked slowly towards the stairs, and Ingpen scribbled in a notebook. "You seem to take your job seriously," said Edwin, teasing. "While I'm at it, did you imagine that I'd dropped into a sinecure? Considering that I have to keep an eye on 350 pot banks, over 1,000 other factories, and over 2,000 workshops of sorts, my boy. And you should see some of them, and you should listen to their excuses." No wonder, thought Edwin, he hasn't told me what a fine and large factory mine is. Still, he might have said something all the same. Perhaps he will. When, after visiting the composing room and glancing from afar at the engine-house, the sight-seeing party reached the machine-room, Rupert was so affected by the tremendous din and the confusing whir of huge machinery in motion that he began to cry, and, seizing his mother's hand, pressed himself hard against her skirt. The realization of his ambition had overwhelmed him. Amy protectingly took Lucy's hand. Bert and Clara succeeded in being very casual. In the great lofty room there were 5 large or fairly large machines and a number of small ones. The latter had chiefly to do with envelope and bill-head printing and with bookbinding, and only 2 of them were in use. Of the large machines, 3 were functioning. The cylinder printing machine, which had been the pride of Edwin's father, the historic old machine, also his father's, which had been so called ever since Edwin could remember it, and which was ageless, and Edwin's latest and most expensive purchase, the Smithers lithoprinter. It was on the guarded flank of the Smithers, close to the rolling racks, that Edwin halted his convoy. The rest of the immense shop, with its complex masses of metal revolving, sliding, or paralysed, its shabby figures of men, boys, and girls shifting mysteriously about, its smell of iron, grease, and humanity, and its fearful racket, was a mere background for the Smithers in its moving might. The Smithers rose high above the spectators, and at one end of it, higher even than the top parts of the machine, was perched a dirty, frowsy, pretty girl. With a sweeping gesture of her bare arms, this girl took a wide sheet of blank paper from a pile of sheets, and lodged it on the receiving rack, whereupon it was whirled off, caught into the clutches of the machine, turned, reversed, hidden away from sight among revolving rollers red and black, and finally thrust out at the other end of the machine, where it was picked up by a dirty, frowsy girl, not pretty, smaller and younger than the high-perched creature, indeed scarcely bigger than Amy. And now on the sheet was printed 4 times in red the words, "Knipe Mineral Water Manufacturing Co. Best and Cheapest, trademark." Clara screeched a question about the trademark, which was so far invisible. Edwin made a sign to the lower, dirty, frowsy girl, who respectfully, but with extreme rapidity, handed him a sheet as it came off the machine, and he shouted through the roar in explanation that the trademark, a soda-water siphon in blue, would be printed on the same sheet later from another stone, and the sheets cut into 4s, each quarter making a complete poster. "I thought it must be like that," replied Clara superiorly. From childhood she had been well accustomed to printing processes, and it was not her intention to be perplexed by this lithography. Edwin made a gesture to hand back the sheet to the machine girl, but the machine would not pause to allow her to take it. She was the slave of the machine. So long as it functioned, every second of her existence was monopolized, and no variation of conduct permissible. The same law applied to the elder girl up near the ceiling. He put the sheet in its place himself, and noticed that to do so required appreciable care and application of the manipulative faculty. These girls, and the other girls at their greasy task in the great shaking interior which he had created, vaguely worried him. Exactly similar girls were employed in thousands on the pot banks, and had once been employed also at the pit heads and even in the pits. But until lately he had not employed girls, nor had his father ever employed girls. And these girls so close to him, so dependent on him, so submissive, so subjugated, so soiled, so vulgar, whose wages would scarcely have kept his wife in boots and gloves, gave rise to strange and disturbing sensations in his heart, not merely in regard to themselves, but in regard to the whole of the work-people. A question obscure and lancinating struck upwards through his industrial triumph and through his importance in the world, a question scarcely articulate, but which seemed to form itself into the words, "Is it right?" "Is what right?" his father would have snapped at him. "Is what right?" would have respectfully demanded Big James, who had now sidled grandiosely to the Smithers and was fussing among the rollers in the rack. Neither of them would have been capable of comprehending his trouble. To his father, an employee was an employee, to be hired as cheaply as possible, and to be exploited as completely as possible. And the attitude of Big James towards the underlings was precisely that of his deceased master. They would not be unduly harsh, they would often be benevolent, but the existence of any problem, and especially any fundamental problem, beyond the direct interrelation of wages and work, could not conceivably have occurred to them. After about 3/4 of a century of taboo, trade unions had now for a dozen years ceased to be regarded as associations of anarchistic criminals. Big James was cautiously in favour of trade unions, and old Darius Clayhanger in late life had not been a quite uncompromising opponent of them. As for Edwin, he had always in secret sympathized with them, and the trade unionists whom he employed had no grievance against him. Yet this unanswerable, persistent question would pierce the complacency of Edwin's prosperity. It seemed to operate in a sort of fourth dimension. Few, even amongst trade unionists themselves, would have reacted to it. But Edwin lived with it more and more. He was indeed getting used to it. Though he could not answer it, he could parry it, thanks to scientific ideas obtained from Darwin and Spencer, by the reflection that both he and his serfs, whatever their sex, were the almost blind agencies of a vast process of evolution. And this he did, exulting with pride sometimes in the sheer adventure of the affair, and sharing his thoughts with none. Strange that once, and not so many years ago either, he had been tempted to sell the business and live inert and ignobly secure on the interest of invested moneys. But even today he felt sudden fears of responsibility. They came and went. The visitors, having wandered to and fro, staring, trailed out of the machine room, led by Edwin. A wide door swung behind them, and they were in the abrupt, startling peace of another corridor. Clara wiped Rupert's eyes, and he smiled, like a blossom after a storm. The mother and the uncle exchanged awkward glances. They had nothing whatever to say to each other. Edwin could seldom think of anything that he really wanted to say to Clara. The children were very hot and weary of wonders. "Well," said Clara, "I suppose we'd better be moving on now." She had somewhat the air of a draught animal about to resume the immense labour of dragging a tray. "It's very queer about George. He was to have come with us for tea." "Oh, was he?" "Of course he was," Clara replied sharply. "It was most distinctly arranged." At that moment Tertius Ingpen and Hilda appeared together at the other end of the corridor. Hilda's unsmiling face seemed enigmatic. Ingpen was talking with vivacity. Edwin thought apprehensively, "What's up now? What's she doing here, and not George?" And when the sisters-in-law, so strangely contrasting, shook hands, he thought, "Is it possible that Albert looks on his wife as something unpredictable? Do those two also have moods and altercations and antagonisms? Are they always preoccupied about what they are thinking of each other? No, it's impossible. Their life must be simply fiendishly monotonous." And Clara's inferiority before the erect, flashing individuality of Hilda appeared to him despicable. Hilda bent and kissed Rupert, Lucy, Amy, and young Clara, as it were, with passion. She was marvellous as she bent over Rupert. She scarcely looked at Edwin. Ingpen stood aside. "I'm very sorry," said Hilda perfunctorily. "I had to send George on an errand to Hambridge at the last moment." Nothing more? No genuine sign of regret? Edwin blamed her severely. Send George on an errand to Hambridge? That was Hilda all over. Why the devil should she go out of her way to make unpleasantness with Clara? She knew quite well what kind of a woman Clara was, and that the whole of Clara's existence was made up of domestic trifles, each of which was enormous for her. "Will he be down to tea?" asked Clara. "I doubt it." "Well, another day, then." Clara, gathering her offspring, took leave at a door in the corridor which gave on to the yard. Mindful to the last of Mr. Ingpen's presence, which Hilda apparently now ignored, she smiled sweetly as she went. But behind the smile Edwin, with regret, and Hilda, with satisfaction, could perceive her everlasting grudge against their superior splendour. Even had they sunk to indigence, Clara could never have forgiven Edwin for having, towards the end of her father's life, prevented Albert from wheedling £1,000 out of old Darius, nor Hilda for her occasional pricking, unanswerable sarcasms. Still, Rupert, descending 2 titanic steps into the yard, clung to his mother as to an angel. And what errand to Hambridge? Edwin asked himself mistrustfully. 2. Scarcely a minute later, when Edwin, with Hilda and Ingpen, was back at the door of the machine-room, the office boy could be seen voyaging between roaring machines across the room towards his employer. The office boy made a sign of appeal, and Edwin answered with a curt sign that the office boy was to wait. "What's that you say?" Edwin yelled in Ingpen's ear. Ingpen laughed and made a trumpet with his hands. "I was only wondering what your weekly running expenses are." Even Ingpen was surprised and impressed by the scene, and Edwin was pleased now, after the flatness of Clara's inspection, that he had specially arranged for 2 of the machines to be running, which strictly need not have been running that afternoon. He had planned a spectacular effect, and it had found a good public. "Ah," he hesitated in reply to Ingpen. Then he saw Hilda's face, and his face showed confusion, and he smiled awkwardly. Hilda had caught Ingpen's question. She said nothing. Her expressive, sarcastic, unappeasable features seemed to say, "Running expenses, don't mention them. Can't you see they must be enormous? How can he possibly make this place pay? It's a gigantic folly. And what will be the end of it?" After all, her secret attitude towards the new enterprise was unchanged. Argument, facts, figures, persuasions, brutalities had been equally and totally ineffective. And Edwin thought, "She is the bitterest enemy I have." Said Ingpen, "I like that girl up there on the top of that machine. And doesn't she just know where she is? What a movement of the arms, eh?" Edwin nodded appreciative, and then beckoned to the office boy. "What is it?" "Please, sir, Mrs. Hamp's in the office to see you." "All right," he bawled casually. But in reality he was taken aback. "It's Auntie Hamp's now," he said to the other 2. "We shall soon have all Bursley here this afternoon." Hilda raised her eyebrows. "Do you know Auntie Hamp's?" she grimly asked Ingpen. Her voice, though she scarcely raised it, was plainer than the men's when they shouted. As Ingpen shook his head, she added, "You ought to." Edwin did not altogether care for this public ridicule of a member of the family. Auntie Hamp's, though possibly a monster, had her qualities. Hilda, assuming the lead, beckoned with a lift of the head. And Edwin did not care for that either, on his works. Ingpen followed Hilda as though to a menagerie. Auntie Hamp's, in her black attire, which by virtue of its changeless style amounted to a historic uniform, was magnificent in the private office. The 3 found her standing in wait, tingling with vitality and importance and eagerness. She watched carefully that Edwin shut the door, and kept her eye not only on the door, but also on the open window. She received the presentation of Mr. Tertius Ingpen with grandeur and with high cordiality, and she could appreciate even better than Clara the polished fealty of his greeting. "Sit down, Auntie." "No, I won't sit down. I thought Clara was here. I told her I might come if I could spare a moment. I must say, Edwin," she looked around the small office, and seemed to be looking round the whole works in a superb glance, "you make me proud of you. You made me proud to be your auntie." "Well," said Edwin, "you can be proud sitting down." She smiled. "No, I won't sit down. I only just popped in to catch Clara. I was going to tea with her and the chicks." Then she lowered her voice. "I suppose you've heard about Mr. John Orgreave?" Her tone proved, however, that she supposed nothing of the kind. "No, what about Johnny?" "He's run away with Mrs. Chris Hampson." Her triumph was complete. It was, perhaps, one of her last triumphs, but it counted among the greatest of her career as a watchdog of society. The thing was a major event, and the report was convincing. Eustace to protest, "Never, surely not, it can't be true." It carried truth on its face. Eustace to demand sternly, "Who told you?" The news had reached Auntie Hamp's through a curious channel, the station-master at Latchet. Heaven alone could say how Auntie Hamp's came to have relations with the station-master at Latchet. But you might be sure that, if an elopement was to take place from Latchet station, Auntie Hamp's would, by an instinctive prescience, have had relations with the station-master for 20 years previously. Latchet was the next station, without the least importance, to Shawport on the line to Crewe. Johnny Orgreave had got into the train at Shawport, and Mrs. Chris had joined it at Latchet, her house being near-by. Once on the vast platforms of Crewe, the guilty couple would be safe from curiosity, lost in England, like needles in a haystack. The Orgreave-Hampson flirtation had been afoot for over 2 years, but had only been seriously talked about for less than a year. Mrs. Chris did not move much in town circles. She was older than Johnny, but she was one of your blonde, slim, unfruitful women, who, under the shade of a suitable hat-brim, are ageless. Mr. Criss was a heavy man, "glumpy," as they say down there, a money-maker in pots, and great on the colonial markets. He made journeys to America and to Australia. His Australian journey occupied usually about 4 months. He was now on his way back from Sydney, and nearly home. Mrs. Criss had not long since inherited a moderate fortune. It must have been the fortune rendering them independent that had decided the tragic immoralists to abandon all for love. The time of the abandonment was fixed for them by circumstance, for it had to occur before the husband's return. Imagine the Orgreave business left in the hands of an incompetent irresponsible like Jimmy Orgreave. And then what of that martyr Janet? Janet and Johnny had been keeping house together, a tiny house, and Janet had had to have an operation. Women, talking together, said exactly what the operation was, but the knowledge was not common. The phrase, "have an operation," was enough in its dread. As a fact, the operation for calculus was not very serious. It had perfectly succeeded, and Janet, whom Hilda had tenderly visited, was to emerge from the nursing home at Knipe Vale within 3 days. Could not Johnny and his Mrs. Criss have waited until she was re-established? No, for the husband was unpreventably approaching, and romantic love must not be balked. Nothing could or should withstand romantic love. Janet had not even been duly warned. Hilda had seen her that very morning, and assuredly she knew nothing then. Perhaps Johnny would write to her softly from some gay seaside resort where he and his Lamont were hiding their strong passion. The episode was shocking. It was ruinous. The pair could never return. Even Johnny alone would never dare to return. "He was a friend of yours, was he not?" asked Auntie Hamps in bland sorrow of Tertius Ingpen. He was a friend, and a close friend, of all 3 of them. And not only had he outraged their feelings, he had shamed them, irretrievably lowering their prestige. They could not look Auntie Hamps in the face, but Auntie Hamps could look them in the face, and her glance, charged with grief and with satisfaction, said, "How are the mighty fallen, with their jaunty parade of irreligion, and their musical evenings on Sundays, with the windows open while folks are coming home from chapel?" And there could be no retort. "Another good man ruined by women," observed Tertius Ingpen, with a sigh, stroking his beard. Hilda sprang up, and all her passionate sympathy for Janet, and her disappointment and disgust with Johnny, the victim of desire, and her dissatisfaction with her husband, and her hatred of Auntie Hamps, blazed forth and devastated the unwise Ingpen, as she scathingly replied, "Mr. Ingpen, that is a caddish thing to say." She despised convention. She was frankly and atrociously rude, and she did not care. Edwin blushed. Tertius Ingpen blushed. "I'm sorry," said Ingpen, keeping his temper. "I think I ought to have left a little earlier. Good-bye, Ed. Mrs. Hamps." He bowed with extreme urbanity to the ladies, and departed. Shortly afterwards Auntie Hamps also departed, saying that she must not be late for tea at dear Clara's. She was secretly panting to disclose the whole situation to dear Clara. What a scene had Clara missed by leaving the works too soon. End of Book 2, Chapter 11. Book 2, Chapter 12 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 12, Dartmoor. 1. "What was that telegram you had this afternoon, Hilda?" The question was on Edwin's tongue as he walked up Acre Lane from the works by his wife's side, but it did not achieve utterance. A year had passed since he last walked up Acre Lane with Hilda, and now, of course, he recalled the anger of that previous promenade. In the interval he had acquired to some extent the habit of containing his curiosity and his criticism. In the interval he had triumphed, but Hilda also had consolidated her position, so that, despite the increase of his prestige, she was still his equal. She seemed to take strength from him in order to maintain the struggle against him. During the final half-hour of the works, the enormous problem in his mind had been, not whether such and such a plan of action for Janet's welfare in a very grave crisis would be advisable, whether he should demand an explanation from Hilda of certain disquieting phenomena in her boudoir. In the excitement of his indecision, Janet's tragic case scarcely affected his sensibility. For about 12 months Hilda had, he knew, been intermittently carrying on a correspondence as to which she had said no word to him. She did not precisely conceal it, but she failed to display it. Lately, so far as observation went, it had ceased. And then to-day he had caught sight of an orange telegraph envelope in her waste-paper basket. Alone in the boudoir, and glancing back cautiously and guiltily at the door, he picked up the little ball of paper and smoothed it out, and read the words, Mrs. Edwin Clayhanger. In those days, the wives of even prominent businessmen did not customarily receive such a rain of telegrams that the delivery of a telegram would pass unmentioned and be forgotten. On the contrary, the delivery of a telegram was an event in a woman's life. The telegram which he had detected might have been innocently negligible in 40 different ways. It might, for example, have been from Janet, or about a rehearsal of the choral society, or from a tradesman at Oldcastle, or about rooms at the seaside. But supposing that it was not innocently negligible, supposing that she was keeping a secret, what secret? What conceivable secret? He could conceive no secret. Yes, he could conceive a secret. He had conceived and did conceive a secret, and his private thoughts elaborated it. He had said to himself at the works, I may ask her as we go home, I shall see. But, out in the street, with the disturbing sense of her existence over his shoulder, he knew that he should not ask her. Partly timidity and partly pride kept him from asking. He knew that, as a wise husband, he ought to ask. He knew that common sense was not her strongest quality, and that by diffidence he might be inviting unguessed future trouble. But he would not ask. In the great passionate war of marriage, they would draw thus apart, defensive and watchful, rushing together at intervals either to fight or to kiss. The heat of their kisses had not cooled, but to him, at any rate, the kisses often seemed intensely illogical. For, though he regarded himself as an improving expert in the science of life, he had not yet begun to perceive that those kisses were the only true logic of their joint career. He was conscious of grievances against her as they walked up Acre Lane, but instead of being angrily resentful, he was content judicially to register the grievances as further corroboration of his estimate of her character. They were walking up Acre Lane solely because Hilda was Hilda. A year ago they had walked up Acre Lane in order that Edwin might call at the shop. But Acre Lane was by no means on the shortest way from Shawport to Bleakridge. Hilda, however, on emerging from the works, full of trouble concerning Janet, had suddenly had the beautiful idea of buying some fish for tea. In earlier days he would have said, "How accidental you are! What would have happened to our tea if you hadn't been down here, or if you hadn't by chance thought of fish?" He would have tried to show her that her activities were not based on the principles of reason, and that even the composition of meals ought not to depend upon the hazard of an impulse. Now, wiser, he said not a word. He resigned himself in silence to an extra 3/4 of a mile of walking. In such matters, where her deep instinctiveness came into play, she had established over him a definite ascendancy. Then another grievance was that she had sent George to Hambridge, knowing that George, according to a solemn family engagement, ought to have been at the works. She was conscienceless. A third grievance, naturally, was her behaviour to Ingpen, and a fourth came back again to George. Why had she sent George to Hambridge at all? Was it not to dispatch a telegram which he was afraid to submit to the inquisitors of the post office at Bursley? A daring supposition, but plausible. And if correct, of what duplicity was she not guilty? The mad, shameful episode of Johnny Orgreave, the awful dilemma of Janet, colossal affairs though they were, interested him less and less as he grew more and more preoccupied with his relations to Hilda. And he thought, not caring, something terrific would occur between us one of these days, and then his bravado would turn to panic. 2. They passed along Wedgwood Street, and Hilda preceded him into the chief poulterer and fishmonger's. Here was another slight grievance of Edwin's, for the chief poulterer and fishmonger's happened now to be the Clayhanger shop at the corner of Wedgwood Street and Duck Bank. Positively, there had been competitors for the old location. Why should Hilda go there, and drag him there? Could she not comprehend that he had a certain fine delicacy about entering? The place where the former sign had been was plainly visible on the brickwork above the shop front. Rabbits, fowl, and a few brace of grouse hung in the right-hand window, from which most of the glass had been removed, and in the left, upon newly embedded slabs of Sicilian marble, lay amid ice the curved forms of many fish, and behind them was the fat, white-sleeved figure of the chief poulterer and fishmonger's wife, with her great wet hands. He was sad. He seriously thought yet again. Things are not what they were in this town, somehow. For this place had once been a printer's, and he had a conviction that printing was an aristocrat among trades. Indeed, could printing and fishmongering be compared? The saleswoman greeted them with deference, calling Edwin "Sir," and yet with a certain complacent familiarity, as an occupant to ex-occupants. Edwin casually gave the short shake of the head which in the district may signify "Good day," and turned, humming, to look at the hanging game. It seemed to him that he could only keep his dignity as a man of the world by looking at the grouse with a connoisseur's eye. Why didn't Hilda buy grouse? The shop was a poor little interior. It smelt ill. He wondered what the upper rooms were like, and what had happened to the decrepit building at the end of the yard. The saleswoman slapped the fish about on the marble, and running water could be heard. "Edwin," said Hilda, with enchanting sweetness and simplicity, "would you like hake or turbot, dear?" Impossible to divine from her voice that the ruin of their two favourite Orgreaves was complete, that she was conducting a secret correspondence, and that she had knowingly and deliberately offended her husband. Both women waited, moveless, for the decision, as for an august decree. When the transaction was finished, the saleswoman handed over the parcel into Hilda's gloved hands. It was a rough and ready parcel, not at all like the neat, stiff paper bag of the modern age. "Very hot, isn't it, ma'am?" said the saleswoman. And Hilda, utterly distinguished in gesture and tone, replied with calm, impartial urbanity, "Very. Good afternoon." "I'd better take that thing," said Edwin outside, in spite of himself. She gave up the parcel to him. "Tell cook to fry it," said Hilda. "She always fries better than she boils." He repeated, "Tell cook to fry it. What's up now?" His tone challenged. "I must go over and see Janet at once. I shall take the next car." He lifted the end of his nose in disgust. There was no end to the girl's caprices. "Why at once?" the superior male demanded. Disdain and resentment were in his voice. Hundreds of times, when alone, he decided that he would never use that voice. First, because it was unworthy of a philosopher. Second, because it never achieved any good result. And third, because it often did harm. Yet he would use it. The voice had an existence and a volition of its own without his being. He marvelled that the essential mechanism of life should be so clumsy and inefficient. He heard the voice come out, and yet was not displeased, was indeed rather pleasantly excited. A new grievance had been created for him. He might have ignored it, just as he might ignore a solitary cigarette lying in his cigarette case. Both cigarettes and grievances were bad for him, but he could not ignore them. The last cigarette in the case magnetized him. Useless to argue with himself that he had already smoked more than enough. The cigarette had to emerge from the case and be burnt, and the grievance too was irresistible. In an instant he had it between his teeth, and was darkly enjoying it. Of course Hilda's passionate pity for Janet was a fine thing, granted, but therein was no reason why she should let it run away with her. The worst of these capricious, impulsive creatures was that they could never do anything fine without an enormous fuss and upset. What possible difference would it make whether Hilda went to break the news of disaster to Janet at once, or in an hour's time? The mere desire to protect and assuage could not properly furnish an excuse for unnecessarily dislocating a household and depriving oneself of food. On the contrary, it was wiser and more truly kind to take one's meals regularly in a crisis. But Hilda would never appreciate that profound truth. Never, never. Moreover, It was certain that Johnny had written to Janet. "I feel I must go at once," said Hilda. He spoke with more marked scorn. "And what about your tea?" "Oh, it doesn't matter about my tea." "Of course it matters about your tea. If you have your tea quietly, you'll find the end of the world won't have come, and you can go and see Janet just the same, and the whole house won't have been turned upside down." She put her lips together and smiled mysteriously, saying nothing. The racket of the Hambridge and Knype steam car could be heard behind them. She did not turn her head. The car overtook them and then stopped a few yards in front. But she did not hail the conductor. The car went onwards. He had won. His argument had been so convincing that she could not help being convinced. It was too powerful even her obstinacy, which as a rule successfully defied any argument whatever. Did he smile and forgive? Did he extend to her the blessing of his benevolence? No, he could not have brought himself to such a point. After all, she had done nothing to earn approval. She had simply refrained from foolishness. She had had to be reminded of considerations which ought ever to have been present in her brain. Doubtless she thought that he was hard, that he was incapable of her divine pity for Janet. But that was only because she could not imagine a combination of emotional generosity and calm common sense, and she never would be able to imagine it. Hence she would always be unjust to him. When they arrived home, she was still smiling mysteriously to herself. She did not take her hat off, sign of disturbance. He moved with careful tranquillity through the ritual that preceded tea. He could feel her in the house, ordering it, softening it, civilizing it. He could smell the fish. He could detect the subservience of Ada to her mistress' serious mood. He went into the dining room. Ada followed him with a tray of hot things. Hilda followed Ada. Then George entered, cleaner than ordinary. Edwin savoured deeply the functioning of his home. And his wife had yielded. Her instinct had compelled her not to neglect him. His sagacity had mastered her. In her heart she must admire his sagacity, whatever she said or looked, and her unreasoning passion for him was still the paramount force in her vitality. "Now, are you two all right?" said Hilda, when she poured out the tea and Edwin was carving the fish. Edwin glanced up. "I don't want any tea," she said. "I couldn't touch it." She bent and kissed George, took her gloves from the sideboard, and left the house, the mysterious smile still on her face. 3. Edwin controlled his vexation at this dramatic move. It was only slight, and he had to play the serene omniscient to George. Further, the attractive food helped to make him bland. "Didn't you know your mother had to go out?" said Edwin, with astounding guile. "Yes, she told me upstairs," George murmured. "While she was washing me, she said you had to go and see Auntie Janet again." The reply was a blow to Edwin. She had said nothing to him, but she had told the boy. Still, his complacency was not overset. Boy and stepfather began to talk with the mingled freedom and constraint practised by males accustomed to the presence of a woman when the woman is absent. Each was aware of the stress of a novel, mysterious, and grave situation. Each also thought of the woman, and each knew that the other was thinking of the woman. Each, over a serious apprehension, seemed to be lightly saying, "It's rather fun to be without her for a bit, but we must be able to rely on her return." Nothing stood between them and domestic discomfort. Possible stupidity in the kitchen had no check. As regards the mere household machine, they had a ridiculous and amusing sense of distant danger. Edwin had to get up in order to pour out more tea. He reckoned that he could both make tea and pour it out with more exactitude than his wife, who often forgot to put the milk in first. But he could not pour it out with the same grace. His brain, not his heart, poured the tea out. He left the tray in disorder. The symmetry of the table was soon wrecked. "Glad you're going back to school, I suppose?" said Edwin satirically. George nodded. He was drinking, and he glanced at Edwin over the rim of the cup. He had grown much in 12 months, and was more than 12 months older. Edwin was puzzled by the almost sudden developments of his intelligence. Sometimes the boy was just like a young man. His voice had become a little uncertain. He still showed the greatest contempt for his fingernails, but he had truly discovered the toothbrush, and was preaching it at school among a population that scoffed, yet was impressed. "Yes, I'm glad," he answered. "Oh, you're glad, are you?" "Well, I'm glad in a way. A boy does have to go to school, doesn't he, uncle? And the sooner it's over, the better. I tell you what I should like. I should like to go to school night and day and have no holidays till it was all done. I should think you could save at least 3 years with that." "A bit hard on the masters, wouldn't it be?" "I never thought of that. Of course it would never be over for them. I expect they gradually die." "Then you don't like school?" George shook his head. "Did you like school, uncle?" Edwin shook his head. They both laughed. "Uncle, can I leave school when I'm 16? "I've told you once." "Yes, I know, but did you mean it? People change so." "I told you you could leave school when you're 16 if you passed the London matric." "But what good's the London matric to an architect? Mr. Orgreave says it isn't any good anyway." "When did he tell you that?" "Yesterday." "Well, not so long since you were all for being a stock breeder." "I was only pretending to myself." George smiled. "Well, fetch me my cigarettes off the mantelpiece in the drawing-room." The boy ran off, eager to serve, and Edwin's glance followed him with affection. George's desire to be an architect had consistently strengthened, save during a brief period when the show of the North Staffordshire Agricultural Society, held with much splendour at Hambridge, had put another idea into his noddle, an idea that fed itself richly on glorious bulls and other prize cattle for about a week, and then expired. Indeed, already it had been in a kind of way arranged that the youth should ultimately be articled to Johnny Orgreave. Among many consequences of Johnny's defiance to society would probably be the squashing of that arrangement. And there was Johnny, on the eve of his elopement, chatting to George about the futility of the London matriculation. Edwin wondered how George would gradually learn what had happened to his friend and inspirer, John Orgreave. He arrived with the cigarettes, and offered them, and lit the match, and offered that. "What have you been doing with yourself all afternoon?" Edwin inquired between puffs of smoke. "Oh, nothing much." "I thought you were coming to the works, and then going down to Auntie Clara's for tea." "So I was, but Mother sent me to Hambridge." "Oh," murmured Edwin casually. "So your mother packed you off to Hambridge, did she?" "I had to go to the post office," George continued. "I think it was a telegram, but it was in an envelope and some money." "Indeed," said Edwin, with a very indifferent air. He was, however, so affected that he jumped up abruptly from the table and went into the darkening, chill garden, ignoring George. George, accustomed to these sudden accessions of interest and these sudden forgettings, went unperturbed his ways. About 8:30, Hilda returned. Edwin was closing the curtains in the drawing-room. The gas had been lighted. "Johnny has evidently written to Alicia," she burst out, somewhat breathless, "because Alicia's telegraphed to Janet that she must positively go straight down there and stay with them when she leaves the home." "What, on Dartmoor?" Edwin muttered in a strange voice. The very word Dartmoor made him shake. "It isn't actually on the moor," said Hilda, "and so I should take her down myself. I've told her all about things. She wasn't a bit surprised. They're a strange lot." She tried to speak quite naturally, but he knew that she was not succeeding. Their eyes would not meet. Edwin thought, how far away we are from this morning. Hazard and fate, like converging armies, seemed to be closing upon him. End of Book 2, Chapter 12. Book 2, Chapter 13 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 13, The Departure. 1. It was a wet morning. Hilda, already in full street attire, save for her gloves, and with a half-empty cup of tea by her side, sat at the desk in the boudoir. She unlocked the large central drawer immediately below the flap of the desk, with a peculiar, quick, ruthless gesture, which gesture produced a very short, snappy click that summed up all the tension spreading from Hilda's mind throughout the house and even into the town. It had been decided that in order to call for Janet at the nursing home and catch the Crewe train at Knype for the Bristol and South West of England connection, Hilda must leave the house at 5 minutes to 9. This great fact was paramount in the minds of various people besides Hilda. Ada, upstairs, stood bent and flushed over a huge portmanteau into which she was putting the last things, while George hindered her by simultaneously tying to the leather handle a wet label finely directed by himself in architectural characters. The cook in the kitchen was preparing the master's 9 o'clock breakfast with new solicitudes caused by a serious sense of responsibility. For Hilda, having informed her in moving tones that the master's welfare in the mistress' absence would depend finally on herself, had solemnly entrusted that welfare to her, had almost passed it to her from hand to hand, with precautions, like a jewel in a casket. Ada, it may be said, had immediately felt the weight of the cook's increased importance. Edwin and the clerks of the works knew that Edwin had to be home for breakfast at 8:45 instead of 9, and that he must not be late, as Mrs. Clayhanger had a train to catch, and accordingly the morning's routines of the office was modified. And finally, a short old man in a rainy stable-yard in Acre Parade, between Acre Lane and Oldcastle Street, struggling to force a collar over the head of a cab-horse that towered above his own head, was already blasphemously excited by those pessimistic apprehensions about the flight of time, which 40 years of train-catching had never sufficed to allay in him. As for Janet, she alone in her weakness and her submissiveness was calm. The nurse and Hilda understood one another, and she was leaving it all to them. Hilda opened the drawer, half lifting the flap of the desk to disclose its contents. It was full of odd papers, letters, bills, blotting paper, doorknobs, finger-plates, envelopes, and a small book or two. A prejudiced observer, such as Edwin, might have said that the drawer was extremely untidy. But to Hilda, who had herself put in each item separately, and each for a separate reason, the drawer was not untidy, for her intelligence knew the plan of it, and every item as it caught her eye suggested a justifying reason, and a good one. Nevertheless, she formed an intention to tidy out the drawer, the only drawer on the desk with the safe lock, upon her return home. She felt at the back of the drawer, drew forth the drawer a little further, and felt again, vainly. A doubt of her own essential orderliness crossed her mind. Surely I can't have put those letters anywhere else. Surely I've not mislaid them. Then she closed the flap of the desk and pulled the drawer right out, letting it rest on her knees. Yes, the packet was there, hidden, and so was another packet of letters, in the handwriting of Edwin. She was reassured. She knew she was tidy, had always been tidy, and Edwin's innuendos to the contrary were inexcusable. Jerking the drawer irregularly back by force into its place, she locked it, reopened the desk, laid the packet on the writing-pad, and took a telegram from her purse to add to the letters in the packet. The letters were all in the same loose, sloping hand, and on the same tinted notepaper. The signature was plain on one of them, Charlotte M. Cannon, and after it, in brackets, Canonge, the latter being the real name of George Cannon's French father, and George Cannon's only legal name. The topmost letter began, Dear Madam, I think it is my duty to inform you that my husband still declares his innocence of the crime for which he is now in prison. He requests that you shall be informed of this. I ought perhaps to tell you that since the change of my religious convictions, my feelings... The first page ended there. Hilda turned the letters over, preoccupied, gazing at them and deciphering chance phrases here and there. The first letter was dated about a year earlier. It constituted the beginning of the resuscitation of just that part of her life which she had thought to be definitely interred in memory. Hilda had only once, and on a legal occasion, met Mrs. Canonge, as with strict correctness she called herself in brackets, a surprisingly old lady with quite white hair, and she had thought, what a shame for that erotic old woman to have bought and married a man so much younger than herself. No wonder he ran away from her. She had been positively shocked by the spectacle of the well-dressed, well-behaved, quiet-voiced, prim, decrepit creature with her aristocratic voice, and her knowledge of the possibilities of human nature was thenceforth enlarged. And when George Cannon, known to the law only as Connaught, had received 2 years' hard labour for going through a ceremony of marriage with herself, she had esteemed, despite all her resentment against him, that his chief sin lay in his real first marriage, not in his false second one, and that for that sin the old woman was the more deserving of punishment. And when the old woman had with strange naivety written to say that she had become a convert to Roman Catholicism, and that her marriage and her imprisoned bigamous husband were henceforth to her sacred, Hilda had reflected sardonically, "Of course is it always that sort of woman that turns to religion when she's too old for anything else?" And when the news came that a deceiver had got 10 years' penal servitude, and might have got penal servitude for life, for uttering a forged Bank of England note, Hilda had reflected in the same strain, "Of course a man who would behave as George behaved to me would be just the man to go about forging banknotes. I'm not in the least astonished. What an inconceivable simpleton I was!" A very long time had elapsed before the letter arrived bearing the rumour of Cannon's innocence. It had not immediately produced much effect on her mind. She had said not a word to Edwin. The idea of reviving the shames of that earlier episode in conversation with Edwin was extremely repugnant to her. She would not do it. She had not the right to do it. All her proud independence forbade her to do it. The episode did not concern Edwin. The effect on her of the rumour came gradually. It was increased when Mrs. Cannon wrote of evidence, a petition to the Home Secretary, and employing a lawyer. Mrs. Cannon's attitude seemed to say to Hilda, "You and I have shared this man, we alone in all the world." Mrs. Cannon seemed to imagine that Hilda would be interested. She was right. Hilda was interested. Her implacability relented. Her vindictiveness forgave. She pondered with almost intolerable compassion upon the vision of George Cannon suffering unjustly, month after long month, interminably, the horrors of a convict's existence. She read with morbidity reports of assizes, and picked up from papers and books, and from Mrs. Cannon, pieces of information about prisons. When he was transferred to Parkhurst in the Isle of Wight on account of ill health, she was glad, because she knew that Parkhurst was less awful than Portland. And when from Parkhurst he was sent to Dartmoor, she tried to hope that the bracing air would do him good. She no longer thought of him as a criminal at all, but simply as one victim of his passion for herself. She, Hilda, had been the other victim. She raged in secret against the British judicature, its delays, its stoniness, its stupidity. And when the principal witness in support of Cannon's petition died, she raged against fate. The movement for Cannon's release slackened for months. Of late it had been resumed, and with hopefulness. One of Cannon's companions had emerged from confinement, due to an unconnected crime, and was ready to swear affidavits. Lastly, Mrs. Cannon had written stating that she was almost beggared, and suggested that Hilda should lend her £10 towards the expenses of the affair. Hilda had not £10. That very day, Hilda, seeing Janet in the nursing home, had demanded, "I say, Jan, I don't suppose you've got £10 you could let me have for about a day or so?" and had laughed self-consciously. Janet, flushing with eager pleasure, had replied, "Of course I've still got that £10 note that poor old Dad gave me. I've always kept it in case the worst should happen." Janet was far too affectionate to display curiosity. Hilda had posted the banknote late at night. The next day had come a telegram from Mrs. Cannon. "Telegraph if you are sending money." Not for a great deal would Hilda have dispatched through the hands of the old postmaster at Bursley, who had once been postmaster at Turnhill and knew her parents, a telegram such as hers addressed to anybody named Cannon. The fear of chatter and scandal was irrational, but it was a very genuine fear. She had sent her faithful George with the telegram to Hanbridge. It was just as easy. Hilda now, after hesitation, put the packet of letters in her handbag to take with her. It was a precaution of secrecy which she admitted to be unnecessary, for she was quite certain that Edwin never looked into her drawers, much less would he try to open a locked drawer. His incurious confidence in her was in some respects almost touching. Certainly nobody else would invade the drawer. Still, she hid the letters in her handbag. Then, in her fashion, she scribbled a bold-charactered note to Mrs. Cannon, giving a temporary address, and this also she put in the handbag. Her attitude to Mrs. Cannon, like her attitude to the bigamist, had slowly changed, and she thought of the old woman now with respect and sympathetic sorrow. Mrs. Cannon, before she knew that Hilda was married to Edwin, had addressed her first letter to Hilda Mrs. Cannon, when she would have been justified in addressing it Miss Lessways. In the days of her boarding-house it had been impossible, owing to business reasons, for Hilda to drop the name to which she was not entitled and to revert to her own. The authentic Mrs. Cannon, despite the violence of her grievances, had respected Hilda's difficulty, the act showing kindly forbearance, and it had aroused Hilda's imaginative gratitude. Further, Mrs. Cannon's pertinacity in the liberation proceedings, and her calm, logical acceptance of all the frightful consequences of being the legal wife of a convict, had, little by little, impressed Hilda, who had said to herself, "There is something in this old woman." And Hilda nowadays never thought of her as an old woman who had been perverse and shameless in desire, but as a victim of passion, like George Cannon. She said to herself, "This old woman still loves George Cannon. Her love was the secret of her rancour against him, and it is also the secret of her compassion." These constant reflections, by their magnanimity and their insistence upon the tremendous reality of love, did something to ennoble the clandestine and demoralizing life of the soul, which for a year Hilda had hidden from her husband and from everybody. 2. It still wanted 20 minutes to 9 o'clock. She was too soon. The night before, Edwin had upbraided her sore nerves by warning her not to be late, in a tone that implied habitual lateness on her part. Hilda was convinced that she was an exact woman. She might be late, a little late, 6 times together, but as there was a sound explanation of an excuse for each shortcoming, her essential exactitude remained always unimpaired in her own mind. But Edwin would not see this. He told her now and then that she belonged to that large class of people who have the illusion that a clock stands still at the last moment when last things are being done. She resented the observation, as she resented many of Edwin's assumptions concerning her. Edwin seemed to forget that she had been one of the first women stenographers in England, that she had been a journalist's secretary and accustomed to correct the negligences of men of business, and finally that she had been in business by herself for a number of years. Edwin would sweep all that away and treat her like one of your mere brainless butterflies. At any rate, on this present occasion she was not late, and she took pride instead of shame in her exaggerated earliness. She had the air of having performed a remarkable feat. She left the boudoir to go upstairs and superintend Ada, though she had told the impressed Ada that she should put full trust in her and should not superintend her. However, as she opened the door, she heard the sounds of Ada and George directing each other in the joint enterprise of bringing a very large and unwieldy portmanteau out of the bedroom. The hour for superintendence was therefore past. Hilda went into the drawing-room, idly, nervously, to wait till the portmanteau should have reached the hall. The French window was ajar, and a wet wind entered from the garden. The garden was full of rain. 2 workmen were in it, employed by the new inhabitants of the home of the Orgreaves. Those upstarts had decided that certain branches of the famous Orgreave elms were dangerous and must be cut, and the workmen, shirt-sleeved in the rain, were staying one of the elms with a rope made fast to the swing in the Clayhanger garden. Hilda was unreasonably but sincerely antipathetic to her new neighbours. The white-ended stumps of great elm branches made her feel sick. Useless to insist to her on the notorious treachery of elms. She had an affection for those elms, and to her amputation was an outrage. The upstarts had committed other sacrilege upon the house and grounds, not heeding that the abode had been rendered holy by the sacraments of fate. Hilda stared and stared at the rain, and the prospect of the long, jolting, acutely depressing drive through the mud and the rain to Knipe Vale, and of the interminable train journey with a tragic convalescent, braced her, Mother? George stood behind her. Well, have you got the luggage down? She frowned, but George knew her nervous frown and could rightly interpret it. He nodded. Ought I to put Dartmoor on the luggage label? She gave a negative sign. Why should he ask such a question? She had never breathed the name of Dartmoor. Why should he mention it? Edwin also had mentioned Dartmoor. What, on Dartmoor? Edwin had said. Did Edwin suspect her correspondence? No. Had he suspected, he would have spoken. She knew him. And even if Edwin had suspected, George could not conceivably have had suspicions of any sort. There he stood, the son of a convict, with no name of his own. He existed, because she and the convict had been unable to keep apart. His ignorance of the past was appalling to think of, the dangers incident to it dreadful. His easy confidence before the world affected her almost intolerably. She felt that she could never atone to him for having borne him. A faint noise at the front door reached the drawing-room. "Here's Nunks!" exclaimed George, and ran off eagerly. This was his new name for his stepfather. Hilda returned quickly to the boudoir. As she disappeared therein, she heard George descanting to Edwin on the beauties of his luggage label, and Edwin rubbing his feet on the mat and removing his mackintosh. She came back to the door of the boudoir. "Edwin." "Hello." "One moment." He came into the boudoir, wiping the rain off his face. "Shut the door, will you?" Her earnest, self-conscious tone stirred into activity the dormant secret antagonisms that seemed ever to lie between them. She saw them animating his eyes, stiffening his pose. Pointing to the cup and saucer on the desk, Edwin said critically, "That all you've had?" "Can you let me have £10?" she asked bluntly, ignoring his implication that in the matter of nourishment she had not behaved sensibly. £10? More? He was on the defences, as it were crouching warily behind a screen of his suspicions. She nodded awkwardly. She wanted to be graceful, persuasive, enveloping, but she could not. It was to repay Janet that she had need of the money. She ought to have obtained it before, but she had postponed the demand, and she had been wrong. Janet would not require the money. She would have no immediate use for it. But Hilda could not bear to be in debt to her. To leave the sum outstanding would seem so strange, so sinister, so equivocal. It would mar all their intercourse. "Look here, child," said Edwin, protesting. "I've given you about 40 times as much as you can possibly want already." He had never squarely refused any demand of hers for money. He had almost always acceded instantly and without inquiry to her demands. Obviously, he felt sympathy with the woman who by eternal custom is forced to ask, and had a horror of behaving as a majority of husbands notoriously behaved in such circumstances. Obviously, he was anxious not to avail himself of the husband's overwhelming economic advantage. Nevertheless, the fact that he earned and she didn't was ever mysteriously present in his relatively admirable attitude. And sometimes, perhaps not without grounds, she admitted, he would hesitate before a request, and in him a hesitation was as humiliating as a refusal would have been from another man. And Hilda resented not so much his attitude as the whole social convention upon which it was unassailably based. He earned, she knew. She would not deny that he was the unique source, and that without him there would be naught. But still she did not think that she ought to have to ask. On the other hand, she had no alternative plan to offer. Her criticism of the convention was destructive, not constructive. And all Edwin's careful regard for a woman's susceptibilities seemed only to intensify her deep-hidden revolt. It was a mere chance that he was thus chivalrous, and whether he was chivalrous or not, she was in his power, and she chafed. "I should be glad if you could let me have it," she said, grimly. The appeal, besides being unpersuasive in manner, was too general. It did not particularize. There was no frankness between them. She saw his suspicions multiplying. What did he suspect? What could he suspect? Ah, and why was she herself so timorous, so strangely excited about going even to the edge of Dartmoor? And why did she feel guilty? Why was her glance so constrained? "Well, I can't," he answered. Not now, but if anything unexpected turns up, I can send you a cheque. She was beaten. The cab stopped at the front door well in advance of time. "It's for Janet," she muttered to him desperately. Edwin's face changed. "Why in thunder didn't you say so to start with?" he exclaimed. "I'll see what I can do. Of course I've got a fiver in my pocket-book." There were a number of men in the town who made a point of always having a reserve £5 note and a telegraph form upon their persons. It was the dandyism of well-off prudence. He sprang out of the room. The door swung to behind him. In a very few moments he returned. "Here you are," he said, taking the note from his pocket-book and adding it to a collection of gold and silver. Hilda was looking out of the window at the tail of the cab. She did not move. "I don't want it, thanks," she replied coldly, and she thought, "What a fool I am." "Oh," he murmured with constraint. "You'd do it for her," said Hilda, chill and clear, "but you wouldn't do it for me." And he thought, "Why do I say such a thing?" He slapped all the money crossly down on the desk and left the room. She could hear him instructing Ada and the cabman in the manipulation of the great portmanteau. "Now, mother!" cried George. She gazed at the money, and, picking it up, shovelled it into her purse. It was irresistible. In the hall she kissed George and nodded with a plaintive smile at Ada. Edwin was in the porch. He held back. She held back. She knew from his face that he would not offer to kiss her. The strange power that had compelled her to alienate him refused to allow her to relent. She passed down the steps out into the rain. They nodded, the theory for George and Ada being that they had made their farewells in the boudoir. But George and Ada nonetheless had their notions. It appeared to Hilda that instead of going for a holiday with her closest friend, she was going to some recondite disaster that involved the end of marriage. And the fact that she and Edwin had not kissed outweighed all other facts in the universe. Yet what was a kiss? Until the cab laboriously started, she hoped for a miracle. It did not happen. If only on the previous night she had not absolutely insisted that nobody from the house should accompany her to Knype. The porch slipped from her vision. End of Book 2, Chapter 13. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 14 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 14, Tavy Mansion. 1. Hilda and Harry Hesketh stood together in the soft, warm Devonshire sunshine, bending above the foot-high wire netting that separated the small ornamental pond from the lawn. By their side was a St. Bernard dog with his great baptizing tongue hanging out. Two swans, glittering in the strong light, swam slowly to and fro. One had a black claw tucked up on his back among downy white feathers. The other hissed at the dog, who, in his vast and shaggy good nature, simply could not understand this malevolence on the part of a fellow creature. Round about the elegant haughtiness of the swans clustered a number of iridescent Muscovy ducks, and a few white Aylesburys with gamboge beaks that intermittently quacked, all restless and expectant of blessings to fall over the wire netting that eternally separated them from the heavenly hunting ground of the lawn. Across the pond, looking into a moored dinghy, an enormous drake with a vermilion topknot reposed on the balustrade of the landing steps. The water reflected everything in a rippled medley: blue sky, rounded woolly clouds, birds, shrubs, flowers, grasses, and browny olive depths of the plantation beyond the pond, where tiny children in white were tumbling and shrieking with a nurse in white. Harry was extraordinarily hospitable, kind, and agreeable to his guest. Scarcely 30, tall and slim, he carried himself with distinction. His flannels were spotless, his white shirt was spotless, his tennis shoes were spotless, but his blazer, cap, and necktie, which all had the same multicoloured pattern of stripes, were shabby, soiled, and without shape. Nevertheless, their dilapidation seemed only to adorn his dandyism, for they possessed a mysterious, sacred quality. He had a beautiful moustache, nice eyes, hands excitingly dark with hair, and no affectations whatever. Although he had inherited Tavy Mansion and a fortune from an aunt who had left Oldcastle and the smoke to marry a Devonshire landowner, he was boyish, modest, and ingenuous. Nobody could have guessed from his manner that he had children, nurses, servants, gardeners, grooms, horses, carriages, a rent-roll, and a safe margin at every year's end. He spoke of the Five Towns with a mild affection. Hilda thought, looking at him, "He has everything, simply everything, and yet he's quite unspoilt." In spite of the fact that in previous years he had seen Hilda only a few times, and that quite casually at the Orgreaves, he had assumed and established intimacy at the very moment of meeting her and Janet at Tavistock Station the night before, and their friendship might now have been 20 years old instead of 20 hours. Very obviously he belonged to a class superior to Hilda's, but he was apparently quite unconscious of what is still the most deeply rooted and influential institution of English life. His confiding, confidential tone flattered her. "How do you think Alicia's looking?" he asked. "Magnificent," said Hilda, throwing a last piece of bread into the water. "So do I," said he. "But she's ruined for tennis, you know. This baby business is spiffing, only puts you right off your game. As a rule she manages to be hors de combat bang in the middle of a season. She has been able to play a bit this year, but she's not keen. That's what's up with her ladyship. She's not keen now." "Well," said Hilda, "even you can't have everything." "Why, even me?" he laughed. She merely gazed at him with a mysterious smile. She perceived that he was admiring her, probably for her enigmatic qualities, so different from Alicia's, and she felt a pleasing self-content. "Edwin do much tennis nowadays?" "Edwin?" She repeated the name in astonishment, as though it were the name of somebody who could not possibly be connected with tennis. "Not he. He's not touched a racket all this season. He's quite otherwise employed." "I hear he's a fearful pot in the Five Towns, anyway," said Harry seriously. "Making money hand over fist." Hilda raised her eyebrows and shook her head deprecatingly. But the marked respectfulness of Harry's reference to Edwin was agreeable. She thought, "I do believe I'm being a snob." "It's hard work making money, even our small way, in Bursley," she said, and seemed to indicate the expensive spaciousness of the gardens. "I should like to see old Edwin again." "I never knew you were friends." "Well, I used to see him pretty often at Lane End House after Alicia and I were engaged. In fact, once he jolly nearly beat me in a set." "Edwin did?" she exclaimed. "The same. He had a way of saying things that a fellow somehow thought about afterwards." "Oh, so you've noticed that?" "Does he still?" I don't know, but he used to." "You ought to have brought him. In fact, I quite thought he was coming. Anyway, I told Alicia to invite him too, as soon as we knew you were bringing old Jan down." "She did mention it, Alicia did. But oh, he wouldn't hear of it. Works, no holiday all summer." "I'll tell you a scheme," said Harry roguishly. "Refuse to rejoin the domestic hearth until he comes and fetches you." She gave a little laugh. "Oh, he won't come to fetch me." "Well," said Harry shortly and decisively, "we shall see what can be done. I may tell you we are rather great at getting people down here. I wonder where those girls are." He turned round, and Hilda turned round. The red Georgian house, with its windows and octagonal panes, its large pediment hiding the centre of the roof, and its white paint, showed brilliantly across the hoop-studded green, between some cypresses and an ilex. On either side were smooth walls of green, trimmed shrubs forming long alleys whose floors were also green, and here and there a round or oval flower-bed, and at the edges of the garden curved borders of flowers. Everything was still, save the ship-like birds on the pond, the distant children in the plantation, and the slow-moving small clouds overhead. The sun's warmth was like an endearment. Janet and Alicia, their arms round each other's shoulders, sauntered into view from behind the cypresses. On the more sheltered lawn nearest the house they were engaged in a quiet but tremendous palaver. Nobody but themselves knew what they were talking about. It might have been the affair of Johnny and Mrs. Chris Hampson, as to which not a word had been publicly said at Tavy Mansion since Janet and Hilda's arrival. Janet still wore black, and now she carried a red sunshade belonging to Alicia. Alicia was in white, not very clean white, and rather tousled. She was only 25. She had grown big and jolly and downright, even to a certain shamelessness, and careless of herself. Her body had the curves, and her face the emaciation, of the young mother. She used abrupt, gawky, kind-hearted gestures. Her rough affectuousness embraced not merely her children, but all young living things, and many old. For her children she had a passion, and she would say openly, as it were, defiantly, that she meant to be the mother of more children, lots more. "Hey, lass!" cried out Harry, using the broad Staffordshire accent for the amusement of Hilda. The sisters stopped and untwined their arms. "Hey, lad!" Alicia loudly responded. But instead of looking at her husband, she was looking through him at the babies in the plantation behind the pond. Janet smiled in her everlasting resignation. Hilda, smiling at her in return from the distance, recalled the tone in which Harry had said, "Old Jan," a tone at once affectionate and half contemptuous. She was Old Jan now, destined to be a burden upon somebody, and of very little use to anybody, no longer necessary. If she disappeared, life would immediately close over her, and not a relative, not a friend would be inconvenienced. Some among them would remark, "Perhaps it's for the best." And Janet knew it. In the years immediately preceding the death of Mr. and Mrs. Orgreave, she had hardened a little from her earlier, soft, benevolent self, hardened to everybody save her father and mother, whom she protected. And now she was utterly tender again, and her gentle acquiescences seemed to say, "I am defenceless, and tomorrow I shall be old." "I'm going to telegraph to Edwin Clayhanger to come down for the week-end," shouted Harry. And Alicia shouted in reply, "Oh, spiffing!" Hilda said nervously, "You aren't really?" She had no intention of agreeing to the pleasant project. A breach definitely existed between Edwin and herself, and the idea of either maintaining it or ending it on foreign ground was inconceivable. Such things could only be done at home. She had telegraphed a safe arrival, but she had not yet written to him nor decided in what tone she should write. Two gardeners, one pushing a wheeled water-can, appeared from an alley and began silently and assiduously to water a shaded flower-bed. Alicia and Harry continued to shout enthusiastically to each other in a manner sufficiently disturbing, but the gardeners gave no sign that anybody except themselves lived in the garden. Alicia, followed by Janet, was slowly advancing towards the croquet lawn, when a parlour-maid tripping from the house overtook her, and with modest deference murmured something to the bawling, jolly mistress. Alicia, still followed by Janet, turned and went into the house, while the parlour-maid, with bent head, waited discreetly to bring up the rear. A sudden and terrific envy possessed Hilda as she contrasted the circumstances of these people with her own. These people lived in lovely and cleanly surroundings, without a care beyond the apprehension of nursery ailments. They had joyous and kindly dispositions, they were well bred, and they were attended by servants who, professionally, were even better bred than themselves, and who were rendered happy by smooth words and good pay. They lived at peace with everyone. Full of health, they ate well and slept well, they suffered no strain, they had absolutely no problems, and they did not seek problems. Nor had they any duties, save agreeable ones to each other. Their world was ideal. If you had asked them how their world could be improved for them, they would not have found an easy reply. They could only have demanded less taxes and more fine days. Whereas Hilda and hers were forced to live among a brutal populace and the most horrible surroundings of smoke, dirt, and squalor. In Devonshire the Five Towns were unthinkable. The whiteness of the window curtains at Tavy Mansion almost broke the heart of the housewife in Hilda. And compare, not Hilda's handkerchief garden, but even the old garden of the Orgreaves, with this Elysium, where nothing offended the eye, and the soot nowhere lay on the trees, blackening the shiny leaves and stunting the branches. And compare the too mean planning and space-saving of the house in Trafalgar Road with the lavish generosity of space inside Tavy Mansion. Edwin, in the Bursley sense, was a successful man, and had consequence in the town. But the most that he had accomplished or could accomplish would not amount to the beginning of appreciable success according to higher standards. Nobody in Bursley really knew the meaning of the word success. And even such local success as Edwin had had, at what peril and with what worry it was won. These Heskeths were safe forever. Ah, she envied them, and she intensely depreciated everything that was hers. She stood in the Tavy Mansion garden, it seemed to her, like an impostor. Her husband was merely struggling upwards, and moreover she had quarrelled with him, darkly and obscurely, and who could guess what would be the end of marriage? Harry and Alicia never quarrelled. They might have tiffs, nothing worse than that. They had no grounds for quarrelling. And supposing Harry and Alicia guessed the link connecting her with Dartmoor prison? No, it could not be supposed. Her envy melted into secret, deep dejection amid the beautiful and prosperous scene. "Evidently someone's called," said Harry of his wife's disappearance. "I hope she's nice." "Who?" "Whoever's called. Shall we knock the balls about a bit?" They began a mild game of croquet. But after a few minutes Hilda burst out sharply, "You aren't playing your best, Mr. Hesketh. I wish you would." He was startled by her eyes and her tone. "Honest Injun I am," he fibbed in answer, "but I'll try to do better. You must remember croquet isn't my game. Alicia floors me at it 5 times out of 6. Then the parlour-maid and another maid came out to lay tea on 2 tables under the ilex. "Barley," said Harry over his shoulder, "bring me a telegraph form next time you come out, will you?" "Yes, sir," said the parlour-maid. Hilda protested. "No, Mr. Hesketh, really, I assure you—" The telegraph form came with the tea. Harry knocked a ball against a coloured stick, and both he and Hilda sat down with relief. "Who's called, Barley?" "Mrs. Rotherworth, sir." Harry counted the cups. "Isn't she staying for tea?" "No, sir, I think not, sir." Hilda, humming, rose and walked about. At the same moment Alicia, Janet, and a tall young woman in black and yellow emerged from the house. Hilda moved behind a tree. She could hear good-byes. The group vanished round the side of the house, and then came the sound of hoofs and of wheels crunching. An instant later Alicia arrived at the ilex, bounding and jolly. Janet moved more sedately. The St. Bernard, who had been reposing near the pond, now smelt the tea and hot cakes, and joined the party. The wagging of his powerful tail knocked over a wicker chair, and Alicia gave a squeal. Then Alicia, putting her hands to her mouth, shouted across the lawn and the pond, "Nursie, Nursie, take them in!" And a faint reply came. "What was the Rotherwas dame after?" asked Harry, sharpening a pencil, when Alicia had ascertained the desires of her guests as to milk and sugar. "She was after you, of course," said Alicia. "Tennis party on Monday. She wants you to balance young Truscott. I just told her so. We shall all go. You'll go, Hilda. She'll be delighted. I should have brought her along, only she was in such a hurry." Hilda inquired, "Who is Mrs. Rotherwas?" "Her husband's a big coal owner at Cardiff, but she's a niece or something of the governor of Dartmoor prison, and she's apparently helping to keep house for dear uncle just now. They'll take us over to the prison before tennis. It's awfully interesting. Harry and I have been once." "Oh," murmured Hilda, staggered. "Now about this here wire," said Harry. "What price this?" He handed over the message which he had just composed. It was rather long, and on the form was left space for only 2 more words. Hilda could not decipher it. She saw the characters with her eyes, but she was incapable of interpreting them. All the time she thought, "I shall go to that prison. I can't help it. I shan't be able to keep from going. I shall go to that prison. I must go. Who could have imagined this? I am bound to go, and I shall go." But instead of objecting totally to the dispatch of the telegram, she said in a strange voice, "It's very nice of you." "You fill up the rest of the form," said Harry, offering the pencil. "What must I put?" "Well, you'd better put countersigned Hilda. That'll fix it." "Will you write it?" she muttered. He wrote the words. "Let poor mummy see," Alicia complained, seizing the telegraph form. Harry called out, "Leaks!" A shirt-sleeved gardener, half hidden by foliage across the garden, looked up sharply, saw Harry's beckoning finger, and approached running. "Have that sent off for me, will you? Tell Joss to take it," said Harry, and gave Leeks the form and a florin. "Why, Hilda, you aren't eating anything," protested Alicia. "I only want tea," said Hilda casually. wondering whether they had noticed anything wrong in her face. 2. Edwin, looking curiously out of the carriage window as the train from Plymouth entered Tavistock Station early on the Monday, was surprised to perceive Harry Hesketh on the platform. While, in the heavenly air of the September morning, the train was curving through Bickley Vale and the valley of the Plym, and through the steeper valley of the Meavy up towards the first fastnesses of the moor, he felt his body to be almost miraculously well, and his soul almost triumphant. But when he saw Harry, the remembered figure but a little stouter and coarser, he saw a being easily more triumphant than himself. Harry had great reason for triumph, for he had proved himself to possess a genius for deductive psychological reasoning and for prophecy. Edwin had been characteristically vague about the visit. First he had telegraphed that he could not come, business preventing. Then he had telegraphed that he would come, but only on Sunday, and he had given no particulars of trains. They had all assured one another that this was just like Edwin. "The man's mad," said Harry with genial benevolence, and had set himself to one of his favourite studies, Bradshaw. He always handled Bradshaw like a master, accomplishing feats of interpretation that amazed his wife. He had announced, after careful connotations, that Edwin was perhaps after all not such a chump, but that he was in fact a chump in that, having chosen the Bristol-Plymouth route, he had heard about the Sunday night train from Plymouth to Tavistock. How did he know that Edwin would choose the Bristol-Plymouth route? Well, his knowledge was derived from divination based upon vast experience of human nature. Edwin would get stuck at Plymouth. He would sleep at Plymouth, staying at the Royal, he hoped, and would come on by the 8:01 a.m. on Monday, arriving at 8:59 a.m., where he would be met by Harry in the dog-cart drawn by Joan. The telegraph was of course closed after 10 a.m. on Sunday, but if it had been open and he had been receiving hourly dispatches about Edwin's tortuous progress through England, Harry could not have been more sure of his position. And on the Monday Harry had risen up in the very apogee of health, and had driven Joan to the station. "Mark my words," he'd said, "I shall bring him back with me for breakfast." He had offered to take Hilda to the station to witness his triumph, but Hilda had not accepted. And there Edwin was. Everything had happened according to Harry's prediction, except that, from an unfortunate modesty, Edwin had gone to the wrong hotel at Plymouth. They shook hands in a glow of mutual pleasure. "How on earth did you know?" Edwin began. The careful, casual answer rounded off Harry's triumph, and Edwin thought, "Why, he's just like a grown-up boy." But he was distinguished. His club necktie, in all its decay, was still impressive, and his expansive, sincere goodwill was utterly delightful. Also the station, neat, clean, solid, the negation of all gimcrackery, had an aspect of goodwill to man. Its advertisements did not flare, and it seemed to be the expression of a sound and self-respecting race. The sylvan, middle-aged guard greeted Harry with deferential heartiness, and saluted Edwin with even more warmth than he had used at Plymouth. On the Sunday, Edwin had noticed that in the western country guards were not guards, as in other parts of England, but rather the cordial hosts of their trains. As soon as the doors had banged in a fusillade and the engine whistled, a young porter came and, having exchanged civilities with Harry, picked up Edwin's bag. This porter's face and demeanour showed perfect content. His slight yet eager smile and his quick movements seemed to be saying, "It is natural and proper that I should salute you and carry your bag while you walk free. You are gentlemen by divine right. By the same right I am a railway porter, and happy." To watch the man at his job gave positive pleasure, and it was extraordinarily reassuring about everything. Outside the station the groom stood at Joan's head, and a wonderful fox-terrier sat alert under the dog-cart. Instantly the dog sprang out and began to superintend the preparations for departure, rushing to and fro, and insisting all the time that delay would be monstrous, if not fatal. The dog's excellence as a specimen of breeding was so superlative as to accuse its breeder and owner of a lack of perspective in life. It was as if the entire resources of civilization had been employed towards the perfecting of the points of that dog. "Balance the cart, I suppose, Joss?" said Harry kindly. "Yes, sir," was all that Joss articulated, but his bright face said, "Sir, your assumption that I have already balanced the cart for 3 in a bag is benevolent and justified. You trust me, I trust you, sir. All is well." The bag was stowed, and the porter got threepence, and was so happy in his situation that apparently he could not bring himself to leave the scene. Harry climbed up on the right, Edwin on the left. The dog gave one short bark and flew madly forward. Joss loosed Jones's head, and at the same moment Harry gave a click, and the machine started. It did not wait for young Joss. Joss caught the back step as the machine swung by, and levered himself dangerously to the groom's place. And when he had done it, he grinned, announcing to beholders that his mission in life was to do just that, and that it was a grand life, and he a lucky and enviable fellow. Harry drove across the Tavy, and through the small grey and brown town, so picturesque, so clean, so solid, so respectable, so content in its historicity. A policeman saluted amiably and firmly, as if saying, "I am protecting all this. What a treasure!" And they passed the town hall. "Town hall," said Harry. "Oh, the Duke's," said Harry. He put on a certain facetiousness, but there nevertheless escaped from him the conviction that the ownership of a town hall by a duke was a wondrous, rare phenomenon, and fine, showing the strength of grand English institutions and traditions, and meet for honest English pride. And you could say what you liked about progress. And Edwin had just the same feeling. In another minute they were out of the town. The countryside, though bleak, with its spare hedges and granite walls, was exquisitely beautiful in the morning light, and it was tidy, tended, mature. It was as though it had nothing to learn from the future. Beyond rose the slopes of the moor, tonic and grim. An impression of health, moral and physical, everywhere disengaged itself. The wayfarer, sturdy and benign, invigorated by his mere greeting. The trot of the horse on the smooth winding road, the bounding of the dog, the resilience of the cart springs, the sharp tang of the air on the cheek, all helped to perfect Edwin's sense of pleasure in being alive. He could not deny that he stood in need of a change. He had been worrying, perhaps through overwork. Overwork was a mistake. He now saw there was no reason why he should not be happy always, even with Hilda. He had received a short but nice and almost apologetic letter from Hilda. As for his apprehensions, what on earth did it matter about Dartmoor being so near? Nothing. This district was marvellously reassuring. He thought, there simply is no social question down here. "Had you breakfast?" asked Harry. "Yes, thanks." "Well, you just haven't, then," said Harry. "We shall be in the nick of time for it." "When do you have breakfast?" 9:30. Bit late, isn't it?" "Oh, no, it suits us. I say." Harry stared straight between the horse's ears. "What?" Harry murmured, "No more news about Johnny, I suppose." Edwin glanced half round at the groom behind. Harry, with a gesture, indicated that the groom was negligible. "Not that I've heard. Bit stiff, isn't it?" Edwin answered. "Bit stiff? I should rather say it was, especially after Jimmy's performance. Rather hard lines on Alicia, don't you think?" "Oh, on all of them," said Edwin, not seeing why Johnny's escapade should press more on Alicia than, for example, on Janet. "Yes, of course," Harry agreed, evidently seeing and accepting the point. "The less said, the better." "I'm with you," said Edwin. Harry resumed his jolly tone. "Well, you'd better peck of it. We've planned a hard day for you." "Oh!" "Yes, early lunch, and then we're going to drive over to Princeton. Tennis with the governor of the prison. He'll show us all over the prison. It's worth seeing." Impulsively, Edwin exclaimed, "All of you? Is Hilda going?" "Certainly, why not?" He raised the whip and pointed. "Behold our noble towers." Edwin, feeling really sick, thought, "Hilda's mad. She's quite mad. Morbid isn't the word." He was confounded. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 14. Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 14 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. 3. At Tavy Mansion, Edwin and Harry were told by a maid that Mrs. Hesketh and Miss Orgreave were in the nursery and would be down in a moment, but that Mrs. Clayhanger had a headache and was remaining in bed for breakfast. The master of the house himself took Edwin to the door of his wife's bedroom. Edwin's spirits had risen in an instant, as he perceived the cleverness of Hilda's headache. There could be no doubt that women were clever, though perhaps unscrupulously and crudely clever, in a way beyond the skill of men. By the simple device of suffering from a headache, Hilda had avoided the ordeal of meeting a somewhat estranged husband in public. She was also preparing an excuse for not going to Princetown and the prison. Certainly it was better in the Dartmoor affair to escape at the last moment than to have declined the project from the start. As he opened the bedroom door, apprehensions and bright hope were mingled in him. He had a weighty grievance against Hilda, whose behaviour at parting had been, he considered, inexcusable. But the warm tone of her curt private telegram to him, and of her almost equally curt letter, restating her passionate love, were already equivalent to an apology, which he accepted with eagerness. Moreover, he had done a lot in coming to Devonshire, and for this great act he lauded himself, and he expected some gratitude. Nevertheless, despite the pacifism of his feelings, he could not smile when entering the room. No, he could not. Hilda was lying in the middle of a very wide bed, and her dark hair was spread abroad upon the pillow. On the pedestal was a tea-tray. Squatted comfortably at Hilda's side, with her left arm as a support, was a baby about a year old, dressed for the day. This was Cecil, born the day after his grandparents' funeral. Cecil, with mouth open and outstretched pink hands, of which the fingers were spread like the rays of half a starfish, from wide eyes gazed at Edwin with a peculiar expression of bland irony. Hilda smiled lovingly. She smiled without reserve. And as soon as she smiled, Edwin could smile, and his heart was suddenly quite light. Hilda thought, that wistful look in his eyes has never changed, and it never will. Imagine him travelling on Sunday, when the silly old thing might just as well have come on Saturday, if he'd had anybody to decide him. He's been travelling for 24 hours or more, and now he's here. What a shame for me to have dragged him down here in spite of himself. But he would do it for me. He has done it. I had to have him for this afternoon. After all, he must be very good at business. Everyone respects him, even here. We may end by being really rich. Have I ever really appreciated him? And now, of course, he's going to be annoyed again. Poor boy. "Hello, who's this?" cried Edwin. "This is Cecil. His mummy's left him here with his Auntie Hilda," said Hilda. Another clever dodge of hers, thought Edwin. He liked the baby being there. He approached to the bed, and, staring nervously about, saw that his bag had already mysteriously reached the bedroom. "Well, my poor boy, what a journey!" Hilda murmured compassionately. She could not help showing that she was his mother in wisdom and sense. "Oh, no," he amiably dismissed this view. He was standing over her by the bedside. She looked straight up at him, timid and expectant. He bent and kissed her. Under his kiss she shifted slightly in the bed, and her arms clung round his neck, and by her arms she lifted herself a little towards him. She shut her eyes. She would not lose him. She seemed again to be drawing the life out of him. At last she let him go, and gave a great sigh. All the past which did not agree with that kiss and that sigh of content was annihilated, and an immense reassurance filled Edwin's mind. "So you've got a headache?" She gave a succession of little nods, smiling happily. "I'm so glad you've come, dearest," she said, after a pause. She was just like a young girl, like a child, in her relieved satisfaction. "What about George?" "Well, as it was left to me to decide, I thought I'd better ask Maggie to come and stay in the house. Much better than packing him off to Auntie Hamp's." "And she came?" "Oh, yes," said Edwin, indifferently, as if to say, "Of course she came." "Then you did get my letter in time?" "I shouldn't have got it in time if I'd left Saturday morning as you wanted. Oh, and here's a letter for you." He pulled a letter from his pocket. The envelope was of the peculiar tinted paper with which he had already been familiarized. Hilda became self-conscious as she took the letter and opened it. Edwin, too, was self-conscious. To lighten the situation, he put his little finger in the baby's mouth. Cecil much appreciated this form of humour, and as soon as the finger was withdrawn from his toothless gums, he made a bubbling, whirring noise, and waved his arms to indicate that the game must continue. Hilda, frowning, read the letter. Edwin sat down, ledging himself cautiously on the brink of the bed, and leaned back a little, so as to be able to get at the baby and tickle it among its frills. From the distance, beyond walls, he could hear the powerful, happy cries of older babies, beings fully aware of themselves, who knew their own sentiments and could express them. And he glanced round the long, low room with its two small open windows, showing sunlit yellow cornfields and high trees, and its monumental furniture, and the disorder of Hilda's clothes and implements, humanizing it and individualizing it, and making it her abode, her lair. And he glanced prudently at Hilda over the letter paper. She had no headache. It was obvious that she had no headache. Yet in the most innocent, touching way she had nodded an affirmative to his question about the headache. He could not possibly have said to her, "Look here, you know you haven't got a headache." She would not have tolerated the truth. The truth would have made her transform herself instantly into a martyr, and him into a brute. She would have stuck to it, even if the seat of eternal judgment had suddenly been installed at the brassy foot of the bed, that she had a headache. It was with this mentality, he reflected, assuming that his own mentality never loved anything as well as truth, that he had to live till one of them expired. He reminded himself wisely that the woman's code is different from the man's. But the honesty of his intelligence rejected such an explanation, such an excuse. It was not that the woman had a different code. She had no code, except the code of the utter opportunist. To live with her was like living with a marvellous wild animal, full of grace, of cunning, of magnificent passionate gestures, of terrific affection, and of cruelty. She was at once indispensable and intolerable. He felt that, to match her, he had need of all his force, all his prescience, all his duplicity. The mystery that had lain between him and Hilda for a year was in the letter within 2 feet of his nose. He could watch her as she read, study her face. He knew that he was the wiser of the two. She was at a disadvantage. As regards the letter, she was fighting on ground chosen by him, and yet he could not in the least foresee the next 10 minutes, whether she would advance, retreat, faint, or surrender. "Did you bring your dress clothes?" she murmured while she was reading. She had instructed him in her letter on this point. "Of course," he said manfully, striving to imply the immense untruth that he never stirred from home without his dress clothes. She continued to read, frowning, and drawing her heavy eyebrows still closer together. Then she said, "Here," and passed him the letter. He could see now that she was becoming excited. The letter was from the legitimate Mrs. George Cannon, and it said that, though nothing official was announced or even breathed, her solicitor had gathered from a permanent and important underling of the Home Office that George Cannon's innocence was supposed to be established, and that the Queen's pardon would, at some time or other, be issued. It was an affecting letter. Edwin, totally ignorant of all that had preceded it, did not immediately understand its significance. At first he did not even grasp what it was about. When he did begin to comprehend, he had the sensation of being deprived momentarily of his bearings. He had expected everything but this. That is to say, he had absolutely not known what to expect. The shock was severe. "What is it? What is it?" he questioned, as if impatient. Hilda replied, "It's about George Cannon. It seems he was quite innocent in that banknote affair. It's his wife who's been writing to me about it. I don't know why she should, but she did, and of course I had to reply." "You never said anything to me about it." "I didn't want to worry you, dearest. I knew you'd quite enough on your mind with the works. Besides, I'd no right to worry you with a thing like that. But of course I can show you all her letters. I've kept them." Unanswerable, unanswerable. Insincere, concocted, but unanswerable. The implications in her spoken defence were of the simplest and deepest ingenuity, and withal they hurt him. For example, the implication that the strain of the new works was breaking him, as if he could not support it and had not supported it easily. As if the new works meant that he could not fulfil all his duties as a helpmeet. And then the devilishly adroit plea that her concealment was morally necessary, since he ought not to be troubled with any result of her pre-conjugal life. And finally the implication that he would be jealous of the correspondence and might exact the production of it. He now callously ignored Cecil's signals for attention. He knew that he would receive no further enlightenment as to the long secrecy of the past 12 months. His fears and apprehensions and infelicity were to be dismissed with those few words. They would never be paid for, redeemed, atoned. The grand scenic explanation and submission which was his right would never come. Sentimentally, he was cheated and had no redress. And, as a climax, he had to assume, to pretend, that justice still prevailed on earth. "Isn't it awful?" Hilda muttered. "Him in prison all this time." He saw that her eyes were wet and her emotion increasing. He nodded in sympathy. He thought, "She wants some handling, I can see that." He too, as well as she, imaginatively comprehended the dreadful tragedy of George Cannon's false imprisonment. He had heart enough to be very glad that the innocent man, innocent at any rate of that one thing, was to be released, but at the same time he could not stifle a base foreboding and regret. Looking at his wife, he feared the moment when George Cannon, with all the enormous prestige of a victim in a woman's eyes, should be at large. Yes, the lover in him would have preferred George Cannon to be incarcerated forever. Had he not heard, had he not read, had he not seen on the stage that a woman never forgets the first man? Nonsense, all that. Invented theatrical psychology. And yet, if it was true, look at her eyes. "I suppose he is innocent," he said gruffly, for he mistrusted, or affected to mistrust, the doings of these two women together, Cannon's wife and Cannon's victim. Might they not somehow have been hoodwinked? He knew nothing, no useful detail, naught that was convincing, and he never would know. Was it not astounding that the bigamist should have both these women on his side, either working for him or weeping over his woes? "He must be innocent," Hilda answered, thoughtfully, in a breaking voice. "Where is he now? Up yon?" He indicated the unvisited heights of Dartmoor. "I believe so." "I thought they were shifted 'em back to London before they released 'em." "I expect they will do. They may have moved him already." His mood grew soft, indulgent. He conceded that her emotion was natural. She had been bound up with the man. Cannon's admitted guilt on the one count, together with all that she had suffered through it, only intensified the poignancy of his innocence on the other count. Contrary to the general assumption, he must be sorrower for an unfortunate rascal than for an unfortunate good man. He could feel all that. He, Edwin, was to be pitied, but nobody save himself would perceive that he was to be pitied. His role would be difficult, but all his pride and self-reliance commanded him to play it well, using every resource of his masculine skill, and so prove that he was that which he believed himself to be. The future would be all right, because he would be equal to the emergency. Why should it not be all right? His heart, in kindliness and tenderness, drew nearer to Hilda's, and he saw, or fancied he saw, that all their guerrilla had been leading up to this, had perhaps been caused by this, and would be nobly ended by it. Just then a mysterious noise penetrated the room, growing and growing until it became a huge deafening din, and slowly died away. "I expect that's breakfast," said Edwin in a casual tone. The organism of the English household was functioning. Even in the withdrawn calm of the bedroom they could feel it irresistibly functioning. The gong had a physical effect on Cecil. All his disappointment and his sense of being neglected were gathered up in his throat and exploded in a yell. Hilda took him in her right arm and soothed him and called him silly names. Edwin rose from the bed, and as he did so, Hilda retained him with her left hand and pulled him very gently towards her, inviting a kiss. He kissed her. She held to him. He could see at a distance of 2 inches all the dark swimming colour of her wet eyes, half veiled by the long lashes, and he could feel the soft limbs of the snuffling baby somewhere close to his head. "You'd better stick where you are," he advised her in a casual tone. Hilda thought, "Now the time's come, he'll be furious, but I can't help it." She said, "Oh, no, I shall be quite all right soon. I'm going to get up in about half an hour." "But then how shall you get out of going to Princetown?" "Oh, Edwin, I must go. I told them I should go." He was astounded. There was no end to her incalculability. No end. His resentment was violent. He stood right away from her. "Told them you should go?" he exclaimed. "What in the name of heaven does that matter? Are you absolutely mad?" She stiffened. Her features hardened. In the midst of her terrible relief as to the fate of George Cannon, and of her equal terrible excitement under the enigmatic and irresistible mesmerism of Dartmoor prison, she was desperate, and resentment against Edwin kindled deep within her. She felt the brute in him. She felt that he would never really understand. She felt all her weakness and all his strength, but she was determined. At bottom she knew well that her weakness was the stronger. "I must go," she repeated. "It's nothing but morbidness," he said savagely. "Morbidness. Well, I shan't have it. I shan't let you go. And that's flat." She kept silent, frightfully disturbed, cursing women, forgetting utterly in a moment his sublime resolves. Edwin descended to breakfast in the large, strange house. Existence was monstrous. And before the middle of the morning Hilda came into the garden where everyone else was idling, and Alicia and Janet fondly kissed her. She said her headache had vanished. "Sure you feel equal to going this afternoon, dearest?" asked Janet. "Oh, yes," Hilda replied lightly. "It will do me good." Edwin was helpless. He thought, recalling with vexation his last firm, forbidding words to Hilda in the bedroom. Nobody could be equal to this emergency. End of Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 14. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 15 of These Twain by Arnold, Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 15, The Prison. 1. Harry had 2 stout and fast cobs in a light wagonette. He drove himself, and Hilda sat by his side. The driver's boast was that he should accomplish the 10 miles, with a rise of 1,000 feet, in an hour and a quarter. A hired carriage would have spent 2 hours over the journey. It was when they had cleared the town, and were on the long, straight rise across the moor towards Longford, that the horses began to prove the faith that was in them, eager, magnanimous, conceiving grandly the splendour of their task in life, and irrepressibly performing it with glory. The stones on the loose-surfaced road flew from under the striding of their hoofs into the soft, dark ling on either hand. Harry's whip hovered in affection over their twin backs, never touching them, and Harry smiled mysteriously to himself. He did not wish to talk, nor did Hilda. The movement braced and intoxicated her, and rendered thought impossible. She brimmed with emotion, like a vase with some liquid unanalysable and perilous. She was not happy, she was not unhappy. The sensation of her vitality and the kindred vitality of the earth and the air was overwhelming. She would have prolonged the journey indefinitely, and yet she intensely desired the goal, whatever terrors it might hold for her. At intervals she pulled up the embroidered and monogrammed apron that slipped slowly down over her skirt and over Harry's tennis flannels, disclosing 2 rackets and a press that lay between them. Perhaps Harry was thinking of certain strokes at tennis. "Longford!" ejaculated Harry, turning his head slightly towards the body of the vehicle as they rattled by a hamlet. Soon afterwards the road mounted steeply, 500 feet in little more than a mile, and the horses walked. But they walked in haste, fiercely, clawing at the road with their forefeet and thrusting it behind them. And some of the large tors emerged clearly into view. Cox Tor, the Staple Tors, and Great Miz lifting its granite above them and beyond. They were now in the midst of the moor, trotting fast again. Behind and before them and on either side there was nothing but moor and sky. The sky, a vast hemisphere of cloud and blue and sunshine, with a complex and ever-elusive geography of its own, discovered all the tints of heath and granite. It was one of those days when every tint was divided into 10,000 shades, and each is richer and more softly beautiful than the others. On the shoulder of Great Miz rain fell, while Little Vixen Tor glittered with mica points in the sun. Nothing could be seen over the whole moor save here and there a long-tailed pony, or a tiny cottage set apart in solitude. And the yellowish road stretched forward, waverly, narrowing, disappeared for a space, reappeared still narrower, disappeared once more, reappeared like a thin meandering line, and was lost on the final verge. It was an endless road. Impossible that the perseverance of horses should cover it yard by yard. But the horses strained onward, seeing naught but the macadam under their noses. Harry checked them at a descent. "Walkham River," he announced. They crossed a pebbly stream by a granite bridge. "Hut circles," said Harry laconically. They were climbing again. Edwin, in the body of the wagonette with Janet and Alicia, looked for hut circles and saw none, but he did not care. He was content with the knowledge that prehistoric hut circles were somewhere there. He had never seen wild England before, and its primeval sanity awoke in him the primeval man. The healthiness and simplicity and grandiose beauty of it created the sublime illusion that civilization was worthy to be abandoned. The Five Towns seemed intolerable by their dirt and ugliness, and by the tedious intricacy of their existence. Lithography. You had but to think of the word to perceive the paltriness of the thing. Riches, properties, proprieties, all the safeties, futile. He could have lived alone with Hilda on the moor, begetting children by her, watching with satisfaction the growing curves of her fecundity. His work, and seeing her with her brood, all their faces beaten by wind and rain and browned with sun. He had a tremendous, a painful longing for such a life. His imagination played round the idea of it with voluptuous and pure pleasure, and he wondered that he never thought of it before. He felt that he had never before peered into the depths of existence, and though he knew that the dream of such an Arcadian career was absurd, yet he seemed to guess that beneath the tiresome surfaces of life in the Five Towns, the essence of it might be mystically lived, and he thought that Hilda would be capable of sharing it with him. Nay, he knew she would. His mood became gravely elated, even optimistic. He saw that he worried himself about nothing. If she wanted to visit the prison, let her visit it. Why not? At any rate, he should not visit it. He had an aversion for morbidity almost as strong as his aversion for sentimentality. But her morbidity could do no harm. She could not possibly meet George Cannon. The chances were utterly against such an encounter. Her morbidity would cure itself. He pitied her, cherished her, and in thought enveloped her fondly with his sympathetic and protective wisdom. "North Hessery," said Harry, pointing with his whip to a jutting tor on the right hand. "We go round by the foot of it. There in a jiff." Soon afterwards they swerved away from the main road, obeying a signpost marked Princetown. "Glorious, isn't it?" murmured Janet, after a long silence which succeeded the light chatter of herself and Alicia about children, servants, tennis, laundries. He nodded, with a lively responsive smile, and glanced at Hilda's mysterious back. Only once during the journey had she looked round. Alicia, with her coarse, kind voice and laugh, began to rally him, saying he had dozed. A town, more granite than the moor itself, gradually revealed its roofs in the heart of the moor. The horses, indefatigable, quickened their speed. Villas, a school, a chapel, a heavy church tower, followed in succession. There were pavements. A brake full of excursionists had halted in front of a hotel. Holiday-makers, simple folk who disliked to live in flocks, wandered in ecstatic idleness. Concealed within the warmth of the mountain air, there pricked a certain sharpness. All about, beyond the little town, the tors raised their shaggy flanks, surmounted by colossal masses of stone that recalled the youth of the planet. The feel of the world was stimulating like a tremendous tonic. Then the wagonette passed a thick grove of trees hiding a house, and in a moment, like magic, appeared a huge gated archway of brick and stone, and over it the incised words, Parcere Subjectis. "Stop, stop, Harry!" cried Alicia shrilly. "What are you doing? You'll have to go to the house first." "Shall I?" said Harry. "All right. 2:35, be it noted." The vehicle came to a standstill, and instantly clouds of vapour rose from the horses. Virgil, thought Edwin, gazing at the archway, which filled him with sudden horror, like an obscenity misplaced. 2. Less than 10 minutes later, he and Hilda and Alicia, together with 3 strange men, stood under the archway. Events had followed one another quickly, to Edwin's undoing. When the waggonette drew up in the grounds of the governor's house, Harry Hesketh had politely indicated that for his horses he preferred the stables of a certain inn down the road to any stables that hospitality might offer, and he had driven off, Mrs. Rotherwas urging him to return without any delay, so that tennis might begin. The governor had been called from home, and in his absence a high official of the prison was deputed to show the visitors through the establishment. This official was the first of the 3 strange men. The other 2 were visitors. Janet had said that she would not go over the prison, because she meant to play tennis and wished not to tire herself. Alicia said kindly that she at any rate would go with Hilda. Though she had seen it all before, it was interesting enough to see again. Edwin had thereupon said that he should remain with Janet. But immediately Mrs. Rotherwas, whose reception of him had been full of the most friendly charm, had shown surprise, if not pain. What? Come to Princetown without inspecting the wonderful prison when the chance was there? Inconceivable! Edwin might in his blunt 5-towns way have withstood Mrs. Rotherwas, but he could not withstand Hilda, who, frowning, seemed almost ready to risk a public altercation in order to secure his attendance. He had to yield. To make a scene, even a very little one, in the garden full of light dresses and polite, suave voices, would have been monstrous. He thought of all that he had ever heard of the subjection of men to women. He thought of Johnny, and of Mrs. Chris Hampson, who was known for her steely caprices. And he thought also of Jimmy, and of the undesirable Mrs. Jimmy, who, it was said, had threatened to love Jimmy no more unless he took her once a week without fail to the theatre, whatever the piece, and played cards with her and 2 of her friends on all the other nights of the week. He thought of men as a sex conquered by the unscrupulous and the implacable, and in this mood, superimposed on his mood of disgust at the mere sight of the archway, he followed the high official and his train. Mrs. Rotherwas' last words were that they were not to be long, but the official said privately to the group that they must at any rate approach the precincts of the prison with all ceremony, and he led them proudly, with an air of ownership, round to the main entrance where the waggonette had first stopped. A turnkey on the other side of the immense gates, using a theatrical gesture, jangled a great bouquet of keys. The portal opened, increasing the pride of the official, and the next moment they were interned in the outer courtyard. The moor, and all that it meant, lay unattainably beyond that portal. As the group slid across to the enclosed space, with the grim facades of yellow-brown buildings on each side, and vistas of further gates and buildings in front, the official and the 2 male visitors began to talk together over the heads of Alicia and Hilda. The women held close to each other, and the official kept upon them a chivalrous eye. The 2 visitors were friends. Edwin was left out of the social scheme, and lagged somewhat behind, like one who is not wanted, but who cannot be abandoned. He walked self-conscious, miserable, resentful, and darkly angry. In one instant the 3 men had estimated him, decided that he was not of their clan, nor of any related clan, and ignored him. Whereas the official and the 2 male visitors, who had never met before, grew more and more friendly each minute. One said that he did not know so-and-so of the Scots Greys, but he knew his cousin Trevor of the Hussars, who had in fact married a niece of his own. And then another question about somebody else was asked, and immediately they were engaged in following clues, as explorers will follow the intricate mouths of a great delta, and so unite in the main stream. They were happy. Edwin did not seriously mind that, but what he did mind was their accent. In those days termed throughout the Midlands la-di-da, an onomatopoeic description, which, falsifying every vowel sound in the language, and several consonants, magically created around them an aura of utter superiority to the rest of the world. He quite unreasonably hated them, and he also envied them, because this accent was their native tongue, and because their clothes were not cut like his, and because they were entirely at their ease. Useless for the official to throw him an urbane word now and then. Neither his hate nor his constraint would consent to be alleviated. The urbane words grew less frequent. Also, Edwin despised them because they were seemingly insensible to the tremendous horror of the jail, set there like an outrage in the midst of primitive and sane Dartmoor. Yes, their attitude said, this is a prison, one of the institutions necessary to the well-being of society, like a workhouse or an opera house, an interesting sight. A second pair of iron gates were opened with the same elaborate theatricality as the first, and, while the operation was being done, the official, invigorated by the fawning of turnkeys, conversed with Alicia, who, during her short married life, had acquired some shallow acquaintance with the clans, and he even drew a reluctant phrase from Hilda. Then, after another open space, came a third pair of iron gates, final and terrific, and at length the party was under cover, and even the sky of the moor was lost. Edwin, bored, disgusted, shamed, and stricken, yielded himself proudly and submissively to the horror of the experience. 3. Hilda had only one thought. Would she catch sight of the innocent prisoner? The party was now deeply engaged in a system of corridors and stairways. The official had said that as the tour of inspection was to be short, he would display to them chiefly the modern part of the prison. So far not a prisoner had been seen, and scarcely a warder. The 2 male visitors were scientifically interested in the question of escapes. Did prisoners ever escape? Never, said the official with satisfaction. Impossible, I suppose, even when they're working out on the moor. Warders are pretty good shots, eh? Practically impossible, said the official. But there is one way. He looked up the stairway on whose landing they stood, and down the stairway, and cautiously lowered his voice. Of course, what I tell you is confidential. If one of our Dartmoor fogs came on suddenly, and kind friends outside had hidden a stock of clothes and food in an arranged spot, then theoretically, I say theoretically, a man might get away. But nobody ever has done. I suppose you still have the silent system? The official nodded. Absolutely. Absolutely. How awful it must be, said Alicia with a nervous laugh. The official shrugged his shoulders, and the other 2 males murmured reassuring axioms about discipline. They emerged from the stairway into a colossal and resounding iron hall. Round the emptiness of this interior ran galleries of perforated iron, protected from the abyss by iron balustrades. The group stood on the second of the galleries from the stony floor, and there were 2 galleries above them. Far away, opposite, a glint of sunshine had feloniously slipped in, transpiercing the gloom, and it lighted a series of doors. There was a row of these doors along every gallery. Each had a peephole, a keyhole, and a number. The longer Hilda regarded, the more nightmarishly numerous seemed the doors. The place was like a huge rabbit hutch designed for the claustration of countless rabbits. Across the whole width and length of the hall, and at the level of the lowest gallery, was stretched a great net. To provide against suicides? Suggested one of the men. Yes, said the official. Good idea. When the reverberation of the words had ceased, a little silence ensued. The ear listened vainly for the slightest sound. In the silence, the implacability of granite walls and iron reticulations reigned over the accursed vision, stultifying the soul. Are these cells occupied? Asked Alicia timidly. Not yet, Mrs. Hesketh. It's too soon. A few are. Hilda thought. He may be here, behind one of those doors. Her heart was liquid with compassion and revolt. No, she assured herself. They must have taken him away already. It's impossible he should be here. He's innocent. Perhaps you would like to see one of the cells, the official suggested. A warder appeared, and, with the inescapable jangle of keys, opened a door. The party entered the cell, ladies first, then the official and his new acquaintances, then Edwin, trailing. The cell was long and narrow, fairly lofty, bluish-white colour, very dimly lighted by a tiny grimed window high up in a wall of extreme thickness. The bed lay next to the long wall. Except the bed, a stool, a shelf, and some utensils, there was nothing to furnish the horrible nakedness of the cell. One of the visitors picked up an old book from the shelf. It was a Greek Testament. The party seemed astonished at this evidence of culture among prisoners, of the height from which a criminal may have fallen. The official smiled. They often ask for such things on purpose, said he. They think it's effective. They're very naive, you know, at bottom." "This very cell may be his cell," thought Hilda. "He may have been here all these months, years, knowing he was innocent. He may have thought about me in this cell." She glanced cautiously at Edwin, but Edwin would not catch her eye. They left. On the way to the workshops they had a glimpse of the old parts of the prison, used during the Napoleonic Wars, incredibly dark, frowsy, like catacombs. "We don't use this part unless we're very full up," said the official, and he contrasted it with the bright, spacious, healthy excellences of the hall which they had just quitted, to prove that civilization never stood still. And then suddenly, at the end of a passage, a door opened, and they were in the tailor's shop, a large, irregular apartment full of a strong stench and of squatted and grotesque human beings. The human beings, for the most part, were clothed in a peculiar brown stuff, covered with broad arrows. The dress consisted of a short jacket, baggy knickerbockers, black stockings, and coloured shoes. Their hair was cut so short that they had the appearance of being bald, and their great ears protruded at a startling angle from the sides of those smooth heads. They were of every age, yet they all looked alike, ridiculous, pantomimic, appalling. Some gazed with indifference at the visitors, others seemed oblivious of the entry. They all stitched on their haunches, in the stench, under the surveillance of 8 armed warders in blue. "How many?" asked the official mechanically. 49, sir," said a warder. And Hilda searched their loathsome and vapid faces for the face of George Cannon. He was not there. She trembled, whether with relief or with disappointment, she knew not. She was agonized, but in her torture she exulted that she had come. No comment had been made in the workshop, the official having hinted that silence was usual on such occasions. But in a kind of antechamber, one of those amorphous spaces, serving no purpose and resembling nothing, which are sometimes to be found between definable rooms and corridors in a vast building imperfectly planned, the party halted in the midst of a discussion as to discipline. The male visitors, except Edwin, showed marked intelligence and detachment. They seemed to understand immediately how it was that 49 ruffians could be trusted to squat on their thighs and stitch industriously and use scissors and other weapons for hours without being chained to the ground. They certainly knew something of the handling of men. The official, triumphant, stated that every prisoner had the right of personal appeal to the governor every day. "They come with their stories of grievances," said he, tolerant and derisive, "which often aren't true." "Which are never true," said the official quietly. "Never. They are always lies, always. Shows the material we have to deal with." He gave a short laugh. "Really?" said one of the men, rather pleased and excited by this report of universal lying. "I suppose," Edwin blurted out, "you can tell for certain when they aren't speaking the truth?" Everybody looked at him in surprise, as though the dumb had spoken. The official's glance showed some suspicion of sarcasm and a tendency to resent it. "We can," he answered shortly, commanding his features to a faint smile. "And now I wonder what Mrs. Rotherwas will be saying if I don't restore you to her." It was agreed that regard must be had for Mrs. Rotherwas' hospitable arrangements, though the prison was really very interesting and would repay study. They entered a wide corridor, one of 2 that met at right angles in the amorphous space, leading in the direction of the chief entrance. From the end of this corridor a file of convicts was approaching in charge of 2 warders with guns. The official offered no remark, but held on. Hilda, falling back near to Edwin in the procession, was divided between a dreadful fear and a hope equally dreadful. Except in the tailor's shop, these were the only prisoners they had seen, and they appeared out of place in the half-freedom of the corridor, for nobody could conceive a prisoner save in a cell or shop, and these were moving in a public corridor, unshackled. Then she distinguished George Cannon among them. He was the third from the last. She knew him by his nose and the shape of his chin, and by his walk, though there was little left of his proud walk in the desolating, hopeless prison shuffle which was the gait of all 6 convicts. His hair was iron grey. All these details she could see and be sure of in the distance of the dim corridor. She no longer had a stomach. It had gone, and yet she felt a horrible nausea. She cried out to herself, "Why did I come? Why did I come? I'm always doing these mad things. Edwin was right. Why do I not listen to him?" The party of visitors, led by the high official, and the file of convicts in charge of armed warders, were gradually approaching one another in the wide corridor. It seemed to Hilda that a fearful collision was imminent, and that something ought to be done. But nobody among the visitors did anything or seemed to be disturbed. Only they had all fallen silent, and in the echoing corridor could be heard the firm steps of the male visitors accompanying the delicate tripping of the women, and the military tramp of the warders with the confused shuffling of the convicts. "Has he recognized me?" thought Hilda wildly. She hoped that he had, and that he had not. She recalled with the most poignant sorrow the few days of their union, their hours of intimacy, his kisses, her secret realization of her power over him, and of his passion. She wanted to scream, "That man there is as innocent as any of you, and soon the whole world will know it. He never committed any crime except that of loving me too much. He could not do without me, and so I was his ruin. It is horrible that he should be here in this hell. He must be set free at once. The Home Secretary knows he is innocent, but they are so slow. How could anyone bear that he should stop here 1 instant longer?" But she made no sound. The tremendous force of an ancient and organized society kept her lips closed and her feet in a line with the others. She thought in despair, "We are getting nearer, and I cannot meet him. I shall drop." She glanced at Edwin as if for help, but Edwin was looking straight ahead. Then a warden, stopping, ejaculated with the harsh brevity of a drill sergeant, "Halt!" The file halted. "Right turn!" The 6 captives turned, with their faces close against the wall of the corridor, obedient, humiliated, spiritless, limp, stooping. Their backs presented the most ridiculous aspect. All the calculated grotesquerie of the surpassing ugly prison uniform was accentuated as they stood thus, a row of living scarecrows, who knew that they had not the right even to look upon free men. Every one of them except George Cannon had large protuberant ears that completed the monstrosity of their appearance. The official gave his new acquaintances a satisfied glance, as if saying, "That is the rule by which we manage these chance encounters." The visitors went by in silence, instinctively edging away from the captives. And as she passed, Hilda lurched very heavily against Edwin, and recovered herself. Edwin seized her arm near the shoulder, and saw that she was pale. The others were in front. Behind them they could hear the warder. "Left turn, march!" And the shuffling and the tramping recommenced. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 15. Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 15, The Prison, of These Twain, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 2, Chapter 15, Part 2. 4. In the garden of the governor's house, tennis had already begun when the official brought back his convoy. Young Truscott and Mrs. Rotherwas were pitted against Harry Hesketh and a girl of 18 who possessed a good wrist, but could not keep her head. Harry was watching over his partner, quietly advising her upon the ruses of the enemy, taking the more difficult strokes for her, and generally imparting to her the quality which she lacked. Harry was fully engaged. The whole of his brain and body was at strain. He let nothing go by, he missed no chance, and within the laws of the game he hesitated at no stratagem. And he was beating young Truscott and Mrs. Rotherwas, while an increasing and polite audience looked on. To the entering party, the withdrawn scene, lit by sunshine, appeared as perfect as a stage show, with its trees, lawn, flowers, toilettes, the flying balls, the grace of the players, and the grey solidity of the governor's house in the background. Alicia ran gawkily to Janet, who got a box of chocolates from somewhere, and one of the men followed her, laughing. Hilda sat apart. She was less pale. Edwin remained cautiously near her. He had not left her side since she lurched against him in the corridor. He knew. He divined that which she had most feared had come to pass, the supreme punishment of Hilda's morbidity. He had not definitely recognized George Cannon, for he was not acquainted with him, and in the past had only once or twice by chance caught sight of him in the streets of Bursley or Turnhill. But he had seen among the 6 captives one who might be he, and who had certainly something of the Five Towns look. Hilda's lurch told him that by vindictiveness of fate George Cannon was close to them. He had ignored his own emotion. The sudden transient weight of Hilda's body had had a strange moral effect upon him. This, he thought, is the burden I have to bear. This, and not lithography, not riches, is my chief concern. She depends on me. I am all she has to stand by. The burden, with its immense and complex responsibilities, was sweet to his inmost being, and it braced him and destroyed his resentment against her morbidity. His pity was pure. He felt that he must live more nobly, yes, more heroically, than he had been living, that all irritable pettiness must drop away from him, and that his existence in her regard must have simplicity and grandeur. The sensation of her actual weight stayed with him. He had not spoken to her. He dared not. He had scarcely met her eyes. But he was ready for any emergency. Every now and then in the garden, Hilda glanced over her shoulder at the house, as though her gaze could pierce the house and see the sinister prison beyond. The set ended, to Harry Hesketh's satisfaction, and another set being arranged, he and Mrs. Rotherwas, athletic in a short skirt and simple blouse, came walking, rather flushed and breathless, round the garden with 1 or 2 others, including Harry's late partner. The conversation turned upon the great South Wales collieries' strike against a proposed reduction of wages. Mrs. Rotherwas' husband was a colliery proprietor near Monmouth, and she had just received a letter from him. Everyone sympathized with her and her husband, and nobody could comprehend the wrong-headedness of the miners, except upon the supposition that they had been led away by mischievous demagogues. As the group approached, the timid young girl, having regained her nerve, was exclaiming with honest indignation, "The leaders ought to be shot, and the men who won't go down the pits ought to be forced to go down and made to work." And she picked at fluff on her yellow frock. Edwin feared an uprising from Hilda, but naught happened. Mrs. Rotherwas spoke about tea, though it was rather early, and they all, Hilda as well, wandered to a large yew tree under which was a table. Through the pendant branches of the tree the tennis could be watched as through a screen. The prison clock tolled the hour over the roofs of the house, and Mrs. Rotherwas gave the definite signal for refreshments. "You're exhausted," she said teasingly to Harry. "You'll see," said Harry. "No," Mrs. Rotherwas delightfully relented. "You're a dear, and I love to watch you play. I'm sure you could give Mr. Truscott half 15. "Think so?" said Harry, pleased, and very conscious that he was living fully. "You see what it is to have an object in life, Hesketh," Edwin remarked suddenly. Harry glanced at him doubtfully, and yet with a certain ingenuous admiration. At the same time a white ball rolled near the tree. He ducked under the trailing branches, returned the ball, and moved slowly towards the court. "Alicia tells me you're very old friends of theirs," said Mrs. Rotherwas agreeably to Hilda. Hilda smiled quietly. "Yes, we are, both of us." Who could have guessed now that her condition was not absolutely normal? "Charming people, aren't they, the Heskeths?" said Mrs. Rotherwas. "Perfectly charming. They're an ideal couple. And I do like their house. It's so deliciously quaint, isn't it, Mary?" "Lovely," agreed the young girl. It was an ideal world, full of ideal beings. Soon after tea, the irresistible magnetism of Alicia's babies drew Alicia off the moor, and with her the champion player, Janet, Hilda, and Edwin. Mrs. Rotherwas let them go with regret, adorably expressed. Harry would have liked to stay, but on the other hand he was delightfully ready to yield to Alicia. 5. On arriving at Tavy Mansion, Hilda announced that she would lie down. She told Edwin in an exhausted but friendly voice that she needed any rest, and he comprehended, rightly, that he was to leave her. Not a word was said between them as to the events within the prison. He left her, and spent the time before dinner with Harry Hesketh, who had the idea of occupying their leisure with a short game of bowls, for which it was necessary to remove the croquet hoops. Hilda undressed and got into bed. Soon afterwards, both Alicia, with an infant, and Janet came to see her. Had Janet been alone, Hilda might conceivably, in her weakness, have surrendered the secret to her, in exchange for that soft and persuasive sympathy of which Janet was the mistress. But the presence of Alicia made a confidence impossible, and Hilda was glad. She plausibly fibbed to both sisters, and immediately afterwards the household knew that Hilda would not appear at dinner. There was not the slightest alarm or apprehension, for the affair explained itself in the simplest way. Hilda had had a headache in the morning, and had been wrong to go out. She was now merely paying for the indiscretion. She would be quite recovered the next day. Alicia whispered a word to her husband, who, besides, was not apt easily to get nervous about anything except his form at games. Edwin also, with his 5 Towns habit of mind, soberly belittled the indisposition. The household remained natural and gay. When Edwin went upstairs to prepare for dinner, moving very quietly, his wife had her face towards the wall and away from the light. He came round the bed to look at her. "I'm all right," she murmured. "Want nothing at all?" he asked with nervous gruffness. She shook her head. Very impatiently she awaited his departure, exasperated more than she had ever been by his precise deliberation over certain details of his toilet. As soon as he was gone, she began to cry, but the tears came so gently from her eyes that the weeping was as passive, as independent of volition, as the escape of blood from a wound. She had a grievance against Edwin. At the crisis in the prison she had blamed herself for not submitting to his guidance, but now she had reacted against all such accusations, and her grievance amounted to just an indictment of his common sense, his quietude, his talent for keeping out of harm's way, his lack of violent impulses, his formidable respectability. She was a rebel. He was not. He would never do anything wrong, or even perilous. Never, never would he find himself in need of a friend's help. He would always direct his course so that society would protect him. He was a firm part of the structure of society. He was the enemy of impulses. When he foresaw a danger, the danger was always realized. She had noticed that, and she resented it. He was infinitely above the George Cannons of the world. He would be incapable of bigamy, incapable of being caught in circumstances which could bring upon him suspicion of any crime whatever. Yet for her, the George Cannons had a quality which he lacked, which he could never possess, and which would have impossibly perfected him. A quality heroic, foolish, martyr-like. She was almost ready to decide that his complete social security was due to cowardice and resulted in self-righteousness. Could he really feel pity, as she felt it, for the despised and rejected, and a hatred of injustice equal to hers? These 2 emotions were burning her up. Again and again, ceaselessly, her mind ran round the circle of George Cannon's torture and the callousness of society. He had sinned, and she had loathed him, but both his sin and her loathing were the fruit of passion. He had been a proud man, and she had shared his pride. Now he was broken, unutterably humiliated, and she partook of his humiliation. The grotesque and beaten animal in the corridor was all that society had left of him who had once inspired her to acts of devotion, who could make her blush, and to satisfy whom she would recklessly spend herself. The situation was intolerable, and yet it had to be borne. But surely it must be ended. Surely, at the latest on the morrow, the prisoner must be released, and soothed and reinstated. Pardoned? No. A pardon was an insult, worse than an insult. She would not listen to the word. Society might use it for its own purposes, but she would never use it. Pardon a man after deliberately and fiendishly achieving his ruin? She could have laughed. Exhaustion followed. Tempering emotion and reducing it to a profound, despairing melancholy that was stirred at intervals by frantic revolt. The light failed. The windows became vague silver squares. Outside, fowls clucked, a horse's hoof clattered on stones. Servants spoke to each other in their rough, good-natured voices. The peace of the world had its effect on her, unwilling though she was. Then there was a faint tap at the door. She made no reply, and shut her eyes. The door gently opened, and someone tripped delicately in. She heard movements at the washstand. One of the maids. A match was struck. The blinds were stealthily lowered, the curtains drawn, garments were gathered together, and at last the door closed again. She opened her eyes. The room was very dimly illuminated. A night light under a glass hemisphere of pale rose stood on the dressing-table. By magic, order had been restored. A glinting copper ewer of hot water stood in the whiteness of the basin with a towel over it. The blue blinds, revealed by the narrowness of the red curtains, stirred in the depths of the windows. Each detail of the chamber was gradually disclosed, and the chamber was steeped in the first tranquillity of the night. Not a sound could be heard. Through the depths of her bitterness there rose slowly the sensation of the beauty of existence, even in its sadness. A long time afterwards it occurred to her in the obscurity that the bed was tumbled. She must have turned over and over. The bed must be arranged before Edwin came. He had to share it. After all, he had committed no fault. He was entirely innocent. She and fate between them had inflicted these difficulties and these solicitudes upon him. He had said little or nothing, but he was sympathetic. When she had stumbled against him, she had felt his upholding masculine strength. He was dependable and would be dependable to the last. The bed must be creaseless when he came. This was the least she could do. She arose. Very faintly she could descry her image in the mirror of the great wardrobe, a dishevelled image. Forgetting the bed, she bathed her face, and unusually took care to leave the washstand as tidy as the maid had left it. Then, having arranged her hair, she set about the bed. It was not easy for one person unaided to make a wide bed. Before she had finished, she heard footsteps outside the door. She stood still. Then she heard Edwin's voice. "Don't trouble, thanks. I'll take it in myself." He entered, carrying a tray, and shut the door, and instantly she busied herself once more with the bed. "My poor girl," he said with quiet kindliness, "what are you doing?" "I'm just putting the bed to rights," she answered, and almost with a single movement she slid back into the bed. "What have you got there?" "I thought I'd ask for some tea for you," he said. "Nearly the whole blessed household wants to come and see you, but I wouldn't have it." She could not say, "It's very nice of you," but she said simply to please him, "I should like some tea." He put the tray on the dressing-table, then lit 3 candles, 2 on the dressing-table and 1 on the night-table, and brought the tray to the night-table. He himself poured out the tea and offered the cup. She raised herself on an elbow. "Did you recognize him?" she muttered suddenly, after she had blown on the tea to cool it. Under ordinary conditions, Edwin would have replied to such an unprepared question with another, petulant and impatient. "Recognize who?" pretending that he did not understand the allusion. But now he made no pretences. "Not quite," he said, "but I knew at once. I could see which of them it must be." The subject at last opened between them. Hilda felt an extraordinary solace and relief. He stood by the bedside, in black, with a great breastplate of white, his hair rough, his hands in his pockets. She thought he had a fine face. She thought of him as, at such a time, her superior. She wanted powerfully to adopt his attitude, to believe in everything he said. They were talking together in safety, quietly, gravely, amicably, withdrawn and safe in the strange house. He, benevolent and assuaging and comprehending; she, desiring the balm which he could give. It seemed to her that they had never talked to each other in such tones. "Isn't it awful, awful?" she exclaimed. "It is," said Edwin, and added carefully, tenderly, "I suppose he is innocent." She might have flown at him. "That's just like you to assume he isn't." But she replied, "I'm quite sure of it. I say, I want you to read all the letters I've had from Mrs. Cannon. I've got them here. They're in my bag there. Read them now. Of course, I always meant to share them to you." "All right," he agreed, drew up a chair to the dressing-table where the bag was, found the letters, and read them. She waited, as he read one letter, put it down, read another, laid it precisely upon the first one, with his terrible exactitude and orderliness, and so on through the whole packet. "Yes," said he at the end, "I should say he's innocent this time, right enough." "But something ought to be done," she cried. "Don't you think something ought to be done, Edwin?" "Something has been done. Something is being done." "But something else." He got up and walked about the room. "There's only one thing to be done," he said. He came towards her and stood over her again, and the candle on the night-table lighted his chin and the space between his eyelashes and his eyebrows. He timidly touched her hair, caressing it. They were absolutely at their ease together in the intimacy of the bedroom. In her brief relations with George Cannon, there had not been time to establish anything like such intimacy. With George Cannon she had always had the tremors of the fawn. "What is it?" "Wait, that's all. It's not the slightest use trying to hurry these public departments. You can't do it. You only get annoyed for nothing at all. You can take that from me, my child." He spoke with such delicate persuasiveness, such an evident desire to be helpful, that Hilda was convinced and grew resigned. It did not occur to her that he had made a tremendous resolve which had raised him above the Edwin she knew. She thought she had hitherto misjudged and underrated him. "I wanted to explain to you about that £10, she said. That's all right, said he hastily. "But I must tell you. You saw Mrs. Cannon's letter asking me for money. Well, I borrowed the £10 from Janet, so of course I had to pay it back, hadn't I?" "How is Janet?" he asked in a new, lighter tone. "She seems to be going on splendidly, don't you think so?" "Well, then we'll go home tomorrow." "Shall we?" She lifted her arms, and he bent. She was crying. In a moment she was sobbing. She gave him violent kisses amid her sobs, and held him close to her until the fit passed. Then she said, in her voice reduced to that of a child, "What time's the train?" End of Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 15. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16, The Ghost. 1. It was 6:30. The autumn dusk had already begun to fade, and in the damp air, cold, grimy, and vaporous, men with scarves round their necks, and girls with shawls over their heads, or hatted and even gloved, were going home from work past the petty shops, where sweets, tobacco, fried fish, chitterlings, groceries, and novelettes were sold among enamelled advertisements of magic soaps. In the feeble and patchy illumination of the footpaths, which left the middle of the streets and the upper air all obscure, the chilled, preoccupied people passed each other rapidly, like phantoms, emerging out of one mystery and disappearing into another. Everywhere, behind the fanlights and shaded windows of cottages, domesticity was preparing the warm relaxations of the night. Amid the streets of little buildings, the lithographic establishment, with a yellow oblong here and there illuminated in its dark facades, stood up high, larger than reality, more important and tyrannic, one of the barracks, one of the prisons, one of the money-works, where a single man or a small group of men, by brains and vigour and rigour, exploited the populace. Edwin, sitting late in his private office behind those facades, was not unaware of the sensation of being an exploiter. By his side, on the large flat desk, lay a copy of the afternoon's Signal, containing an account of the breaking up by police of an open-air meeting of confessed anarchists on the previous day at Manchester. Manchester was, and is still, physically and morally very close to the Five Towns, which respect it more than they respect London.
An anarchist meeting at Manchester was indeed an uncomfortable portent for the Five Towns. Enormous strikes, like civil wars of stalemate, characterized the autumn as they had characterized the spring, affecting directly or indirectly every industry, and weakening the prestige of government, conventions, wealth, and success. Edwin was successful. It was because he was successful that he was staying late, and that a clerk in the outer office was staying late, and that windows were illuminated here and there in the facades. Holding in his hand the wage book, he glanced down the long columns of names and amounts. Some names conveyed nothing to him, but most of them raised definite images in his mind, of big men, roughs, decent clerks with wristbands, undersized pale machinists, intensely respectable skilled artisans and draftsmen, thin ragged lads, greasy slatternly pale girls, and one or two fat women, all dirty, and working with indifference in dirt. Most of them kowtowed to him, some did not, some scowled askance. But they were all dependent on him. Not one of them would be prodigiously alarmed and inconvenienced, to say nothing of going hungry, if he did not pay wages the next morning. The fact was, he could distribute ruin with a gesture, and nobody could bring him to book. Something wrong. Under the influence of strikes and anarchist meetings, he felt with foreboding and even with a little personal alarm that something was wrong. Those greasy, slatternly girls, for instance, with their coarse charm and their sexuality, they were underpaid. They received as much as other girls on pot banks, perhaps more, but they were underpaid. What chance had they? He was getting richer every day, and safer, except for the vague menace. Yet he could not appreciably improve their lot, partly for business reasons, partly because any attempt to do so would bring the community about his ears, and he would be labelled as a doctrinaire and a fool, and partly because his own common sense was against such a move. Not those girls, not his works, not this industry, and that was wrong. All was wrong, and it was impossible to imagine any future period when all would not be wrong. Perfection was a desolating thought. Nevertheless, the struggle towards it was instinctive and had to go on. The danger was, in Edwin's eyes, of letting that particular struggle monopolize one's energy. Well, he would not let it. He did a little here and a little there, and he voted democratically, and in his heart was most destructively sarcastic about Toryism. And for the rest, he relished the adventure of existence, and took the best he conscientiously could, and thought pretty well of himself as a lover of his fellow men. If he was born to be a master, he would be one, and not spend his days in trying to overthrow mastery. He was tired that evening. He had a slight headache. He certainly had worries. But he was not unhappy on the throbbing, tossing steamer of humanity. Nobody could seem less adventurous than he seemed, with his timidities and his love of moderation, comfort, regularity, and security. Yet his nostrils would sniff to the supreme and all-embracing adventure. He heard Hilda's clear voice in the outer office. "Mr. Clayhanger in there?" And the clerk's somewhat nervously agitated reply, repeating several times in eager affirmative. And he himself, the master, though still all alone in the sanctum, at once pretended to be very busy. Her presence was thus often to produce an excitation in the organism of the business. She was so foreign to it, so unsoiled by it, so aloof from it, so much more gracious, civilized, enigmatic than anything that the business could show. And fundamentally, she was the cause of the business. It was all for her. It existed with its dirt, noise, crudity, strain, and eternal effort so that she might exist in her elegance, her disturbing femininity, her restricted and deep affections, her irrational capriciousness, and her strange, brusque common sense. The clerks and some of the women felt this. Big James certainly felt it, and Edwin felt it and denied it to himself more than anybody. There was no economic justice in the arrangement. She would come in veiled, her face mysterious behind the veil, and after a few minutes she would delicately lift her gloved fingers to the veil and raise it, and her dark, pale, vivacious face would be disclosed. "Here I am," and the balance was even, her debt paid. That was how it was. In the month that had passed since the visit to Dartmoor, Edwin, despite his resolve to live heroically and philosophically, had sometimes been forced into the secret attitude. This woman will kill me, but without her I shouldn't be interested enough to live. He was sometimes morally above her to the point of priggishness, and sometimes incredibly below her, but for the most part living in a different dimension. She had heard nothing further from Mrs. Cannon. She knew nothing of the bigamist's fate, though more than once she had written for news. Her moods were unpredictable and disconcerting, and as her moods constituted the chief object of Edwin's study, the effect on him was not tranquilizing. At the start he had risen to the difficulty of the situation, but he could not permanently remain at that height, and the situation had apparently become stationary. His exasperations, both concealed and open, were not merely unworthy of a philosopher, they were unworthy of a common man. Why be annoyed, he would say to himself, but he was annoyed. The tone, the right tone, he would remind himself. Surely he could remember to command his voice to the right tone. But no, he could not. He could infallibly remember to wind up his watch, but he could not remember that. Moreover, he felt, as he had felt before, on occasions, that no amount of right tone would keep their relation smooth, for the reason that principles were opposed. Could she not see? Well, she could not. There she was, entire, unalterable, impossible to chip inconvenient pieces off her. He must take her or leave her, and she could not see, or she would not, which in practice was the same thing. And yet some of the most exquisite moments of their union had occurred during that feverish and unquiet month, moments of absolute surrender and devotion on her part, of protected love on his, and also long moments of peace. With the early commencements of autumn, all the family had resumed the pursuit of letters with a certain ardour. A startling feminist writer, and the writer whose parentage and whose very name lay in the Five Towns, who had recreated the East, and whose vogue was a passion among the lettered, both these had published books whose success was extreme and genuine. And in the curtained, gaslit drawing-room of a night, Hilda would sit rejoicing over the triumphant satire of the woman novelist, and Edwin and George would lounge in impossible postures, each mesmerized by a story of the Anglo-Indian, and between chapters Edwin might rouse himself from the enchantment sufficiently to reflect, "How indescribably agreeable these evenings are!" And 10 to 1 he would say aloud with full severity, "George, bed!" And George, a fine judge of genuineness and severity, would murmur carelessly, "All right, I'm going," and not go. And now Edwin in the office thought, "She's come to fetch me away." He was gratified, but he must not seem to be gratified. The sanctity of business from invasion had to be upheld. He frowned, feigning more diligently than ever to be occupied. She came in with that air at once apologetic and defiant that wives have in affronting the sacred fastness. Nobody could have guessed that she had ever been a business woman, arriving regularly at just such an office every morning, shorthand writing, twisting a copying press, filing, making appointments. Nobody could have guessed that she had ever been in business for herself, and had known how sixpence was added to sixpence, and a week's profit lost in an hour. All such knowledge had apparently dropped from her like an excrescence, had vanished like a temporary disfigurement, and she looked upon commerce with the uncomprehending, careless, and yet impressed eyes of a young girl. "Hello, missus," he exclaimed casually. Then George came in. Since the visit to Dartmoor, Hilda had much increased her intimacy with George, spending a lot of time with him, walking with him, and exploring in a sisterly and reassuring manner his most private life. George liked it, but it occasionally irked him, and he would give a hint to Edwin that mother needed to be handled at times. "You needn't come in here, George," said Hilda. "Well, can I go into the engine-house?" George suggested. Edwin had always expected that he would prefer the machine-room, but the engine-house was his haunt, probably because it was dirty, fiery, and stuffy. "No, you can't," said Edwin. "Pratt's gone by this, and it's shut up." "No, it isn't. Pratt's there." "Oh, all right." "Shut the door, dear," said Hilda. "Hooray!" George ran off and banged the glass door. Hilda, glancing by habit at the unsightly details of the deteriorating room, walked round the desk. With apprehension, Edwin saw resolve and perturbation in her face. He was about to say, "Look here, Infant, I'm supposed to be busy," but he refrained. Holding out a letter which she nervously snatched from her bag, Hilda said, "I've just had this by the afternoon post. Read it." He recognized at once the sloping handwriting, but the paper was different. It was a mere torn half-sheet of very cheap notepaper. He read, "Dear Mrs. Clayhanger, just a line to say that my husband is at last discharged. It has been weary waiting. We are together, and I am looking after him. With renewed thanks for your sympathy and help, believe me, sincerely yours, Charlotte M. Cannon." The signature was scarcely legible. There was no address, no date. Edwin's first flitting, despicable masculine thought was, "She doesn't say anything about that £10. It fled. He was happy in an intense relief that affected all his being. He said to himself, "Now that's over, we can begin again." "Well," he murmured, "that's all right. Didn't I always tell you it would take some time? That's all right." He gazed at the paper, waving it in his hand as he held it by one corner. He perceived that it was the letter of a jealous woman who had got what she wanted and meant to hold it, and entirely to herself, and his mood became somewhat sardonic. "Very curt, isn't it?" said Hilda strangely. "And after all this time, too." He looked up at her, turning his head sideways to catch her eyes. "That letter," he said in a voice as strange as Hilda's, "that letter is exactly what it ought to be. It could not possibly have been better turned. You don't want to keep it, I suppose, do you?" "No," she muttered. He tore it into very small pieces and dropped them into the waste-paper basket beneath the desk. "And burn all the others," he said in a low tone. "Edwin," after a pause. "Yes?" "Don't you think George ought to know? Don't you think one of us ought to tell him, either you or me? You might tell him?" "Tell him what?" Edwin demanded sharply, pushing back his chair. "Well, everything." He glowered. He could feel himself glowering. He could feel the justifiable anger animating him. "Certainly not," he enunciated resentfully, masterfully, overpoweringly. "Certainly not." "But supposing he hears from outsiders?" "You needn't begin supposing." "But he's bound to have to know sometime." "Possibly, but he isn't going to know now, any road. Not with my consent. The thing's absolute madness." Hilda almost whispered, "Very well, dear, if you think so." "I do think so." He suddenly felt very sorry for her. He was ready to excuse her astounding morbidity as a consequence of extreme spiritual tribulation. He added with a brusque good nature, "And so will you in the morning, my child." "Shall you be long?" "No, I told you I would be late. If you'll run off, my chuck, I'll undertake to be after you in half an hour." "Is your headache better?" "No, on the other hand, it isn't worse." He gazed fiercely at the wages book. She bent down. "Kiss me," she murmured tearfully. As he kissed her, and as she pressed against him, he absorbed and understood all the emotions through which she had passed and was passing, and from him to her was transmitted an unimaginable tenderness that shamed and atoned for the inclemency of his refusals. He was very happy. He knew that he would not do another stroke of work that night, but still he must pretend to do some. Playfully, without rising, he drew down her veil, smacked her gently on the back, and indicated the door. "I have to call at Clara's about that wool for Maggie," she said with courage. His fingering of her veil had given her extreme pleasure. "I'll bring the kid up," he said. "Will you?" She departed, leaving the door unlatched. 2. A draught from the outer door swung wide open the unlatched door of Edwin's room. "What are doors for?" he muttered, pleasantly impatient. Then he called aloud, "Simpson, shut the outer door, and this one too." There was no answer. He arose and went to the outer office. Hilda had passed through it like an arrow. Simpson was not there, but a man stood leaning against the mantelpiece. He held at full spread a copy of the Signal, which concealed all the upper part of him except his fingers and the crown of his head. Though the gas had been lighted in the middle of the room, It must have been impossible for him to read by it, since it shone through the paper. He lowered the newspaper with a rustle, and looked at Edwin. He was a big, well-dressed man, wearing a dark grey suit, a blue Melton overcoat, and a quite new glossy boiler-end felt hat. He had a straight, prominent nose, and dark, restless eyes set back. His short hair was getting grey, but not his short black moustache. "Were you waiting to see me?" Edwin said, in a defensive, half-hostile tone. The man might be a belated commercial traveller of a big house. Some of those fellows considered themselves above all laws. On the other hand, he might be a new customer in a hurry. "Yes," was the reply, in a deep, full, and yet uncertain voice. "The clerk said you couldn't be disturbed, and asked me to wait. Then he went out." "What can I do for you? It's really after hours, but some of us are working a bit late." The man glanced at the outer door, which Edwin was shutting, and then at the inner door, which exposed Edwin's room. "I'm George Cannon," he said, advancing a step, as it were defiantly. For an instant Edwin was frightened by the sudden melodrama of the situation. Then he thought, "I'm up against this man. This is a crisis." And he became almost agreeably aware of his own being. The man stood close to him under the gas with all the enigmatic quality of another being. He could perceive now, at any rate he could believe, that it was George Cannon. Forgetful of what the man had suffered, Edwin felt for him nothing but the instinctive, inimical distrust of the individual who has never got at loggerheads with society, for the individual who once and for always has. To this feeling was added a powerful resentment of the man's act in coming, especially unannounced, to just him, the husband of the woman he had dishonoured. It was a monstrous act, and doubtless an act characteristic of the man. It was what might have been expected. The man might have been innocent of a particular crime, might have been falsely imprisoned. But what had he originally been doing? With what rascals had he been consorting, that he should be even suspected of crime? George Cannon's astonishing presence so suddenly after his release, at the words of Edwin Clayhanger, was unforgivable. Edwin felt an impulse to say savagely, "Look here, you clear out. You understand English, don't you? Hook it." But he had not the brutality to say it. Moreover, the clerk returned, carrying, full to the brim, the tin water receptacle used for wetting the damping brush of the copying press. "Will you come in, please?" said Edwin curtly. "Simpson, I'm engaged." The two men went into the inner room. "Sit down," said Edwin grimly. George Cannon, with a firm gesture, planted his hat on the flat desk between them. He looked round behind him at the shut glazed door. "You needn't be afraid," said Edwin. "Nobody can hear, unless you shout." He gazed curiously, but somewhat surreptitiously, at George Cannon, trying to decide whether it was possible to see in him a released convict. He decided that it was not possible. George Cannon had a shifty, but not a beaten, look. Many men had a shifty look. His hair was somewhat short, but so was the hair of many men, if not of most. He was apparently in fair health. Assuredly his constitution had not been ruined. And if his large, coarse features were worn, marked with tiny black spots, and seamed generally ravaged, they were not more ravaged than the features of numerous citizens of Bursley, aged about 50, who saved money, earned honours, and incurred the envy of presumably intelligent persons. And as he realized all this, Edwin's retrospective painful alarm as to what might have happened if Hilda had noticed George Cannon in the outer office lessened until he could dismiss it entirely. By chance she had ignored Cannon, perhaps scarcely seeing him in her preoccupied passage, perhaps taking him vaguely for a customer. But suppose she had recognized him, what then? There would have been an awkward scene, nothing more. Awkward scenes do not kill, their effect is transient. Hilda would have had to behave, and would have behaved, with severe common sense. He, Edwin himself, would have handled the affair. A demeanour matter-of-fact and impassable was what was needed. After all, a man recently out of prison was not a wild beast, nor yet a freak. Hundreds of men were coming out of prisons every day. He should know how to deal with this man, not pharisaically, not cruelly, not unkindly, but still with a clear indication to the man of his reprehensible indiscretion in being where he then was. "Did she recognise me, down there, Dartmoor?" asked George Cannon, without any preparing of the ground, in a deep, trembling voice, and as he spoke a flush spread slowly over his dark features. Yes, answered Edwin, and his voice also trembled. "I wasn't sure," said George Cannon. "We were halted before I could see, and I daren't look round. I should have been punished. I've been punished before now for looking up at the sky at exercise." He spoke more quickly, and then brought himself up with a snort. "However, I've not come all the way here to talk prison, so you needn't be afraid. I'm not one of your reformers." In his weak but ungoverned nervous excitement, from which a faint trace of hysteria was not absent, he now seemed rather more like an ex-convict, despite his good clothes. He had become, to Edwin's superior self-control, suddenly wistful. And at the same time, the strange opening question and its accent had stirred Edwin, and he saw with remorse how much finer had been Hilda's morbid and violent pity than his own harsh common sense and anxiety to avoid emotion. The man in good clothes moved him more than the convict had moved him. He seemed to have received vision, and he saw not merely the unbearable pathos of George Cannon, but the high and heavenly charitableness of Hilda, which he had constantly douched, and his own common earthliness. He was exceedingly humbled. And he also thought sadly, this chap's still attached to her, poor devil. "What have you come for?" he inquired. George Cannon cleared his throat. Edwin waited, in fear, for the avowal. He could make nothing of the visitor's face. Its expression was anxious and drew sympathy, but there was something in it which chilled the sympathy it invoked, and which seemed to say, "I shall look after myself." It yielded naught. You could be sorry for the heart within, and yet could neither like nor esteem it. Punished for looking up at the sky. Glimpses of prison life presented themselves to Edwin's imagination. He saw George Cannon again halted and turning like a serf to the wall of the corridor. And this man opposite to him, close to him in the familiar room, was the same man as the serf. Was he the same man? Inscrutable, the enigma of that existence whose breathing was faintly audible across the desk. "You know all about it, about my affair, of course." "Well," said Edwin, "I expect you know how much I know." "I'm an honest man, you know that. I needn't begin by explaining that to you." Edwin nerved himself. "You weren't honest towards Hilda, if it comes to that." He used his wife's Christian name. To this man, with whom he had never before spoken, naturally, inevitably, he would not say, "my wife." To have said, "my wife," would somehow have brought some muddiness upon that wife, and by contact upon her husband. "When I say honest, I mean, you know what I mean. About Hilda, I don't defend that. Only I couldn't help myself. I dare say I should do it again." Edwin could feel his eyes smarting, and he blinked, and yet he was angry with the man, who went on, "It's no use talking about that. That's over. And I couldn't help it. I had to do it. She's come out of it all right. She's not harmed, and I thank God for it. If there'd been a child living, well, it would have been different." Edwin started. This man didn't know he was a father, and his son was within a few yards of him, might come running in at any moment. No, young George would not come in. Nothing but positive orders would get the boy out of the engine-house so long as the engine-man remained there. Was it possible that Hilda had concealed the existence of her child, or had announced the child's death? If so, she had never done a wiser thing, and such sagacity struck him as heroic. But if Mrs. Cannon knew as to the child, then it was Mrs. Cannon who, with equal prudence and for a different end, had concealed its existence from George Cannon, or lied to him as to its death. Certainly the man was sincere. As he said, "Thank God," his full voice had vibrated like a voice of an ardent religionist at a prayer meeting. George Cannon began again. "All I mean is I'm an honest man. I've been damnably treated. Not that I want to go into that. No, I'm a fatalist. That's over, that's done with, I'm not whining. All I'm insisting on is that I'm not a thief, and I'm not a forger, and I have nothing to hide. Perhaps I brought my difficulties about that banknote business on myself. But when you've once been in prison, you don't choose your friends. You can't. Perhaps I might have ended up by being a thief or a forger. Only on this occasion it just happens that I've had a good 6 years for being innocent. I never did anything wrong, or even silly, except let myself get too fond of somebody. That might happen to anyone. It did happen to me. But there's nothing else. You understand, I never— Yes, yes, certainly, said Edwin, stopping him as he was about to repeat all the argument afresh. It was a convincing argument. No one's got the right to look down on me, I mean, George Cannon insisted, bringing his face forward over the desk. On the contrary, this country owes me an apology. However, I don't want to go into that. That's done with. Spilt milk, spilt. I know what the world is. I agree, said Edwin. He did. The honesty of his intelligence admitted almost too eagerly and completely the force of the pleading. Well, said George Cannon, to cut it short, I want help, and I've come to you for it. Me? Edwin feebly exclaimed. You, Mr. Clayhanger. I've come straight here from London. I haven't a friend in the whole world, not one. It's not everybody can say that. There was a fellow named Dayson at Turnhill, who used to work for me. He'd have done something if he could, but he was too big a fool to be able to. And besides, he's gone, no address. I wrote to him. Oh, that chap, murmured Edwin, trying to find relief in even a momentary turn of the conversation. I know who you mean, shorthand writer. He died in the Isle of Man on his holiday 2 years ago. It was in the papers. That's his address, is it? Good old dead letter office. Well, he is crossed off the list then, no mistake. Cannon snarled bitterly. I'm aware you're not a friend of mine. I've no claim on you. You don't know me, but you know about me. When I saw you in Dartmoor, I guessed who you were, and I said to myself, you looked the sort of man who might help another man. Why did you come into the prison? Why did you bring her there? You must have known I was there. He spoke with a sudden change to reproachfulness. I didn't bring her there, Edwin blushed. It was— However, we needn't go into that if you don't mind. Was she upset? Of course. Cannon sighed. What do you want me to do? Asked Edwin gloomily. In secret he was rather pleased that George Cannon should have deemed him of the sort likely to help. Was it the flattery of a mendicant? No, he did not think it was. He believed implicitly everything the man was saying. Money, said Cannon sharply. Money. You won't feel it, but it will save me. After all, Mr. Clayhanger, there's a bond between us, if it comes to that. There's a bond between us, and you've had all the luck of it. Again Edwin blushed. But surely your wife, he stammered. Surely Mrs. Cannon isn't without funds. Of course I know she was temporarily rather short a while back, but surely— How do you know she was short? Cannon grimly interrupted. My wife sent her £10. I fancy it was £10, towards expenses, you know. Cannon ejaculated, half to himself, savagely. Never told me. He remained silent. But I've always understood she's a woman of property, Edwin finished. Cannon put both elbows on the desk, leaned further forward, and opened his mouth several seconds before speaking. Mr. Clayhanger, I've left my wife, as you call her. If I'd stayed with her, I should have killed her. I've run off. Yes, I know all she's done for me. I know without her I might have been in prison today, and for a couple of years to come. But I'd sooner be in a prison or in hell, or anywhere you like, than with Mrs. Cannon. She's an old woman. She always was an old woman. She was nearly 40 when she hooked me, and I was 22. And I'm young yet. I'm not middle-aged yet. She's got a clear conscience, Mrs. Cannon has. She always does her duty. She'd let me walk over her. She'd never complain, if only she could keep me. She'd just play and smile. Oh, yes, she'd turn the other cheek and keep on turning it. But she isn't going to have me. And for all she's done, I'm not grateful. Hag. That's what she is. He spoke loudly, excitedly, under considerable emotion. Shush! Edwin, alarmed, endeavoured gently to soothe him. All right, Cannon proceeded in a lower but still impassioned voice. But look here, you're a man. You know what's what. You'll understand what I mean. Believe me when I say that I wouldn't live with that woman for eternal salvation. I couldn't. I couldn't do it. I've taken some of her money, only a little, and run off. He paused, and went on with conscious persuasiveness now. I've just got here. I had to ask your whereabouts. I might have been recognized in the streets, but I haven't been. I didn't expect to find you here at this time. I might have had to sleep in the town tonight. I wouldn't have come to your private house. Now I've seen you, I shall get along to Crewe tonight. I shall be safer there. And it's on the way to Liverpool and America. I want to go to America. With a bit of capital, I shall be all right in America. It's my one chance, but it's a good one. But I must have some capital. No use landing in New York with empty pockets, said Edwin, still shying at the main issues. I was under the impression you'd been to America once. Yes, that's why I know. I hadn't any money. And what's more, he added with peculiar emphasis, I was brought back. Edwin thought, I shall yield to this man. At that instant he saw the shadow of Hilda's head and shoulders on the glass of the door. Excuse me a second, he murmured, bounded with astonishing velocity out of the room, and pulled the door to after him with a bang. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 16. Part 2 of Book 2, Chapter 16 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. 3. Hilda, having observed the strange, excited gesture, paused a moment in an equally strange tranquillity before speaking. Edwin fronted her at the very door. Then she said, clearly and deliberately through her veil, Auntie Hamps has had an attack. Heart. The doctor says she can't possibly live through the night. It was at Clara's. This was the first of Mrs. Hamp's fatal heart attacks. Ah, breathed Edwin, with apparently a purely artistic interest in the affair. So that's it, is it? Then she's at Clara's? Yes. What doctor? I forget his name. Lives in Acre Lane. They sent for the nearest. She can't get her breath. Has to fight for it. She jumped out of bed, struggling to breathe. Have you seen her? Yes, they made me. Albert there? Oh, yes. Well, I suppose I'd better go round. You go back, I'll follow you. He was conscious of not the slightest feeling of sorrow at the imminent death of Auntie Hamps. Even the image of the old lady fighting to fetch her breath scarcely moved him, though the deathbed of his father had been harrowing enough. He and Hilda had the same thought. At last something has happened to Auntie Hamps, and it gave zest. I must speak to you, said Hilda, low, and moved towards the inner door. The clerk Simpson was behind them at his ink-stained desk, stamping letters, and politely pretending to be deaf. No, Edwin stopped her. There's someone in there. We can't talk there. A customer? Yes. I say, Simpson, have you done those letters? Yes, sir, answered Simpson, smiling. He had been recommended as a very superior youth, and had not disappointed, despite a constitutional nervousness. Take them to the pillar and call up Mr. Benbowes and tell him that I'll be round in about a quarter of an hour. I don't know as you need come back. Hurry up. Yes, sir. Edwin and Hilda watched Simpson go. Whatever's the matter? Hilda demanded in a low, harsh voice, as soon as the outer door had clicked. It was as if something sinister in her had been suddenly released. Matter? Nothing. Why? You look so queer. Well, you come along with these shocks. He gave a short, awkward laugh. He felt and looked guilty, and he knew that he looked guilty. You looked queer when you came out. You've upset yourself, my child, that's all. He now realized the high degree of excitement which he himself, without previously being aware of it, had reached. Edwin, who is it in there? Didn't I tell you it's a customer? He could see her nostrils twitching through the veil. It's George Cannon in there, she exclaimed. He laughed again. What makes you feel that? He asked, feeling all the while the complete absurdity of such fencing. When I ran out I noticed somebody. He was reading a newspaper and I couldn't see him, but he just moved it a bit and I seemed to catch sight of the top of his head. And when I got into the street I said to myself, it looked like George Cannon, and then I said, of course it couldn't be.
And then with this business about Auntie Hamps, the idea went right out of my head." "Well, it is, if you want to know." Her mysterious body and face seemed to radiate a disastrous emotion that filled the whole office. "Did you know he was coming?" "I did not, hadn't the least notion." The sensation of criminality began to leave Edwin. As Hilda seemed to move and waver, he added, "Now you aren't going to see him?" And his voice menacingly challenged her and defied her to stir a step. The most important thing in the world, then, was that Hilda should not see George Cannon. He would stop her by force. He would let himself get angry and brutal. He would show her that he was the stronger. He had quite abandoned his early attitude of unsentimental callousness, which argued that, after all, it wouldn't ultimately matter whether they encountered each other or not. Far from that, he was, so it appeared to him, standing between them, desperate and determined, and acting instinctively and conventionally. Their separate pasts, each full of grief and tragedy, converged terribly upon him in an effort to meet in just that moment, and he was ferociously resisting. "What does he want?" "He wants me to help him to go to America." "You?" "He says he hasn't a friend." "But what about his wife?" "That's just what I said. He's left her. Says he can't live with her." There was a silence in which the tension appreciably lessened. "Can't live with her? Well, I'm not surprised, but I do think it's strange him coming to see you." "So do I," said Edwin dryly, taking the upper hand, for the change in Hilda's tone, her almost childlike satisfaction in the news that Cannon would not live with his wife, seemed to endow him with superiority. "But there's a lot of strange things in this world. Now listen here, I'm not going to keep him waiting. I can't." He then spoke very gravely, authoritatively, and ominously. "Find George and take him home at once." Hilda, impressed, gave a frown. "I think it's very wrong that you should be asked to help him." Her voice shook and nearly broke. "Shall you help him, Edwin?" "I shall get him out of this town at once, and out of the country. Do as I say. As things are, he doesn't know there is any George, and it's just as well he shouldn't. But if he stays anywhere about, he's bound to know." All Hilda's demeanour admitted that George Cannon had never been allowed to know that he had a son, and the simple candour of the admission frightened Edwin by its very simplicity. "Now off you go. George is in the engine-house." Hilda moved reluctantly towards the outer door, like a reproved and rebellious schoolgirl. Suddenly she burst into tears, sprang at Edwin, and putting her arms round his neck, kissed him through the veil. "Nobody but you would have helped him in your place," she murmured passionately, half admiring, half protesting. And with a backward look as she hurried off, her face stern and yet soft, seemed to appeal, "Help him." Edwin was at once deeply happy and impregnated with a sense of the frightful sadness that lurks in the hollows of the world. He stood alone with the flaring gas, overcome. 4. He went back into the private rooms, self-conscious and rather tongue-tied, with a clear feeling of relief that Hilda was disposed of, removed from the equation, and not unsuccessfully. After the woman, to deal with the man, in the plain language of men, seemed simple and easy. He was astounded equally by the grudging tardiness of Mrs. Cannon's information to Hilda as to the release, and by the baffling, inflexible detraction of Hilda's words. "Well, I'm not surprised." And the flitting image of Auntie Hamps fighting for life still left him untouched. He looked at George Cannon, and George Cannon, with his unreliable eyes, looked at him. He almost expected Cannon to say, "Was that Hilda you were talking to out there?" But Cannon seemed to have no suspicion that, in either the inner or the outer room, he had been so close to her. No doubt, when he was waiting by the mantelpiece in the outer room, he had lifted the paper as soon as he heard the door unlatched, expressly in order to screen himself from observation. Probably he had not even guessed that the passer was a woman. Had Simpson been there, the polite young man would doubtless have said, "Good night, Mrs. Clayhanger," but Simpson had happened not to be there. "Are you going to help me?" asked George Cannon, after a moment, and his heavy voice was so beseeching, so humble, so surprisingly sycophantic, so fearful, that Edwin could scarcely bear to hear it. He hated to hear that one man could be so slavishly dependent on another. Indeed, he much preferred Cannon's defiant, half-bullying tone. "Yes," said he, I shall do what I can. What do you want?" £100, said George Cannon, and as he named the sum, his glance was hard and steady. Edwin was startled, but immediately he began to readjust his ideas, persuading himself that after all the man could not prudently have asked for less. "I can't give it to you all now." Cannon's face lighted up in relief and joy. His black eyes sparkled feverishly with the impatience of an almost hopeless desire about to be satisfied. Although he did not move, his self-control had for the moment gone completely, and the secrets of his soul were exposed. "Can you send it to me in notes? I can give you an address in Liverpool." His voice could hardly utter the words. "Wait a second," said Edwin. He went to the safe let into the wall, of which he was still so naively proud, and unlocked it with the owner's gesture. The perfect fitting of the bright key, the ease with which it turned, the silent, heavy swing of the massive door on its hinges, these things gave him physical as well as moral pleasure. He savoured the security of his position and his ability to rescue people from destruction. From the cabin of the safe he took out a bag of gold, part of the money required for wages on the morrow. He would have to send to the bank again in the morning. He knew that the bag contained exactly £20 in half-sovereigns, but he shed the lovely twinkling coins on the desk and counted them. "Here," he said, "here's £20. Take the bag too, it'll be handier." And he put the money into the bag. Then a foolish, grand idea struck him. "Write down the address on this envelope, will you, and I'll send you 100 tomorrow. You can rely on it." "80, you mean," muttered George Cannon. "No," said Edwin, with affected nonchalance, blushing. 100. The 20 will get you over, and you'll have 100 clear when you arrive on the other side." "You're very kind," said Cannon weakly. Here's the envelope. Here's a bit of pencil." Edwin stopped him hastily. His fear of being thanked made him harsh. While Cannon was nervously writing the address, he noticed that the man's clumsy fingers were those of a day labourer. "You'll get it all back, you'll see," said Cannon, as he stood up to leave, holding his glossy felt hat in his left hand. "Don't worry about that. I don't want it. You owe me nothing." "You'll have every penny back, and before long, too." Edwin smiled, deprecating the idea. "Well, good luck," he said. "You'll get to Crewe all right. There's a train at Shawport at 8:7. They shook hands and quitted the inner office. As he traversed the outer office on his way forth, in front of Edwin, Cannon turned his head as if to say something, but, confused, he said nothing and went on, and at once he disappeared into the darkness outside. And Edwin was left with a memory of his dubious eyes, hard rather than confident, profoundly relieved rather than profoundly grateful. "By Jove," Edwin murmured by himself, "who'd have thought it? They say those chaps always turn up again like bad pennies, but I bet he won't." Simultaneously he reflected upon the case of Mrs. Cannon, deserted, but it did not excite his pity. He fastened the safe, extinguished the lights, shut the office, and prepared his mind for the visit to Auntie Hamps. 5. Hilda and her son were in the dining-room, in which the table, set for a special meal, half tea, half supper, made a glittering oblong of white. On the table, among blue and white plates and knives and forks, lay some of George's shabby schoolbooks. In most branches of knowledge, George privately knew that he could instruct his parents, especially his mother. Nevertheless, that beloved outgrown creature was still occasionally useful at home lessons, as for instance in poetry. George, disdainful, had to learn some verses each week, and now his mother held a book entitled The Poetry Reciter, while George mumbled with imperfect verbal accuracy the apparently immortal lines, "Abu Ben Adam, may his tribe increase, awoke one night from a deep dream of peace." His mother, however, scarcely regarded the book. She knew the poem by heart, and had indeed recited it to George, who, though he was much impressed by her fire, could not by any means have been persuaded to imitate the freedom of her delivery. His elocution tonight was unusually bad, for the reason that he had been pleasurably excited by the immense news of Auntie Hamp's illness. Not that he had any grudge against Auntie Hamps. His pleasure would have been as keen in the grave illness of any other important family connection, save his mother and Edwin.
Such notable events gave a sensational interest to domestic life, which domestic life as a rule lacked. Then, through the half-open door of the drawing-room came the sound of Edwin's latchkey in the front door.
"There's Uncle!"
exclaimed George, and jumped up.
Hilda stopped him. "Put your books together," said she. "You know Uncle likes to go up into the bathroom before he does anything."
It was a fact that the precisian hated even to be greeted on his return home in the evening, until he came downstairs from the bathroom. Hilda herself collected the books and put them on the sideboard.
"Shall I tell Ada?"
George suggested, champing the bit.
"No, Ada knows."
With deliberation Hilda tended the fire. Her mind was in a state of emotional flux. Memories and comparisons mournfully and yet agreeably animated it. She thought of the days when she used to recite amid enthusiasm in the old drawing-room of the Orgreaves, and of the days when she was a wanderer, had no home, no support, little security, and of the brief, uncertain days with George Cannon, and of the eternal days when her only assurance was the assurance of disaster. She glanced at George, and saw in him reminders of his tragic secret father, now hidden away, forced into the background, like something obscene. Nearly every development of the present out of the past seemed to her now to be tragic. Johnny Orgreave had of course not come back from his idyll with the ripping Mrs. Chris Hampson. Their seclusion was not positively known, but the whole district knew that the husband had begun proceedings, and that the Orgreave business was being damaged by the incompetence of Jimmy Orgreave, whose deplorable wife had a few days earlier been seen notoriously drunk in the dress circle of the Hanbridge Theatre Royal. Janet was still at Tavy Mansion because there was no place for her in the Five Towns. Janet had written to Hilda sadly, and the letter breathed her sense of her own futility and superfluousness in the social scheme. In one curt phrase that very afternoon, the taciturn Maggie, who very seldom complained, had disclosed everything of what it was to live day and night with Auntie Hamps. Even Clara, the self-sufficient, protected by an almost impermeable armour of conceit, showed signs of the anxiety due to obscure chronic disease, and a husband who financially never knew where he was. Finally, the last glories of Auntie Hamps were sinking to ashes. Only Hilda herself was, from nearly every point of view, in a satisfactory and promising situation. She possessed love, health, money, stability. When danger threatened, a quiet and unfailingly sagacious husband was there to meet and destroy it. Surely nothing whatever worth mentioning, save the fact that she was distantly approaching 40, troubled the existence of Hilda now, and her age certainly did not trouble her. Ada entered with the hot dishes and went out. At length Hilda heard the bathroom door. She left the dining-room, shutting the door on George, who could take a hint very well, considering his years. Edwin, brushed and spruce, was coming downstairs, rubbing his clean hands with physical satisfaction. He nodded amiably, but without smiling. "Has he gone?" said Hilda in a low voice. Edwin nodded. He was at the foot of the stairs. She did not offer to kiss him, having a notion that he would prefer not to be kissed just then. "How much did you give him?" She knew he would not care for the question, but she could not help putting it. He smiled and touched her shoulder. She liked him to touch her shoulder. "That's all right," he said with a faint condescension. "Don't you worry about that." She did not press the point. He could be free enough with information, except when it was demanded. Some time later he would begin of his own accord to talk. "How was Auntie Hamps?" "Well, if anything, she's a bit easier. I don't mind betting she gets over it." They went into the dining-room almost side by side, and she inquired again about his headache. The meal was tranquil. After a few moments Edwin opened the subject of Auntie Hamp's illness with some sardonic remarks upon the demeanour of Albert Benbow. "Is Auntie dying?" asked George with gusto. Edwin replied, "What are those schoolbooks doing there on the sideboard? I thought it was clearly understood that you were to do your lessons in your mother's boudoir." He spoke without annoyance, but coldly. He was aware that neither Hilda nor her son would comprehend that to a bookman schoolbooks were not books, but merely an eyesore. He did not blame them for their incapacity, but he considered that an arrangement was an arrangement.
Mother put them there, said the base George. Well, you can take them away, said Edwin firmly. Run along now. George rose from his place between Hilda and Edwin, and from his luscious plate, and removed the books. Hilda watched him meekly go. His father, too, had gone. Edwin was in the right. His position could not be assailed. He had not been unpleasant, but he had spoken as one sublimely confident that his order would not be challenged. Within her heart, Hilda rebelled. If Edwin had been responsible for some act contrary to one of her decrees, she would never in his presence have used the tone that he used to enforce obedience. She would have laughed, or she would have frowned, but she would never have been the polite autocrat. Nor would he have expected her to play the role. He would probably have resented it. Why? Were they not equals? No, they were not equals. The fundamental unuttered assumption upon which the household life rested was that they were not equals. She might cross him, she might momentarily defy him, she might torture him, she might drive him to fury, and still be safe from any effective reprisals, because his love for her made her necessary to his being. But in spite of all that, his will remained the seat of government, and she and George were only the opposition. In the end she had to incline. She was the complement of his existence, but he was not the complement of hers. She was just a parasite, though an essential parasite. Why? The reason, she judged, was economic, and solely economic. She rebelled. Was she not as individual, as original as he? Had she not a powerful mind of her own, experience of her own, ideals of her own? Was she not of a nature profoundly and exceptionally independent? Her lot was unalterable. She had, of course, not the slightest desire to leave him. She was devoted to him. What irked her was that, even had she had the desire, she could not have fulfilled it, for she was too old now, and too enamoured of comfort and security to risk such an enterprise. She was a captive, and she recalled with a gentle pang, less than regret, the days when she was unhappy and free as a man, when she could say, "I will go to London. I will leave London. I am deceived and ruined, but I am my own mistress." These thoughts, in the idyllic tranquillity of the meal, mingled, below her smiling preoccupations of an honoured housemistress, with the thoughts of her love for her husband and son, and of their excellencies, of the masculine love which enveloped and shielded her, of her security, of the tragedy of the bribed and dismissed victim and villain George Cannon, of the sorrows of some of her friends, and of the dead. In her heart was the unquiet whispering, "I submit, and yet I shall never submit." End of Book 2, Chapter 16. Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 17 of These Twain by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Simon Evers. Book 3, Equilibrium. Part 1 of Chapter 17, George's Eyes. 1. Hilda sat alone in the boudoir, before the fire. She had just come out of the kitchen, and she was wearing the white uniform of the kitchen, unsuited for a boudoir, but she wore it with piquancy. The November afternoon had passed into dusk, and through the window, over the roofs of Halton Street, stars could be seen in a darkening clear sky. After a very sharp fall and rise of the barometer, accounting for heavy rainstorms, the first frosts were announced, and winter was on the doorstep. The hardy inhabitants of the Five Towns, Hilda among them, were bracing themselves to the discipline of winter, with its mud, increased smuts, sleet, and damp piercing chills, and they were taking pleasure in the tonic prospect of discomfort. The visitation had threatened ever since September. Now it had positively come. Let it come. Build up the fire, stamp the feet, and defy it. Hilda was exhilarated, having been reawakened to the zest and the romance of life, not merely by the onset of winter, but by dramatic events in the kitchen. A little over 3 years had elapsed since the closing of the episode of George Cannon, and for 2 of those years Hilda had had peace in the kitchen.
She had been the firm mistress who knows what she wants, and knowing also how to handle the peculiar inmates of the kitchen, gets it. She had been the mistress who won't put up with all sorts of things, including middle age and ugliness in servants, and whom heaven has spoilt by too much favour. Then the cook, with the ingratitude of a cherished domestic, had fallen in love, and carried her passion into a cottage miles away at Longshore. And from that moment Hilda had ceased to be the mistress who by firmness commands fate. She had become as other mistresses. In a year she had had 5 cooks, giving varying degrees of intense dissatisfaction. She had even dismissed the slim and constant Ada once, but yielding to an outburst of penitent affection, had withdrawn the notice. The last cook, far removed from youthfulness or prettiness, had left suddenly that day, after insolence, after the discovery of secret beer and other vileness in the attic bedroom, after a scene in which Hilda had absolutely silenced her, reducing ribaldry to sobs. Cook and trunk expelled, Hilda had gone about the house like a fumigation, and into the kitchen like the embodiment of calm and gay efficiency. She would do the cooking herself. She would show the kitchen that she was dependent upon nobody. She had quickened the speed of Ada, accused her tartly, but not without dry good humour, of a disloyal secretiveness, and counselled her to mind what she was about if she wanted to get on in the world. Edwin knew nothing, for all had happened since his departure to the works after midday dinner. He would be back in due course, and George would be back, and Tertius Ingpen, long ago reconciled, was coming for the evening. She would show them all 3 what a meal was, and incidentally Ada would learn what a meal was. There was nothing like demonstrating to servants that you could beat them easily at their own game. She had just lived through her 39th birthday. 40, she had murmured to herself with a shiver of apprehension, meaning that the next would be the 40th. It was an unpleasant experience. She had told Edwin not to mention her birthday abroad. Clumsy George had inquired, "Mother, how old are you?" To which she had replied, "Lay hours for meddlers," a familiar phrase whose origin none of them understood, but George knew that it signified, "Mind your own business." No, she had not been happy on that birthday. She had gazed into the glass and decided that she looked old, that she did not look old, that she looked old, endlessly alternating. She was not stout, but her body was solid, too solid. It had no litheness, none whatever. It was absolutely set. The cleft under the chin was quite undeniable, and the olive complexion subtly ravaged. Still, not a hair of her dark head had changed colour. It was perhaps her soul that was greying. Her married life was fairly calm. It had grown monotonous in ease and tranquillity. The sharp, respectful admiration for her husband roused in her by his handling of the cannon episode had gradually been dulled. She had nothing against him, yet she had everything against him, because, apart from his grave, abiding love for her, he possessed an object and interest in life, and because she was a mere complement, and he was not. She had asked herself the most dreadful of questions. Why have I lived? Why do I go on living? And had answered, because of them, meaning Edwin and her son. But it was not enough for her, who had once been violently enterprising, pugnacious, endangered, and independent. For after she had watched over them, she had energy to spare, and such energy was not being employed and could not be employed. Reading, a diversion. Fancy work, a detestable device for killing time and energy. Social duties, ditto. Charity, hateful. She had slowly descended into marriage as into a lotus valley. And more than half her life was gone. She could never detect that any other married woman in the town felt as she felt. She could never explain to herself to Edwin, and indeed had not tried to explain herself. Now the affair of the alcoholic cook, aided by Winter's first Philip, stimulated and brightened her. And, while thinking with a glance at the clock of the precise moment when she must return to the kitchen and put a dish down to the fire, she also thought, rather hopefully, and then quite hopefully, about the future of her marriage. Her brain seemed to straighten and correct itself, like the brain of one who, waking up in the morning, slowly perceives that the middle-of-the-night apprehensiveness about eventualities was all awry in its pessimism. She saw that everything could and must be improved, that the new life must begin. Edwin needed to be inspired. She must inspire him. He slouched more and more in his walk. He was more and more absorbed in his business, quieter in the evenings, more impatient in the mornings. Moreover, the household machine had been getting slack. A general tonic was required. She would administer it, and to herself also. They should all feel the invigorating ozone that very night. She would organize social distractions. On behalf of the home, she would reclaim from the works those odd hours and half-hours of Edwin's which it had imperceptibly filched. She would have some new clothes, and she would send Edwin to the tailor's. She would make him buy a dog-cart and a horse. Oh, she could do it. She had the mastery of him in many things when she chose to be aroused. In a word, she would branch out. She was not sure that she would not prosecute a campaign for putting Edwin on the town council, where he certainly ought to be. It was his duty to take a share in public matters, and ultimately to dominate the town. Suggestions had already been made by wire-pullers, and unreflectively repulsed by the too casual Edwin. She saw him mayor, and herself mayoress. Once, the prospect of any such formal honour, with all that it entailed of ceremoniousness and insincere civilities, would have annoyed, if not frightened her. But now she thought, proudly and timidly and desirously, that she would make as good a mayoress as most mayoresses, and that she could set one or two of them an example in tact and dignity. Why not? Of late, neither mayors nor mayoresses in the 5 towns had been what they used to be. The grand tradition was apparently in abeyance, the people who ought to carry it on seeming somehow to despise it. She could remember mayors, especially chief bailiffs of Turnhill, who imposed themselves upon the imagination of the town. But nowadays the name of a mayor was never a household word. She had even heard Ingpen ask Edwin, "See, who is the new mayor?" And Edwin starts his halting answer, "Let me see." And she had still another and perhaps greater ambition, to possess a country house. In her fancy, her country house was very like Alicia Hesketh's house, Tavy Mansion, which she had never ceased to envy. She felt that in a new home, spacious, with space around it, she could really commence the new life. She saw the place perfectly appointed and functioning perfectly. No bother about smuts on white curtains, no half-trained servants, none of the base, confined promiscuity of filthy Trafalgar Road, and the Bembos and Auntie Hamps at least 8 or 10 miles off. She saw herself driving Edwin to the station in the morning, or perhaps right into Bursley if she wanted to shop. No, she would of course shop at Oldcastle. She would leave old Darius Clayhanger's miracle house without one regret. And in the new life she would be always active, busy, dignified, elegant, influential, and kind. And to Edwin she would be absolutely indispensable. In these imaginings their solid but tarnished love glittered and gleamed again. She saw naught but the charming side of Edwin and the romantic side of their union. She was persuaded that there really was nobody like Edwin, and that no marriage had ever had quite the mysterious, secretly exciting quality of hers. She yearned for him to come home at once, to appear magically in the dusk of the doorway. The mood was marvellous. 2. The door opened. "Can I speak to you, It was the voice of Ada, somewhat perturbed. She advanced a little and stood darkly in front of the open doorway. "What is it, Ada?" Hilda asked curtly, without turning to look at her. "It's—" Ada began and stopped. Hilda glanced round quickly, recognizing now in the voice a peculiar note with which experience had familiarized her. It was a note between pertness and the beginning of a sob, and it always indicated that Ada was feeling more acutely than usual the vast injustice of the worldly scheme. It might develop into tears. On the other hand, it might develop into mere insolence. Hilda discerned that Ada was wearing neither cap nor apron. She thought, if this stupid girl wants trouble, she's come to me at exactly and precisely the right moment to get it. I'm not in the humour, after all I've gone through today, to stand any nonsense either from her or from anybody else. "What is it, Ada?" she repeated, with restraint, and yet warningly. "And where's your apron and your cap?" "In the kitchen."
Well, go and put them on, and then come and say what you have to say, said Hilda, thinking. I don't give any importance to her cap and apron, but she does. I was thinking I'd better give you notice, said Ada, and she said it pertly, ignoring the command. The two women were alone together in the house. Each felt it. Each felt the large, dark emptiness of the house behind them, and the solid front and back doors cutting them off from succour. Each had to depend entirely upon herself. Hilda asked quietly, "What's the matter now?" She knew that Ada's grievance would prove to be silly. The girl had practically no common sense. Not one servant girl in 100 had any appreciable common sense. And when girls happened to be upset, as they were all liable to be, and as Ada by the violent departure of the cook no doubt was, even such minute traces of gumption as they possessed were apt to disappear. "There's no pleasing you, said Ada. "The way you talked to me in the kitchen, saying I was always hiding things from you, I felt it very much." She threw her head back, and the gesture signified, "I'm younger than you, and young men are always running after me, and I can get a new situation any time, and I'm not going back into my kitchen to put my cap and apron on." "Ada," said Hilda, "shall I tell you what's wrong with you? You're a little fool. You know you're talking right down nonsense. You know that as well as I do, and you know you'll never get a better place than you have here. But you've taken an idea into your head, and there you are. Now do be sensible. You say you think you'd better give notice. Think it over before you do anything ridiculous. Sleep on it, and see how you feel in the morning." "I think I'd better give notice, especially since I'm a fool and silly," Ada persisted. Hilda sighed. Her voice hardened slightly. "So you'd leave me without a maid just as Christmas? And that's all the thanks I get for all I've done for you?" "Well, we've had such a queer lot of girls here lately, haven't we?" The pertness was intensified. "I don't hardly care to stay. I feel we'd both be better for a change, like." It was perhaps Ada's subtly insolent use of the word "we" and "both" that definitely brought about her new phase of the interview. Hilda suddenly lost all desire for an amicable explanation of the crisis. "Very well, Ada," she said shortly. "But remember, I shan't take you back again, whatever happens." Ada moved away, and then returned. "Could I leave at once, same as cook?" Hilda was astonished and outraged, despite all her experience and its resulting secret sardonic cynicism in regard to servants. The girl was ready to walk out instantly. "And may I inquire where you go to?" asked Hilda with a sneer. "At this time of night you couldn't possibly get home to your parents." "Oh," answered Ada brightly, "I could go to me cousin up at Toft End, and her could send down a lad with a barrow for me box." The plot, then, had been thought out. Her cousins, thought Hilda, and seemed to be putting her finger on the cause of Ada's disloyalty. Her cousins. It was a light in a dark mystery. Her cousins. "I suppose you know you're forfeiting the wages due to you the day after tomorrow?" "I shall ask my cousin about that, said Ada, as it were, menacingly. "I should," Hilda sarcastically agreed. "I certainly should." And she thought with bitter resignation, "She'll have to leave anyhow after this. She may as well leave on the spot." "There's those as I'll see I'll have me rights," said Ada pugnaciously, with another toss of the head. Hilda had a mind to retort in anger, but she controlled herself. Already that afternoon she had imperilled her dignity in the altercation with the cook. The cook, however, had not Ada's ready tongue, and while the mistress had come off best against the cook, she might, through impulsiveness, find herself worsted by Ada's more youthful impudence, were it once unloosed. "That will do then, Ada," she said. "You can go and pack your box first thing." In less than 3/4 of an hour, Ada was gone, and her corded trunk lay just within the scullery door, waiting the arrival of the cousin's barrow. She had bumped it down the stairs herself. All solitary in the house, which had somehow been transformed into a strange and unusual house, Hilda wept. She had only parted with an unfaithful and ungrateful servant, but she wept. She dashed to the kitchen and began to do Ada's work, still weeping, and she was savage against her own tears.
yet they continued softly to fall, misting her vision of fire and utensils and earthenware vessels. Ada had left everything in a moment. She had left the kettle on the fire, and the grease in the square tin in which the dinner joint had been cooked, and the ashes in the fender, and tea leaves in the kitchen teapot, and a cup and saucer unwashed. She had cared naught for the inconvenience she was causing, had shown not the slightest consideration, had walked off without a pang, smilingly hoity-toity. And all servants were like that. Such conduct might be due as much to want of imagination, to a simple inability to picture to themselves the consequences of certain acts, as to stark ingratitude. But the consequences remained the same, and Hilda held fiercely to the theory of stark ingratitude. She had made Ada, she had created her. When Hilda engaged her, Ada was little more than an oat-cake girl, that is to say, one of those girls who earn a few pence by delivering oat-cakes fresh from the stove at a halfpenny each before breakfast at the houses of gormandizing superior artisans and the middle classes. True, she had been in one situation prior to Hilda's, but it was a situation where she learnt nothing and could have learnt nothing. Nevertheless, she was very quick to learn, and in a month Hilda had done wonders with her. She had taught her not only her duties, but how to respect herself, to make the best of herself, and favourably to impress others. She had enormously increased Ada's value in the universe, and she had taught her some worldly wisdom, and permitted and even encouraged certain coquetries, and in the bedroom, during dressings and undressings, had occasionally treated her as a soubrette, if not as a confidante, had listened to her at length, and had gone so far as to ask her views on this matter or that, the supreme honour for a menial. Also, she had very conscientiously nursed her in sickness. She had really liked Ada, and had developed a sentimental weakness for her. She had taken pleasure in her prettiness, in her natural grace, and in her crude youth. She enjoyed seeing Ada arrange a bedroom, or answer the door, or serve a meal. And Ada's stupidity, that half-cunning stupidity of her class, which immovably underlay her superficial aptitudes, had not sufficed to spoil her affection for the girl. She had been indulgent to Ada's stupidity. She had occasionally, in some soft moods, hoped that it was curable. And she had argued in moments of discouragement that at any rate stupidity could be faithful. In her heart she counted Ada as a friend, as a true stander-by in the more or less tragic emergencies of the household. And now Ada had deserted her. Stupidity had proved to be neither faithful nor grateful. Why had Ada been so silly and so base? Impossible to say. A nothing, a whim, nerves, fatuity. The whole affair was horribly absurd. These creatures were incalculable. Of course, Hilda would have been wiser not to upbraid her so soon after the scene with the cook, and to have spoken more smoothly to the chit in the boudoir. Hilda admitted that. But what then? Was that an excuse for the chit's turpitude? There must be a limit to the mistress's humouring. And probably after all the chit had meant to go. If she had not meant to go, she would not have entered the boudoir apronless and capless. Some rankling word, some ridiculous sympathy with the cook, some wild dream of a Christmas holiday. Who could tell what might have influenced her? Hilda gave it up, and returned to it 1,000 times. One truth emerged, and it was the great truth of house-mistresses, namely, that it never, never, never pays to be too kind to servants. Servants do not understand kindness. You think they do. They themselves think they do. But they don't. They don't, and they don't. Hilda went back into the immensity of her desolating experience as an employer of female domestic servants of all kinds, but chiefly bad. For the landlady of a small boarding-house must take what servants she can get. And she raged at the persistence of the proof that kindness never paid. What did pay was severity and inhuman strictness, and the maintenance of an impassable gulf between employer and employed. Not again would she make the mistake which she had made 100 times. She hardened herself to the consistency of a slave-driver, and all the time it was the woman in her, not the mistress, that the hasty, thoughtless Ada had wounded. To the woman, the kitchen was not the same place without Ada, Ada on whom she had utterly relied in the dilemma caused by the departure of the cook. As with angrily wet eyes she went about her new work in the kitchen, she could almost see the graceful ghost of Ada tripping to and fro therein. And all that the world and the husband would know or understand was that a cook had been turned out for drunkenness, and that a quite sober parlour-maid had most preposterously walked after her. Hilda was aware that in Edwin she had a severe, though a taciturn, critic of her activities as employer of servants. She had no hope whatever of his sympathy, and so she closed all her gates against him. She waited for him as for an adversary, and all the lustre faded from her conception of their love. 3. When Edwin approached his home that frosty evening, he was disturbed to perceive that there was no light from the hall gas shining through the panes of the front door, though some light showed at the dining-room window, the blinds of which had not been drawn. What next? He thought crossly. He was tired, and the keenness of the weather, instead of bracing him, nearly made him petulant. He was astonished that several women in the house could all forget such an important act as the lighting of the hall gas at nightfall. Never before had the hall gas been forgotten, and the negligence appeared to Edwin as absolutely monstrous. The effect of it on the street, the effect on a possible caller, was bad enough. Edwin, while pretending to scorn social opinion, was really very deferential towards it. But what was worse was the revelation of the feminine mentality. In opening the door with his latchkey, he was purposely noisy, partly in order to give expression to his justified annoyance, and partly to warn all peccant women that the mail had arrived, threatening. As his feet fumbled into the interior gloom and he banged the door, he quite expected a rush of at least one apologetic woman with a box of matches. But nobody came. Nevertheless, he could hear sharp movements through the half-open door of the kitchen. Assuredly women had the irresponsibility of infants. He glanced for an instant into the dining-room. The white cloth was laid, but the table was actually not set. With unusual righteous care, he wiped the half-congealed mud off his boots on the mat, then removed his hat and his overcoat, took a large new piece of india-rubber from his pocket, and put it on the hall table, felt the radiator, which despite all his injunctions and recommendations was almost cold, and lastly he lighted the gas himself. This final act was contrary to his own rule, for he had often told Hilda that half her trouble with the servants arose through her impatiently doing herself things which they had omitted, instead of ringing the bell and seeing the things done. But he was not infrequently inconsistent, both in deed and in thought. For another example, he would say superiorly that a woman could never manage women, ignoring that he, the all-wise, had never been able to manage Hilda. He turned to go upstairs. At the same moment somebody emerged obscurely from the kitchen. It was Hilda, in a white apron. "Oh, I'm glad you've lighted it," said she curtly, without the least symptom of apology, but rather affrontingly. He continued his way. "Have you seen anything of George?" she asked, and her tone stopped him. Yet she well knew that he hated to be stopped of an evening on his way to the bathroom. It could not be sufficiently emphasized that to accost him before he had descended from the bathroom was to transgress one of the most solemn rules of his daily life. "Of course I haven't seen George," he answered. "How should I have seen George?" "Because he's not back from school yet, and I can't help wondering—" She was worrying about George as usual. He grunted and passed on. "There's no light on the landing either," he said over the banisters. "I wish you'd see to those servants of yours." "As it happens, there aren't any servants." A tone, getting more peculiar with each phrase, stopped him again. "Aren't any servants? What do you mean?" "Well, I found the attic full of beer bottles, so I sent her off on the spot." "Sent who off?" "Eliza." "And where's Ada?" "She's gone too," said Hilda defiantly, and as though rebutting an accusation before it could be made. "Why?" "She seemed to want to, and she was very impertinent over it." He snorted and shrugged his shoulders. "Well, it's your affair," he muttered, too scornful to ask details. "It is," said she, significantly laconic. In the bathroom, vexed and gloomy as he brushed his nails and splashed in the wash-basin, He mused savagely over the servant problem. The servant problem had been growing acute. He had predicted several times that a crisis would arrive. A crisis had arrived. He was always right. His rightness was positively uncanny. He had liked Ada. He had not disliked the cook. He knew that Hilda was to blame. How should she not be to blame, losing her entire staff in one afternoon? It was not merely that she lacked the gift of authoritative control. It was also that she had no feeling for democratic justice as between one human being and another. And yet, among his earliest recollections of her was her passionate sympathy with men on strike as against their employers. Totally misleading manifestations. For her, a servant was nothing but a servant. She was convinced that all her servants were pampered and spoilt, and as for Edwin's treatment of his workpeople, she considered it to be ridiculously, criminally soft. If she had implied once, she had implied 100 times that the whole lot of them laughed at him behind his back for a sentimental simpleton. Occasionally Edwin was quite outraged by her callousness. The topic of the 8 hours day, of the 10 hours day, and even of the 12 hours day, the last for tramway men, had been lately exciting the district, and Edwin was distressed that in his own house a 16-hour day for labour was in vogue, and that the employer perceived no shame in it. He did not clearly see how the shame was to be abolished, but he thought that it ought to be admitted. It was not admitted. From 6 in the morning until 10 at night, these mysterious, light-headed young women were the slaves of a bell. They had no surcease except one long weekday evening each week, and a short Sunday evening each fortnight. At one period, Hilda had had a fad for getting them out of bed at 5:30 to cure them of laziness. He remembered one cook whose family lived in the village of Brindley Edge, 5 miles off. This cook, on her weekday evening, would walk to Brindley Edge, spend 3/4 of an hour in her home, and walk back to Bursley, reaching Trafalgar Road just in time to get to bed. Hilda saw nothing very odd in that. She said the girl could always please herself about going to Brindley Edge. Edwin's democratic sense was gradually growing in force. It disturbed more and more the peace of his inmost mind. He seldom displayed his sympathies, save to Tertius Ingpen, who, though a Tory, was in some ways astoundingly open to ideas, which seemed to interest him as a pretty equation would interest him. But they pursued their secret activity in his being, annoying him at his lithographic works, and still more in his home. He would suppress them, and grin, and repeat his ancient consoling truth that what was, was. The relief, however, was not permanent. In that year, the discovery of Rontgen rays, the practical invention of the incandescent gas mantle, the abolition of the man with the red flag in front of self-propelled vehicles, and the fact that consols stood at 113, had combined to produce in innumerable hearts the illusion that civilization was advancing at a great rate. But Edwin, in his soul, scarcely thought so. He was worrying not only about liberal principles, but about the world. In his youth he had never worried about the world, and of his own personal success he would ask and ask, "Is it right?" He said to himself in the bathroom, "There's 1,000,000 domestic servants in this blessed country, and not one of them works less than 100 hours a week, and nobody cares. I don't think I really care myself, but there it is all the same." And he was darkly resentful against Hilda on account of the entire phenomenon. He foresaw, too, a period of upset and discomfort in his house. Would there indeed ever be any real tranquillity in his house, with that strange primeval cave-woman in charge of it? As he descended the stairs, Hilda came out of the dining-room with an empty tray. She said, "I wish you'd go out and look for George." Imagine it, going out into the 5 Towns to look for one boy. "Oh, he'll be all right. I suppose you haven't forgotten Ingpen's coming tonight?" "Of course I haven't. But I want you to go out and look for George." He knew what was in her mind, namely, an absurd vision of George and his new bicycle crushed under a tramcar somewhere between Bleakridge and Hanbridge. In that year, everybody with any pretension to youthfulness and modernity rode a bicycle. Both Edwin and Hilda rode occasionally. Such was the power of fashion. Maternal apprehensions had not sufficed to keep George from having a bicycle, nor from riding on it unprotected up and down the greasy slopes of Trafalgar Road to and from school. Edwin himself had bought the bicycle, pooh-poohing danger, and asserting that anyhow normal risks must always be accepted with an even mind. He was about to declare that he would certainly not do anything so silly as to go out and look for George. Then all of a sudden he had the queer sensation of being alone with Hilda in the house, made strange and romantic by a domestic calamity. He gazed at Hilda with her apron, and the calamity had made her strange and romantic also. He was vexed, annoyed, despondent, gloomy, fearful of the immediate future. He had immense grievances. He hated Hilda. He loathed giving way to her. He thought, "What is it that binds me to this incomprehensible woman? I will not be bound." But he felt that he would be compelled, not by her but by something in himself, to commit the folly of going out to look for George. And he felt that though his existence was an exasperating adventure, still it was an adventure. "Oh, damn!" he exploded, and reached for a cap. And then George came into the hall through the kitchen. The boy often preferred to enter by the back, the stalking Indian way. 4. George wore spectacles. He had grown considerably. He was now between 14 and 15 years of age, and he had begun to look his age. His mental outlook and conversation were on the whole in advance of his age. Even when he was younger, he had frequently an adult manner of wise talking, but it had appeared unreal, naive. It was amusing rather than convincing. Now he imposed himself even on his family as a genuine adolescent, though the idiom he employed was often schoolboyish, and his gestures were immaturely rough. The fact was, he was not the same boy. Everybody noticed it. His old charm and delicacy seemed to have gone, and his voice was going. He had become harsh, defiant, somewhat brutal, and egotistic, if not conceited. He held a very low opinion of all his schoolfellows, and did not conceal it. Yet he was not very high in his form, the lower fifth. His reports were mediocre, and he cut no figure in the playfield. In the home he was charged with idleness, selfishness, and irresolution. It was pointed out to him that he was not making the best of his gifts, and that if he only chose to make the best of them, he might easily, etc., etc. Apparently he did not care a bit. He had marked facility on the piano, but he had insisted on giving up his piano lessons, and would not open the piano for a fortnight at a time. He still maintained his intention of being an architect, but he had ceased to show any interest in architecture. He would, however, still paint in watercolours, and he read a lot, but gluttonously, without taste. Edwin and Hilda, and especially Hilda, did not hide their discontent. Hilda had outbursts against him. In regards to Hilda, he was disobedient. Edwin always spoke quietly to him, and was seldom seriously disobeyed. When disobeyed, Edwin would show a taciturn resentment against the boy, who would sulk, and then melt. "Oh, he'll grow out of it," Edwin would say to Hilda. Yet Edwin, like Hilda, thought that the boy was deliberately naughty, and they held themselves towards him as grieved persons of superior righteousness towards a person of inferior righteousness. Not even Edwin reflected that profound molecular changes might be proceeding in George's brain, for which changes he was in no way responsible. Nevertheless, despite the blighting disappointment of George's evolution, the home was by no means deeply engloomed. No, George had an appealing smile, a mere gawky boyishness, a peculiar way of existing, that somehow made joy in the home. Also, he was a centre of intense and continual interest, and of this he was very well aware. In passing through the kitchen, George had of course been struck by the astounding absence of the cook. He had noticed further a fancy apron and a cap lying on the window-sill therein. And when he came into the hall, the strange aspect of his mother, in a servant's apron, and his uncle, proved to him that something marvellously unusual, exciting, and uplifting was afoot. He was pleased, agog, and he had the additional satisfaction that great events would conveniently divert attention from his lateness. Still, he must be discreet, for the adults were evidently at loggerheads, and therefore touchy. He slipped between Edwin and Hilda with a fairly good imitation of innocent casualness, as if saying, "Whatever has occurred, I am guiltless, and going on just as usual." "Oh, Bag's Eye!" he exclaimed loudly at the hall table, and seized the india-rubber, which Edwin had promised him. His school vocabulary comprised an extraordinary number of words ending in G's. He would never, for example, say first, but fogs, and never second, but segs. That very morning, for example, meeting Hilda on the mat at the foot of the stairs, he had shocked her by saying, "You go up fogs, mother, and I'll go segs." "George!" Hilda severely protested. Her anxiety concerning him was now turned to resentment. "Have you had an accident?" "An accident?" said George, as though at a loss. Yet he knew perfectly that his mother was referring to the bicycle. Edwin said curtly, "Now don't play the fool. Have you fallen off your bike? Look at your overcoat. Don't leave that satchel there, and hang your coat up properly." The overcoat was in a grievous state. A few days earlier it had been new. Besides money, it had cost an enormous amount of deliberation and discussion, like everything else connected with George. Against his will, Edwin himself had been compelled to conduct George to Shillitoe's, the tailor's, and superintend a third trying on for further alterations after the overcoat was supposed to be finished. And lo, now it had no quality left but warmth. Efforts in regard to George were always thus out of proportion to the trifling results obtained. At George's age, Edwin doubtless has an overcoat, but he positively could not remember having one, and he was quite sure that no schoolboy overcoat of his had ever preoccupied a whole household for 2 minutes, to say nothing of a week. George's face expressed a sense of injury, and his face hardened. "Mother made me take my overcoat. You know I can't cycle in my overcoat. I've not been on my bicycle all day. Also, my lamp's broken," he said with gloomy defiance. His curiosity about wondrous events in the house was quenched, and Edwin felt angry with Hilda for having quite unjustifiably assumed that George had gone to school on his bicycle. Ought she not to have had the ordinary gumption to assure herself, before worrying, that the lad's bicycle was not in the shed? Incredible thoughtlessness! All these alarms for nothing. "Then why are you so late?" Hilda demanded, diverting to George her indignation at Edwin's unuttered but yet conveyed criticism of herself. "Kept in." "All this time?" Hilda questioned, suspiciously. George sullenly nodded. "What for?" "Latin." "Homework again?" ejaculated Edwin. "Why haven't you done it properly?" "I had a headache last night, and I've got one today." "Another of your Latin headaches," said Edwin sarcastically. There was nothing, except possibly cod-liver oil, that George detested more than Edwin's serious sarcasm. The elders glanced at one another and glanced away. Both had the same fear, the dreadful fear that George might be developing the worst characteristics of his father. Both had vividly in mind the fact that this boy was the son of George Cannon. They never mentioned to each other either the fear or the fact. They dared not, but each knew the thoughts of the other. The boy was undoubtedly crafty. He could conceal subtle designs under a simple exterior. He was also undoubtedly secretive. The recent changes in his disposition had put Edwin and Hilda on their guard, and every time young George displayed cunning, or economized the truth, or lied, the fear visited them. "I hope he'll turn out all right," Hilda had said once. Edwin had nearly replied, "What are you worrying about? The sons of honest men are often rascals. Why on earth shouldn't the son of a rascal be an honest man?" But he had only said with good-humoured impatience, "Of course he'll turn out all right." Not that he himself was convinced. Edwin now tapped the boy gloomily. "You didn't seem to have much of a headache when you came in just now." It was true. But George suddenly burst into tears. His headaches were absolutely genuine. The emptiness of the kitchen and the general queer look of things in the house had, however, by their promise of adventurous happenings, caused him to forget his headache altogether, and the discovery of the new india-rubber had been like a tonic to a convalescent. The menacing attitude of the elders had now brought about a relapse. The headache established itself as his chief physical sensation. His chief moral sensation was that of a terrible grievance. He did not often cry. He had not, indeed, cried for about a year. But tonight there was something nervous in the very air, and the sob took him unawares. The first sob having prostrated all resistance, others followed victoriously, and there was no stopping them. He did not quite know why he should have been more liable to cry on this particular occasion than on certain others.
and he was rather ashamed. On the other hand, it was with an almost malicious satisfaction that he perceived the troubling effect of his tears on the elders. They were obviously in a quandary. It served them right. "It's my eyes," he blubbered. "I told you these specs would never suit me, but you wouldn't believe me, and the headmaster won't believe me." The discovery that George's eyesight was defective about 2 months earlier had led to a desperate but of course hopeless struggle on his part against the wearing of spectacles. It was curious that in the struggle he had never even mentioned his strongest objection to spectacles, namely, the fact that Bert Benbow wore spectacles. "Why didn't you tell us?" Edwin demanded. Between sobs, George replied with overwhelming disillusioned disgust, "What's the good of telling you anything? You only think I'm codding." And he passed upstairs, apparently the broken victim of fate and parents, but in reality triumphant. His triumph was such that neither Edwin nor Hilda dared even to protest against the use of such an inexcusable word as codding. Hilda went into the kitchen, and Edwin rather aimlessly followed her. He felt incompetent. He could do nothing except carry trays, and he had no desire to carry trays. Neither spoke. Hilda was bending over the fire. Then she arranged the grid in front of the fire to hold a tin, and she greased the tin. He thought she looked very wistful, for all the somewhat bitter sturdiness of her demeanour. Tertius Ingpen was due for the evening. She had no servants, through her own fault, and now a new phase had arrived in the unending responsibility for George's welfare. He knew that she was blaming him on account of George. He knew that she believed in the sincerity of George's outburst. He believed in it himself. The spectacles were wrong. The headache was genuine. And he, Edwin, was guilty of the spectacles because he had forced Hilda, by his calm, bantering common sense, to consult a small local optician of good reputation. Hilda had wanted to go to Birmingham or Manchester, but Edwin said that such an idea was absurd. The best local optician was good enough for the great majority of the inhabitants of the Five Towns, and would be good enough for George. Why not, indeed? Why the craze for specialists? There could be nothing uniquely wrong with the boy's eyes. It was a temporary weakness. And so on, in accordance with Edwin's instinct for denying the existence of a crisis. And the local optician, consulted, had borne him out. The local optician said that every year he dealt with dozens of cases similar to George's. And now both the local optician and Edwin were overthrown by a boy's sobbing tears. Suddenly Hilda turned round upon her husband. "I shall take George to London tomorrow about his eyes," she said, with immense purpose and sincerity, in a kind of fierce challenge. This was her amends to George for having often disbelieved him, and for having suspected him of taking after his father. She made her amends passionately, and with all the force of her temperament. In her eyes, George was now a martyr. "To London?" exclaimed Edwin weakly. "Yes, it's no use half doing these things. I shall ask Charlie Orgreave to recommend me a first-class oculist." Edwin dared say nothing. Either Manchester or Birmingham would have been just as good as London, perhaps better. Moreover, she had not even consulted him. She had decided by a violent impulse and announced her decision. This was not right. She would have protested against a similar act by Edwin. But he could not argue with her. She was far beyond argument. "I wouldn't have that boy's eyesight played with for anything," she said fiercely. And of course he wouldn't. Who would? Edwin thought, but he did not say it. "Go and see what he's doing," she said. Edwin slouched off. He was no longer the master of the house. He was only an economic factor and general tool in the house. And, as he wandered like a culprit up the stairs of the mysteriously transformed dwelling, he thought again, "What is it that binds me to her?" But he was abashed, and in spite of himself impressed by the intensity of Hilda's formidable emotion. Nevertheless, as he began vaguely to perceive all that was involved in her threats to go to London on the morrow, he stiffened, and said to himself, "We shall see about that. We shall just see about that."
End of Part 1 of Book 3, Chapter 17.